global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it? It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast Season 3, Episode 37, I believe, of Season 3. 2 episodes away from Episode 100. For those wondering on the overall show, which if things go the way we think they are, that will be our bonus episode reacting to a Nintendo Direct next week. It's insane.
No way.
Insane. We talked about it briefly behind the scenes because we had like this whole plan for the 100th episode that we totally didn't actually plan. So probably isn't going to happen. That being said, in lieu of that plan happening, it is kind of fitting that the 100th episode would be a reaction to a Nintendo Direct. Considering that like everything was built around Nintendo Switch 2, and then this might be maybe the Direct we've been waiting for. We'll see. Might not be. It also might just be a partner showcase. We'll pretend.
Really funny.
I would actually, I'd probably really enjoy the show too, but then I would just laugh because the internet's going to be on fire if it's just
Right. Yeah, I think Arlo made a great point. They've been tweeting out stuff. It's all Switch 1. I'm wondering if this is going to be like a Switch 2 completely type direct, or if it's just going to be a mini. It's going to be. It's either going to be a Nothing Burger mini showcase, or it's going to be the coolest Switch 2 only direct you ever see. Anyways, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll get into that in a little bit because obviously one of our topics this week is we will be predicting the Nintendo Direct. That's right. We're predicting an unannounced Direct because you know what? When it's announced next Wednesday, literally every podcast and every person on the planet is going to be making predictions. Nah, we already did that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we'll still slap out some bingo cards, which you can argue are like a second round of predictions. But if you kind of see what our predictions were the week before, you'll probably know what the fuck's on the bingo card, right? Right? You kind of know. The bingo card is just for a friendly competition. And, we shouldn't waste too much time on that. That said, we will have a couple guests on next week, including someone like Roger's Base. And I would love to get his predictions. So there will be a reason to revisit it, even though it'll be the night before Direct. That being said, oh my gosh, we got a lot to go over today. Because we're not, obviously our primary topic is the headliner. We're going to be talking about Nintendo Direct predictions. But beyond all that, it turns out Nintendo did actually force Dispatch to be censored.
Yeah,
Very interesting. We have words directly from the developers of the game on this, which is crazy because we always thought, oh, maybe they're doing it on their own because they already have a mode in the game where you can. No, Nintendo forced them, which is wild when you consider the other things Nintendo allows on their eShop. But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that at the appropriate time because it's weird, it's crazy. Then we have a third topic that only me and Eric know about. We'll get to it if we get to it tonight. It should be also a very, very interesting one considering some of the controversies that have been going on surrounding Switch 2, at least from people who are mad at the system or mad at Nintendo. I think they're evil. Something might be going on that isn't going to make them very happy, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. That means so let's go around the room and introduce everyone. We'll start with our guest. We have our professional Nintendo enjoyer, Favlam.
Hi, everybody. I stream Nintendo games. I'm streaming a lot of Hytale recently, but mostly I talk about Nintendo games on my channel. It's cool. It's Pog. I love Nintendo. It's great. But I also talk about Deltarune. I got a video coming out this Saturday, though. It's done. I just rendered it, actually, like before getting on this podcast.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyways, yeah. It's wonderful to see you all.
Excited. He's back.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, you're going to see a lot of Lamb over the next handful of weeks. He signed up.
Am I on next week as well? I think I am, right?
You are. I think you're on. I don't have it open right now, but I'm pretty sure you're on next week.
If the direct ends up not being next week, put me on for the week the direct actually does drop too. Like in addition to, I'm ready. I'm on my media tour.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So like next week, it is you and Rogers Base, and then technically, if the direct is on Thursday, which for those that watch our show know, anytime there's a big general direct, we do a bonus episode that same night. Paul Gale Network's going to come onto that one. If it happens, because he really wants to be on that one. So we technically even have a guest even for the bonus episode that only exists if this gets announced, which we all believe it will because there's just so much evidence and so much reasons.
You can't doubt.
Do we all believe?
You can't doubt Nate Tate.
Well, when we get to that topic, we'll start off with the belief. Do we believe? Because it's kind of a long-winded thing. I might read it off. We'll see. Besides all of that, we have Skysword Alyssa on for her first episode of 2026.
Woo. Happy New Year, you guys.
How's it going? Welcome back.
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. Talk some games, make some crazy predictions, and wishful thinking.
the realistic predictions are sometimes not nearly as fun.
No, my wish list is a lot more fun and cool.
The wish list is always fun because the wish list is always like greatest showcase of all time.
Yeah.
So it's crazy to see. Except when back in the day we did the Nintendo Prime podcast and Mike Odyssey was on, his realistic predictions were definitely a wish list every time.
Right. He's willing it into existence.
He would just like say the craziest thing. Like all of Nintendo's biggest games are being announced in this direct. I'm like, okay, buddy, that's like 8 years worth of games. let's relax a little. All right, then we got Eric Moore, the Spice Lord. Hell yeah, he's here. He's ready. He's ready to get some predictions in. I got a feeling what might be on your wish list. Just one game, just one particular game. Particular game. I think you can't. You can't. Well, just one. I know you got to bring it up. I just know you will. Then we got a Gamer Classic. We got to get the sound. I got to get the sound effect. I got to get it. I don't know why.
You got to get a little.
There we go.
I need that. I need the crack of thunder for Thunder Stash. Dude, I don't why. You know what? Maybe I save it when we hit episode 100. There we go. Make it a goal.
Yeah, there you go. For Eric, you need the sizzle because he's the Spice Lord. You need like the sizzle, like the skillet sizzle.
Okay, that's a good one.
And then I think for you, Prime, I think you either get the I'm Nintendo Prime bitch, or you know, I like to call you Primal Rage from time to time. I'd say a Tiger Roar would be pretty fitting.
I do like the I'm Nintendo Prime bitch one just because it encapsulates my whole attitude on the internet, which is hilarious.
But yeah, happy to be here, guys. We are on the cusp of what might be a fun little Nintendo Direct next week. And yeah, it's been craziness. The year's just beginning, but I feel like all the madness is about to flow, and we got like weird Twitter Direct from Nintendo. We had a really, I think, really good, despite all the negative news surrounding Xbox, really great start to the year with an impressive showcase. So hopefully, things are swinging in the right direction. We'll see how Nintendo does.
Yeah, we've had a lot of. I've enjoyed it so far. We the Xbox Showcase is great. There's supposedly a State of Play coming next month as well on February 12th, so that should be exciting. And then we have the Tamagotchi.
That's true. I swear to God, they save those State of Plays. Like they just have them ready for when Nintendo announces there's a direct. They're just like, oh, there's a rumor of direct. We're doing a State of Play. We're gonna tease Kingdom Hearts again, but we're not gonna say it. We're never gonna do it.
I love it. I love when Sony drops their presentations the same day as a direct. It's a double feature day. Like I am a happy gamer. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to see if the button works. If you guys can hear it, I know it works for me, but can you guys hear the Nintendo Prime bitch? I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch.
Yeah, we heard that.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm making sure so when I set up the sounds, I can set it up the same way. That's why. Because some of my buttons on my board don't work on the show.
Yeah.
Because of the software we use, and some do.
So Gamebird, I looked up the pan sizzling sound. Yeah, probably don't want to use that. It sounds like a freaking bong going off.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Yeah,
I'm failing
right.
to see what the issue is.
Yeah, right.
I mean, look, Spice Lord, that does people usually explode out the ass. We can make it.
Wait, what's that?
It's a bob-omb sound.
What's that one sound effect? It's like the why is it spicy? You know what I'm talking about?
That should be it.
You should do that one.
Yeah. We should do that one if we can find it. That'd be great. All right. And then we got to get to Chippendale. Sorry. Thunderstash Gaming. Not that kind of Chippendale, by the way.
I don't think anyone was thinking that. I hope not.
Well, I don't know. We have an intro where your shirt's buttoned down, showing off the abs a little.
Someone could have been thinking that.
Yeah. Could have been. On this
You know what's the best part about that? Sorry to interrupt. The best part about Thunderstash with the unbuttoned shirt in the intro is that you think that was a special request from me, but it wasn't. I did not request that. Stash sent me two versions. You sent me a version with the shirt buttoned and one with the unbuttoned. Of course, I'm going with the unbuttoned. Are we kidding here? But I love that.
I did send
That's
you
hilarious.
So yeah, happy to be here again. As always, really busy week. I'm working on seven game reviews right now that are all embargoed behind the scenes. Yes, and next week I think it's on the 4th. I have an embargo at 7 a.m., 5 p.m., and midnight. And I'm just like, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I
cannot be a game reviewer, man. I cannot do game reviews, man. That's too hard. I mean, you gotta love it.
Yeah, it's been gnarly. Obviously, I'm wearing the Chip and Dale shirt, of course, because again, Disney Afternoon Collection.
Yeah,
Switch 2
was confirmed today. Yeah.
And we're getting a physical.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Which is amazing because it's what we talked about on the podcast. Like months ago, talked about how cool it would be to actually get a physical version. And then just a couple of weeks ago, we brought it up because it got rated by the ESRB. And we said how crazy it would be if we got a physical. And then now we're getting a physical. And there's more games on there. So awesome.
Hell yeah. Then guys, you got me. Nintendo Prime, what's up? Sorry there was no video today. If you happen to pay attention to my channel, is what it is. Life and all of that should be back and roaring tomorrow with the video. But we got the podcast, and that's what matters today. This is my most important thing every single Wednesday when it comes to work because it's my favorite piece of content that I get to do. And I say get to do because that's what it is. I get to do this, which is awesome. So let's go ahead and get into the L topic roulette. There's really only two topics to choose from because nobody knows the third but me. So, Birdman, which one would you like to start with?
Let's see. I will take.
Basically, the positive or the negative topic.
I'll take the negative topic. I'll take topic 2.
Let's get that
Nintendo forced Dispatch to censor itself. Thoughts? That's my topic.
Still
All right.
crazy.
All right. Hey, I don't mind getting the negative out of the way so we can have fun the rest of the show. Well, between Stash and Eric, who wants to take the direct predictions? Or I could just take it. It doesn't really matter. I just have a dealer's choice topic that nobody else knows.
I can
mean-
take the direct. We can take
The
the direct
direct
predictions.
Banners.
Okay. Yeah. So Eric's got the banners.
Yeah.
Stash take that. We'll do it for topic 2, so he's got a little time. So I put a lot of info in there as well. Just about why we think the direct's obviously happening. Yada. All right. That being said, folks, I'll take obviously a dealer's choice topic, which you will wait to find out what it is when we get there. Let's then just go straight to Birdman. What the hell's going on with Dispatch, man?
All right. So, in a surprise development, the developers of Dispatch have released a statement confirming that Nintendo required for them to censor their game. Essentially, we didn't know about this till launch, and here's the statement that they provided. Quote, different platforms have different content criteria and submissions are evaluated individually. They said in a statement shared with Eurogamer ahead of Dispatch's Switch release. The studio assured, though, that the censorship on Nintendo's consoles does not affect Dispatch's overall narrative, experience, or gameplay. Quote, we worked with Nintendo to ensure the content within the title met the criteria to release on their platforms, but the core narrative and gameplay experience remains identical to the original release. So the question, my friends, is how do we all feel about this? What do we think about censorship in gaming in general, and specifically in regards to Dispatch? And I guess maybe what some might call a little bit of secrecy, the fact that we didn't know about it until the game came out. Let's start with guest number 1, Favlam.
So, yeah, no, I got a lot of opinions about this. I think censorship in any capacity is usually negative. I think there's many things that should be censored, but at this point, it's like what possessed Nintendo to be like, we need to censor. Basically, what happened is, if you don't know, this game has a streamer mode already, which does censor a lot of the like nudity and whatnot that basically like Twitch or what other streaming platforms might not approve of. So basically, that's just on by default. Is what the impression I'm getting. I haven't played it, but that seems to be like, it looks identical to, because I've seen other streamers like play it online, right? And I don't understand what possessed them to do that, because there's literally mounds and mounds and mounds of AI hentai slop on the Nintendo eShop.
It's true.
And
one of Nate's favorite series, Panty Island. Is it Panty Party 3? I forgot. What's one you like, Nate?
I have no idea what you said. I was too busy looking at Paul Gale with his shirt off. My bad. My bad.
Make a game about that. No,
One Favlam.
Yeah, no, but I think it's like, if you were going to censor things, and sure, censor them, but where's the consistency? Like, why this game all of a sudden, like, because doesn't like The Witcher as well have like straight up full nudity sex scenes as well, and they didn't do anything with that. Yeah. They were probably like, oh, they were like, it's so polygonal. No, just kidding.
Well,
No,
I think the big one that people are that's confusing a lot of people is Cyberpunk, because that one you get to like zoom in and customize.
Oh my god, yeah, that one's like, bro,
and it has all the
you're
sex
seeing cock
scenes
and balls.
Yeah, there's a lot of sex.
But
Yeah.
it's this. From what I understand, it's not just the sexual content that's being censored from the game. It's also cursing. From what I understand, is being censored from the game as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's because it's superheroes and they think it's like it because the whole point of the game is supposed to be, it's a subversion of like a very normally kiddish genre. I say that very generally. I don't mean that by everything, obviously, because things like The Boys exist and all that kind of stuff, right? But I wonder if it's because of that they felt like, upon first glance, it looks like it caters to one audience when it's really meant for another. And maybe that's their reasoning behind it. I don't know. It's very interesting, and I wish I knew what Nintendo's reasoning was for that. And also, I wish it was consistent. Like, if they were going to censor things, at least be consistent about it. But it's weird that they've just picked this game out of nowhere, seemingly, and it just doesn't. I don't. There's just no rhyme or reason to it. Because not only, I mean, I don't like censorship in games, especially with games like this, where it's like, okay, dog, it's everybody's got titties. Everybody got, you know, like, it's, who cares? If it's a mature game, it's a mature game. Like, let the art be what it is. But that's one thing. But if it's like they're not being consistent in their application of this censorship as well. And I think that's the other piece of it that makes it very frustrating. And I can imagine it's frustrating for the game devs as well. But then it's also asking the questions like, oh my God, what in the hell did you just put
Persona.
on the
This, yeah.
It's Persona. This is like an
You can
iconic
literally
anime.
play this on Switch right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you can
incredible.
capture it and level it up.
Yep.
Bro, this stream's gonna get demonetized, Nate.
I would know.
Nah, there's full places with ads still.
But yeah, I don't know. That's the biggest thing. It's just consistency. It's one thing to censor things. It's another thing to do it indiscriminately. That's where I'm at with it. It's unfortunate, and I feel bad for the devs.
Very good. Some good points there. Let's bring it on down to guest number 2. Sky, how are we feeling? What do we think about this?
I
This
have
madness.
I have very similar thoughts with the Lamb. I also think it might be because of like the superhero aspect, because it appeals to children very well. Like, adults obviously still like superheroes as well, but it really just makes no sense because like the whole cyberpunk thing, like we just brought up cyberpunk as like the main thing. There is so much in that game. The art is very realistic compared to like cartoon superheroes. And I didn't know that there was a streamer mode already in there. So it's very confusing to me why they felt like they were forced to censor the game so much. Like, I kind of understand like the nudity and stuff with kids, but I feel like swearing really, unless they're like doing it every other word, I think if you're a decent parent, you're probably going to tell your kids don't repeat that.
All right.
Not that they won't anyway. Like, as a kid, I was definitely naughty, but
I have a hot take about Dispatch in the inverse direction. I think it's a great game, but I also think that it's a male power fantasy in the sense it's like Twilight, but flip the gender roles. Like, there's two girls that are just sought after this quiet wallflower guy who doesn't, like, it's the lonely male power fan. It's just funny, and it's like these things would never happen in real life, but it's still fun. It's still good. But yeah, but the swearing is definitely like it's borderline like what's the word where they like swear every other, like those shows like a Has Been Hotel and like Circus. I forget the Digital Circus where they kind of swear like every other word, and you're like, okay, man, you're doing it for the sake of swearing at this point. But still, I don't think you should censor it. You should be able to drop as much F-bombs as you want. I'm with you, Sky. I'm with you.
yeah, I feel like they could do like 2 different versions, but then I feel like that makes no sense either. Because of like movies, we have different versions of movies where there's like uncut and then like, more. So, you could go see Titanic with the boobs out, or you could go see Titanic without the boobs out.
Yeah.
Had to bring it up,
Look, Titanic shouldn't be optional. That's the first time I saw it in front of my parents.
Really?
Yeah, my mom tried to cover my eyes. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
All right. There's
See, that's the censorship we need. The kids just need, the parents just need to go, and the kids when they're playing Dispatch, like, don't look.
I looked her in the face and I said, it's already in the spank bank. It's already.
I would say that. Are we getting a live? We know Nintendo Prime's sexual awakening with the tits in Titanic. Oh my goodness.
To be clear, I saw tits before Titanic came out. My parents just didn't know.
I would say, how old are you? No. But we should be able to see tits. That's the point.
I was in middle school.
That's the point.
That
We want to
is the
see them. Nintendo. The heck, man. Give us tits.
A lot of great points. Great point for Blam. And Eric, Eric, how are you feeling about that? I know this is a subject you're very passionate about.
Oh, totally.
So,
I mean, whatever happened to parent responsibility?
True.
Yeah.
It's rated M game or, whatnot. Don't get it for your kid.
Yeah.
There are adults out here that play video games and don't care if there's wang, tits, whatever. There are plenty of people out there that don't care. If you care, don't play it. And if you're a kid or a parent, don't buy it for your kid. It's really that simple. And I'm pretty sure this game already had an option to turn off the nudity.
Yep.
Yeah, it did.
Woo! So why? I just don't understand it. And again,
Yeah, you would,
kind of as Flavam said, it's just inconsistent. So, which is also stupid.
you would think just having the option would be enough.
Right.
Usually that's enough to
Yeah.
meet those standards, like not it being forced. So that's the other peculiar part as well. Like they have this mode already, and I don't know. Anyways, you get it. 5K hours is fine.
Honestly, though, you could spend that long just making your person. It took me like 40 minutes.
Baseball.
Paul Gale,
Crazy.
for all your listeners,
I-
Paul Gale
I thi-
dropped a super chat that says spent 5K hours in Cyberpunk, all character creator.
I think he's talking about a specific customization right there.
Right?
It took him 5,000 hours to get it just right.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, great. Great points, Eric. I agree with you. These ratings, they're very easy to read. They're right on the front of the games. You got E for everyone, T for teen, M for mature, with the reasons why. I definitely agree that I the fear of kids playing it, I mean, that is a little bit silly because parents need to be a little more responsible. And as far as like eShop purchases, I'm pretty sure there's parental controls already that censor the content, so that stuff already exists. Very interesting. But let's go over to Thunder Stash. Bring the thunder on this one, man. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so look, the Switch 2 has parental controls, okay? And obviously I don't use them, but I'm aware of them. I was just looking it up. Allows parents to set playtime limits, bedtime schedules, and restrict game content by age rating through the ESRB/PEGI. So, that solves it right there. Parents, use parental controls. They're there for you. They're not there for me. They're just there for you. Okay? Use it. Let the game exist as is. We don't need any censorship. We don't need Mortal Kombat with no blood, like on the Super Nintendo back in the day. There's no reason for this. Now, look, I understand that. I totally get the visual part here, and that this looks like a game that is marketed towards younger kids, teenagers, superheroes. I get that, and that they might buy the game and then be like, "Oh my god, yeah, there's body parts, right?" But again, we go back to the foundation of this all. Nintendo had a overview video on the parental controls. It's on their YouTube channel. Use them. Okay? If you don't use them, it is your fault as a parent. Period. Shut the F up. Don't get mad at Nintendo. That's on you. Take a look in the mirror. Don't be a victim. Don't blame other people. That's on you. That's how I feel about it. And of course, censorship. Look, I'm not for it. Okay. I don't know who is. I do think that when games are censored, I do think it's interesting how people react to it. Because a lot of people have massive meltdowns on the internet when there's censorship in a game. I think we see a lot of censorship with JRPGs as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
During the translation process, there's just, let's just say there's a lot of censorship, and there's a lot of things to try and meet the American audience where they are. And I'm not for that either. Let's just keep the game how the game was intended. Okay, let's keep the art form pure and how you intended it to be. But at the same time, like, I'm not going to not play a game because of this. I don't do that either. Like, I understand that both sides feel the way they feel. Mainly, I understand the side that doesn't like censorship, because I don't either. I want things to remain pure. Okay, I don't want to go on. Now, I don't have Disney anymore, but I want to go on the Disney Channel app and see that the movie I watched back in the day has been censored now, because people have some issues with things that were said in the 90s. Just let it live, man.
I think that
Deal with
on
it.
Disney Plus, a lot of them they let live. They just have a warning
Yeah,
where you watch it.
right. I know, but there's
I'm
been
okay with
some stuff
warning.
that's been censored, and
Yeah.
just let it live, man. We don't need to go back and rewrite the past. The best thing you can do is learn from it and do things different. That's it. But we shouldn't be rewriting shit. Shouldn't be rewriting history books. None of this stuff. Otherwise, how the hell are you going to learn? So obviously this is a lot bigger than just Dispatch, right? Like, again, the JRPG stuff. This happens a lot. Clothing stuff happens a lot. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. A lot is geared towards clothing articles.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, a lot of it is they were showing more skin in the 90s, and now they're not, and people aren't going to buy the game now. Now, look, I would never do that. Okay, I'm playing the game, for the gameplay, for the fun of it. I'm not going to have more fun if I can see more skin on a cartoon character. For me, that's weird. Okay, that's just how I am. I'm 40 years old. I would have gave you the same answer at 20 and the same answer at 15 and probably 10, because it's a cartoon character. I'm not attracted to a cartoon character. That's weird
Thunderstash
for me. I'm sorry.
He is not gooned out, chat. Don't worry about that.
But that's what I see a lot of the people being upset about is clothing stuff. Occasionally it's verbiage in the translation, but for the most part it's clothing articles, and some of it is body A or body B versus male or female, and people get really hung up on that. And look, I get it. I get that could rub some people the wrong way, but at the same time, is this going to change the gameplay? Is it going to change the way you feel about this game? If you're going to allow that to, I don't know how you step outside every day and just deal with everyday life. How do you drive yourself to work? You must get really worked up just driving to work and being out on the road with people and dealing with people in an office setting. You know what I mean? Like, these things are not that big of a deal. That's where I'm at with it. It's not worth not playing a game over. It's not worth dying on a hill for it. This is part of life. We go through changes. We evolve. Sometimes we devolve. I've seen that a lot too. You know what I mean? This is the only time I give my opinion on stuff like this, though. You'll never see me give my opinion on this freely on social media, because I don't do that. That's a waste of time. Also, there's too many games to play to go do that. There's too much going on, bro.
Yeah, to be fair, you're a YouTuber that does game reviews, so like you don't have time to be on social media for anything.
Just for my news. Yep, just for the news, man, just to see what's coming out, what's going on. But yeah, I really don't. But also, this is just not. It's not a really fun conversation. I think it's a good conversation to have, like in a setting like this. But I'm not going to go sound off on social media so I can, hear everyone's thoughts and opinions that are just
mostly just
a lot of times outrageous too.
Yeah. mean, it's an important conversation to have, but it doesn't mean you have to have it. Like, it's okay to just not have it. But obviously, for a show like ours, where we cover all things Nintendo, we need to talk about this. Like, it's important.
We have to. Yeah, this is a big deal. A lot of people are upset. And look, I was trying to look into like what exactly has changed in this game. Like, a lot of it's vague. A lot of the descriptions are
very vague.
And and like, look, whether it's someone's lower regions showing or not showing, or a woman's upper regions showing or not showing, it is not going to change my experience. It's not going to make it worse. It's not going to enrich it. Okay. And that's an important point for me to make, that it's not going to make things any better or any worse if I see someone's naked body parts. Okay. It's not going to make this a Thunderstash recommendation because I saw the body parts, and it's not now that I didn't. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it doesn't add anything. It also doesn't make it worse, doesn't make it better.
Mm-hmm.
So for something like this, from what I can gather, that's for the most part what it is. And then there's the whole other side of this coin, guys, is that if you go on the eShop and you see all this stuff that is literally catered to probably young guys, right? Young folks that are like the hentai games or whatever. Dude, what is going on? How is that kosher? You know what I mean? And this isn't. And you have to ask that, right? And so there's just so many angles to this. And ultimately, I think in a perfect world, this goes back on the parents, man. We gave you the tools to use the parental control settings. If you don't use it, it's on you. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. The tools are there. Use them. If you don't, you have no one to blame but yourself. And if your kid sees body parts, oh well. I guess it's time to have that conversation with them.
It's gonna happen eventually.
It's gonna happen eventually. Just rip the Band-Aid.
Dispatch could be the game that helps parents give the talk.
It could.
There you go. There you go. There are a lot worse ways to find out. There are a lot worse ways. No, I do want to say, like, I think in this context, I think I agree, but I do think in some contexts, I think the human body and having the full nudity can be not. I think censoring it can be a bit untasteful, especially because I feel like there is some intrinsic art and value in just the human body outside of sexual connotation. And so I think that sometimes censoring that is definitely inappropriate. Obviously, in this game, it's very much gooned out. It's very much for it's sexual. Everything is sexual, and it's also doing it for the sake of doing it. Like, that's like the whole point, right? Is it's doing it to be funny and off the wall, and to be in your face about it. But I just wanted to respectfully. I was like, I don't like. I agree, but I want to. I was like, well, I think the human body can have intrinsic artistic value beyond just being sexual. And I think sometimes it's valuable to appreciate that in art and other forms of media as well. So anyway,
you're right. You're right. You bring a good point. And look, if it was up to me, it would stay original, uncensored,
right?
And you deal with it. That's part of life. When you walk outside every day, life is uncensored.
True. Wait, didn't think about it like that.
Yeah.
Primal.
Yeah, all right. Look, guys.
Make your
I
peace.
don't care what the content is. I want to be very clear about this. Don't care what the content is. Censorship's bullshit. That's what ratings are for. It's an M-rated game. Oh, it's superheroes. Okay, so is The Boys. I wouldn't let my kids watch that. It doesn't matter. It's fucking superheroes. Superheroes are enjoyed by adults too. You know what else happens to be enjoyed by adults, apparently? At least supposedly. How about all the hentai fucking games that drop on the eShop every goddamn day? every fucking day. I'm actually kind of pissed about this because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
This game's being targeted. And I don't know why. Is it because it's the 87? Because that's what it is on OpenCritic. It's an 87 when it came out in October of last year on other platforms. So it's a highly regarded game. So people would be hyped for it. But it is full nudity in that highly regarded version. I get maybe having the censor on by default, or I get maybe making them want to censor the art, because even the hentai games, they don't show too much in the actual like eShop listing. You see it once you buy the game. So I get maybe having some censorship on that aspect, especially because parents can't be trusted to age gate their kids on the eShop. But in the actual game itself, even if the setting's on by default, you should be able to turn it off like you can on every other version of this game. And the bottom line is Nintendo's done this with their own games. You can go look at Xenoblade and watch the costume changes between the original Japanese version and the US one. It's fucking wild. And look, I'm just like Stash. I don't need to see cartoon tits, dicks, and asses to enjoy a video game. I don't like hentai. I like the real fucking thing, and I have it upstairs in my bedroom right now waiting for me. I don't need that kind of shit in my games. But can it be additive to storytelling at times? I don't know that you need the nudity to be additive, but maybe. Sure. It doesn't bother me when games have it. Right? The Witcher 3, tons of sex scenes. It didn't bother me. This is what it is. Part of the game. You know, Geralt's a sexual beast. It is what it is. That's part of his personality. You know, Bayonetta. She's a sexual being. It's okay.
So that's a Nintendo IP, and she's
it's not technically Sega IP, but
no, the Bayonetta. It's the cameraman's a pervert. That's the thing. That's the joke of Bayonetta. The cameraman's the pervert.
The cameraman's definitely a pervert. But no, seriously, like the problem for me is one, I don't think there should be any censorship. I think that's what age ratings are for. But setting that aside, if there is going to be censorship, why is it so random? It's random. Like you're just randomly pulling a game out of the hat. This is the one we're going to tell them they have to censor to release on our platform. That's what pisses me off about it. Like, I don't want to hear this bullshit that I don't criticize Nintendo. This is on Nintendo. I'm not putting this on parents. This is Nintendo. They're not forcing every game to be censored. They're picking and choosing. It's bullshit. It's an M-rated fucking video game. Leave it alone. It says in its rating who the audience is for. If parents fucked up and let their kids buy it, that's on the parent. Just like it is when they let them buy Call of Duty. Just like it is when you let them have Cyberpunk and they literally in the character creation are seeing flopping dicks and tits all everywhere. That's on the parents.
Yeah.
And I don't buy the excuse that they made it censored for the parents or because they're worried about kids playing it. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think, for starters, I think it's mostly Nintendo of America that made it happen. Because they have a history of doing it with Nintendo's own games. They've literally censored Japanese games from Nintendo in America. Literally, these are made by Nintendo. This is we live in a country where, yeah, you have to be 18 or older now officially, but porn is free. You can get it everywhere. It's on every device. And in this country, we got to worry about someone paying to see naked cartoons. Who cares? It's their life. I don't care. It doesn't affect my enjoyment of the game. But if it affects other people's enjoyment, sure. Dude, if I'm a 21-year-old single guy and I want to jack off to some hentai, whatever.
Whoa.
That's Base. Wait, Base.
You have a right. You have a right to do that.
No, you do. No, you're
relaxed,
spinning.
dude.
You're actually spinning. Unironically, yeah, no, you're right.
I know that's bullshit game. We talked about this before. The kids are definitely not watching this show. The one show they shouldn't turn into. And guys, you ever wonder why, there was someone today on social media that was like, I don't know why Nintendo doesn't work with you.
Yeah, after this episode, it ain't happening.
Dude, There's a reason. I'm not family friendly, and I am highly critical of very specific things they do, and this is one of them. I don't know why dispatch is being targeted. What pisses me off is that nobody ever asks Nintendo about this. Ever. The very first interview with Nintendo of America's president should ask, why is dispatch censored but none of these other games are? Seriously. Is it because Cyberpunk's a AAA game? So if you're a higher budget game, you can get away with it? What's the reason? What's the actual reason that you don't force all these other games to get censored, but you force this one? You know why people don't want to bring it up? Because then it might draw attention to the fact Nintendo's not doing that. Then they might start censoring everything. So there could be a catch-22 where like people don't want to point out to Nintendo that, hey, you're kind of inconsistent with your censorship, because then they might just get more draconian. But I just find this to be highly interesting. There was a question that came in that is related to this that I find funny because I already know what the answer is. It had to do with GTA. It was someone saying, let's see if I can find it here. Of course, now I can't find it. Oh, yeah, I got her here. From Jamal Ball says, with Nintendo censorship of dispatch, do y'all think Switch 2 will get a port of GTA 6? The answer is yeah, because they won't censor GTA 6. They won't censor it, just like they didn't censor Cyberpunk.
It's too big of a game.
Yeah, they won't censor it. So it's like, they didn't censor GTA 1 through 3. Why are they going to censor GTA 6?
I mean,
Well, then
I think there's more to the story than that, because the fact of the matter is, I know people are wondering, like, oh, is it because CD Projekt Red makes The Witcher and Cyberpunk these huge AAA high budget games? I don't think that's the case at all. And I'll get into it more when I dive into my thoughts. And I mean, I think the proof of that is all that hentai stuff.
Yeah, that's literally what I was about to say. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not from, not even AA. It's like cheap ass
shovelware.
One person in their basement doing asset flips.
Running asset flips and punching it into AI. Yeah.
But like, this is the thing. I saw the one comment say, it wasn't Nintendo's decision. Did you read the statement? The statement from Dispatch was that Nintendo forced them to censor the game. So it was Nintendo's decision. Dispatch had to censor itself or they wouldn't let the game release.
Well, because I'm looking at this is an overview, so give it whatever. But it says Nintendo maintains a family-friendly image, generally prohibiting explicit nudity. But again, we've seen it though through many of their other games. I don't know, like their other games that are on the platform.
Yeah, it's wild to me. It's absolutely wild to me, because I know what their general public policy is, of course.
Right.
They generally frowned upon, but that's key thing is that we're generally, because it means they'll still allow it. It's just up to their discretion.
There's someone on Reddit who's made a list of every. This is 3 years ago too. It's not even in the wake of this stuff. They made a list of like a bunch of games that have explicit nudity at some point in. Okay, Mario. They listed Mario Odyssey. Come on, man. Mario in his swimming suit ain't actually.
What?
That's funny,
dude. It was
all right. Never mind. Don't use that as a reference. Never mind. I'm glad I read the list.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Flam. Sorry.
No. You had it. I was saying back to you.
Yeah, I think everyone's made really great points, and I love that Prime is asking the why, because I really think the why is the most important part here. It's very confusing, and it makes me wonder, like, did they change their policy? Is this like a new policy change, and going forward, that sort of content they don't want on the platform? Is it a case-by-case scenario? We don't know, but I do think there is a theme here, and it's really unfortunate because I think this is a theme that's plagued Switch 2 since its big reveal, and I think there's a huge messaging issue like that's been going on ever since the reveal of Switch 2, and I feel like Nintendo keeps getting this bad press because of their bad communication about what's going on with their hardware and software over and over and over again. It's really unfortunate. And maybe this is a one-off, and it's for whatever reason Nintendo has for this game. What really sucks about this is if other M-rated games or other games that have maybe slightly more explicit content come out on the system and they're uncensored, not everyone's tapped in and tuned in to like the latest news stories, what's going on with every game. Most gamers are casual. They see the trailers, they hear about the new games. There's going to be a lot of word of mouth from people now saying like, oh, don't get that game on Switch 2. Nintendo censors M-rated games now. And people are just going to think that's the message going forward with anything. Even if Grand Theft Auto is an exception, like Prime is saying it would be, even if that's the case, people aren't going to know that because they're going to associate this company with censoring. I think it just hurts everyone. From what I understand, there's already people wanting refunds, and it's a really bad look when you don't know that your game is censored until it comes out. So it's not surprising some people are like, oh well, I want to get the full version on PlayStation or on PC, because despite the fact that they're saying that it's the same experience just without nudity, without cussing, apparently they're censoring middle finger in the game too. They censor that. They can't show that.
That's crazy.
So why should anyone trust that it's 100% the same game just with that stuff censored? I don't know. Like, I'm with you, Prime, and with you, Stash, that like this isn't make or break. It doesn't change the gameplay experience. But is the gameplay unchanged minus those things? I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see when people compare both versions of the game to see if there is changes to the story. But I just don't think it's a good look. I agree. I think censorship all around is bad. Let the art be pure. Let it be the vision of the creators, and let the art live and die by its own merits. ESRB exists for a reason. We have those ratings here. There's no excuse. I think listen, I understood more some of the chat conflict with Nintendo, because I understand Nintendo has a large audience of younger players, and I know that they don't want their audience playing with creepos, because let's just be real. Unfortunately, we live in a sick world where there's a lot of creeps out there. So that I understand a little bit more, because I know just look at the whole freaking Roblox crap that's going on. It's enough to make you sick. But this is like, they already have the option to toggle it on and off. We already have an ESRB rating. We already have parental controls on the console. Let it be. You're not only hurting your own image, but you're hurting the game, and you're hurting the potential to make, like, don't you guys want to make money? You're hurting the potential to make money. There's a lot of people who have multiple consoles. I'll get to you in a sec, Prime. There's a lot of people who have multiple consoles who waited for Switch 2 because they like the hybrid nature, who are probably going to opt for PC or PlayStation 5 now. That's just the fact. Maybe it is because they want to see cartoon boobies. I don't know. But it's just the fact. For the same reason that there's people who are going to buy big games on PlayStation because Switch doesn't offer trophies. They're going to want the complete experience with all the bells and whistles, even if those whistles have nipples on them. So, Prime, I know you want to say something.
So, this is kind of interesting. I went on Dispatch's Discord server and just sifting through some things. It's a really confusing situation because, right, the quote itself comes from Ad Hoc, right? They're the ones saying that they had to censor the game per, the individual requirement of the platform to be published, right? So basically, they're putting out there, hey, we had to censor this game because of the rules for Nintendo, which again don't seem to make a lot of sense given that all these other games are out not censoring themselves on Nintendo. Straight up prong games happening on the platform. So it's kind of weird. Well, I haven't done enough digging yet, but based on what people are saying on the Discord server, there's been multiple confirmations, I'm assuming from the game developer side, because Ad Hoc Studios is a publisher, not the game developer, that Nintendo did not require them to censor it.
Oh.
Ad Hoc made the decision of their own volition. Now that is that is the chatter on the Discord server. The problem is ad hoc is pointing the finger at Nintendo. But it seems that there's some conflicting information where possibly Nintendo didn't twist their arms to have to do it. They maybe suggested that could have been a thing, but there was apparently no mandate or requirement. Ad hoc decided completely on their own. Now that is what is being talked about on the Discord server, and that there's been quote unquote multiple confirmations. I haven't seen the confirmations at this time, so
I take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
even if it's possible, because that's a pretty bold thing to do with a brand new release on a system, and just lie and throw them under the bus seems a little bit.
Yeah, it feels weird.
It feels weird, but it also strangely would make sense. It makes more sense than, like, it makes more sense to me that ad hoc would do that and kind of keep it vague and just try to staying out as a way for them to stay out of trouble with Nintendo than big Nintendo coming down with the hammer, because they haven't done this with anybody else. So why would they pick this one? Like, because are there other examples of Nintendo? I guess we did say there were some.
There are examples of them censoring.
Yeah,
just not to this extreme, like the middle finger.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is like, if there hasn't been anything this explicit from them, and has it ever been from a third party game?
No.
Yeah, they've never censored somebody else's game. It's always been in-house games, right?
Well, they've censored other people's games before, but it was like a long time
No, but
ago.
not in the Switch era.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Not that I recall in the Switch era. I don't think
Here's
so.
the thing. Here's the thing, though. If that's true, this goes back to what I said at the beginning of my statement, that there's been a messaging issue with Nintendo. I think they've had really poor messaging. If that's true, this is the perfect opportunity for some good messaging from Nintendo, being like, hey, we leave these decisions up to the developers. This has nothing to do with us.
Yeah. Right. One simple one-line statement from people when you reach out for comment from Nintendo is, we did not require them to censor their game. You'll have to reach out to the publisher to find out why they did it.
Yeah, we leave that decision up to the publishers and how they want to release.
Because that alone would be like, oh, so Nintendo didn't do it. Then people would dig much deeper into what the hell is going on and why is ad hoc pointing the finger at Nintendo. I think it's really fascinating because, like, it makes more sense. Like I was obviously mad there at Nintendo. It makes more sense that, since no other game is really forced to be censored like this, that it would have been not Nintendo's decision. But I don't know. I don't know. You know, like, the one person who turned me onto this is Slash Bryce in the chat. Shout out to you, man, for pointing out that I should check out the Discord server, which is exactly what I did. And he says, they won't do that. They won't throw the devs. I'm confused. This is what I don't understand about any of this. So if ad hoc made the decision of their own volition, why? They didn't do this on any other platform. So why? Are they under the impression the only people playing games on Nintendo are kids? Because if that's the case, they're ignoring Nintendo's own data that shows it's like 85% of the audience is above the age of 18, with like 75% above the age of 25. Nintendo's own metrics say that. And then, if that's the case, are you seriously trying to get your M-rated game in front of children? Like, that's also not a good message. You know your game is M-rated, so you're censoring it so it can be in front of kids. But you weren't targeting kids with your game. So it's a very confusing situation that, like, they're pointing the fingers at Nintendo, but they're apparently, by the way, this confirmation that it wasn't Nintendo, I have not actually seen it.
Yeah, I think I really just think if that's the case, it's as simple as Nintendo executing great messaging and just be like, hey, we leave this up to the developers. Every developer is in charge of how they want to release their games on specific platforms. We don't get involved in that. Done.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just looks bad on Nintendo.
Yeah, Nintendo hasn't been stopping hentai games from coming out. They haven't stopped the AAA games from all their sex scenes and nudity. So it's kind of weird. And the one thing I know Nintendo's team does do, just something I've been told, is the basic minimum they do is just make sure it doesn't break their system. That's what they're checking before they approve a game coming out. They're not really doing the seal of quality checks like you guys became aware of, 30 years back. So
and here's the thing. because I do see some people in chat saying like, "Oh, Nintendo, Nintendo isn't going to take shots at a developer," but they don't have to take a shot. All they have to do is say that they're not censoring the game. It's not taking a shot at a developer. And Nintendo, Nintendo could be like, "Hey, we want you to update it to have the original version on the game as well." That toggle.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, because like there has been a lot of backlash online today, but everyone's mad at Nintendo. It's like, well, if they're not to blame, then we're pointing the finger at the wrong place. But it sounds like, again, I haven't seen how we somehow know it wasn't Nintendo, because the only statements we have from the people who made the game are pointing at Nintendo. So I need to see the proof, obviously, that somebody internal at the company, I would assume, be the only people that can provide the proof that, hey, Nintendo didn't make us do this. We chose to do it. And if that's the case, and they're making that known on a public Discord server, then why the fuck are you lying when you were interviewed by Eurogamer and saying you'd made the decision because of Nintendo? Unless to you guys, the decision wasn't, oh, Nintendo made us do it. We made the decision because we think Nintendo's for kids. Well, your game's not for kids. So then just don't release your game on Nintendo. If that's what you truly feel. I don't know. To me, this is a really fucked up situation. And hopefully a journalist or something out there does their fucking job and gets to the bottom of this and gets a big breaking story tomorrow about the truth behind the censorship of Dispatch. So we know what the fuck is going on and who we should be angry at. Because right now, millions online are pissed at Nintendo.
You really think it's millions?
It probably is, yeah. I do think it's millions.
I saw millions know about this.
I saw a video on this today get 2.3 million views. And the whole video was just pissed at Nintendo. The whole comment section just pissed at Nintendo.
I think this will come and go.
It'll come and go like every story does. It's the internet, right? You get to tomorrow and it's something else.
Yeah.
That's the internet for you.
It'd be buried.
But it still doesn't change the fact that we should know where the anger should be blamed.
Or just don't get angry at all. That's how you really win.
Yeah, I think it's less about the anger and more like it's just like, one, you hold the correct person accountable if they are doing unnecessary censorship. So I think it's less anger and more just accountability, especially if it's like not Nintendo that's doing this. It's like, okay, well,
for me, it's the same question. Why? Why? If Nintendo made them do it, why? If you did it of your own volition and pointed at Nintendo as the reason, why? Because right now you're leaving us guessing at things like, oh, do you think only kids play the platform? But you made an M-rated game, so why do you care? Oh, are you trying to make your game appeal more to kids? Because that's fucked up. Like, the why matters a lot, and I don't know that there's a why for this that makes anyone look good. Besides maybe absolving Nintendo if they didn't make them do it. So, it's funny too. I see people in the chat. Who cares? The game's not really a banger. Move on. First off, censorship's important to talk about in settings like this.
Yes.
Two, the game is literally an 87. This isn't like shit ass $2. Nobody plays the game, dude. It sold like 1 million copies in like a week when it came out last October.
And it's got like really prominent voice actors and actresses in the game as well. It's like a really big production, and it's a very quality product, which, I mean, I know that there's a lot of high quality things that get high quality people, but anyways, the point being, like it's not something you just turn your nose at by any means.
And it's highly regarded.
Even if you don't like the game, like it's a good game, or it's widely regarded as one. So
yeah, there's also that thing too on the back of my mind that's like, regardless if it's a good game or not, if a story breaks that Nintendo forced censorship, we're going to talk about it,
right?
Because that shouldn't be happening. But again, we have quotes from Ad Hoc at Eurogamer pointing at Nintendo, and then a Discord server that's actually the official one for the game, the company, apparently saying in there that, oh, Nintendo didn't make them do it. I don't know. This is why we need a journalist to get to the bottom of this. And I know there's very few really, really good ones out there in the gaming industry, but there are some. I would appreciate if one of them got on this to try to dig out the truth. So we're not just stuck with Eurogamer quotes and everyone getting mad and not knowing what's going on. Granted, everyone's going to forget about this in 24 hours. We can probably move on to our next topic.
I don't know what we're yelling about.
I don't know what we're yelling about. Which I believe goes to Stash Man. Although I'll let him finish chewing over there for a second because this is the big one. This is the headliner. This is what we're here for. This is the one that take up most of the show. What the fuck are we talking about, Stash? I know. Stash is always like every single show eating some really good shit, and I'm always just like, fuck you. God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here trying to lose weight. He's over there stuffing his face. Anyways, I'll stuff my face quick. You go on. What's the next topic?
All right, yeah. So this is the big one, guys. This is the headliner for this week's episode. And yeah, it's massive because look, it's going to be the first Nintendo Direct of 2026. Obviously, it's a big deal because this is Switch 2's first year. So you really want to set the table right. Now, we have the Tamagotchi Life Direct tomorrow. Woo! But obviously, that's not what we're focusing on. We're going to be talking about the Direct happening next week. And yeah, I think we can kind of start off with the first part, like the general nature of it. And curious to hear your guys' thoughts, and we'll move on to the kind of the next thing here. But what do you guys think it is? Do you think it's a partner direct or a general direct? Nate?
Sure, I'll go first here. General. I think it has to be a general. Not just because Switch 2 needs it. There's a ton of games coming. You play third-party games, especially. There's a ton of stuff to play. You know, I'm not complaining about having a lack of things to play. People always tell me all the time, "Well, we need a direct because we need things to play." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? There's a shitload to play." But you just got to open your horizons beyond Nintendo exclusives. And I do know that there is an audience that buys Nintendo and only plays Nintendo. Now, that doesn't mean they don't play other games. They just play them on other systems. So for them, they're enjoying all these third-party games on their PlayStation, their Xbox, their PC. So I get for that crowd, for them, really the exclusives are what matter the most because, yeah, and then you have the Nintendo audience that, yeah, a lot of them don't necessarily play a lot of the third-party offerings. They're really honed in on very select Nintendo IP. I should argue you shouldn't own a Switch 2 until that IP comes out because otherwise you're torturing yourself, basically, by buying a system that's really expensive and then being mad when the game you want that hasn't even been announced yet isn't announced. It's like, well, you could at least wait for the announcement, if nothing else. That said, yeah, a general makes a lot of sense for so many different logistical reasons. One of them being like this Twitter Direct they kind of did. It was all Switch 1 stuff, which I thought was very interesting. Besides the Mario Wonder thing. Obviously, that was the Switch 2 edition for that. But everything else was about Switch 1. The Direct tomorrow's about Switch 1, although there's probably a Switch 2 edition of Tamagotchi Life. I don't doubt that's going to be announced tomorrow. But still, it's a game that was targeted for Switch 1, announced for Switch 1. Probably going to sell really well, too. Tamagotchi Life, for those who don't know, the original game is the number 11 best-selling game on 3DS. It is sold better than any Kirby game, any Fire Emblem game. It's actually quite a big deal that we're getting a sequel here. So it's probably going to sell well. But unfortunately, that's not what people are waiting for. Like we have a bunch of known games coming. You know, we have obviously Mario Tennis Fever coming up. We have the Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. We have the Dust Bloods, right? It's supposed to come sometime this year. Splatoon Raiders is announced, but no year given yet. But you start thinking beyond that, we don't really know a whole lot. And none of those games, and this is no offense, because I think Dust Bloods will end up actually being really, really good. But I think it's kind of a wild card as a third-party exclusive. Timed exclusive, maybe. I have no idea. Outside of that one that I think will be like highly praised, most likely just because of Miyazaki, I feel like there's nothing that I just said that sounds like that's why you buy a Switch 2.
I agree.
And they need that this year. Last year, you could say you get it for Mario Kart World, you get it for DK Bonanza. Those are the reasons you buy the system. Okay. But what if you're not into Mario Kart or into DK? What's the next reason to buy it? Still waiting. They need the games that make people want to buy the system. And so I feel like you can't just wait till June to drop an announcement of one of those games. So it has to be. I feel like that Twitter Direct was a big sign because I kind of feel like it cleared the slate. It took care of all the announcements that would have got absolutely buried if they would have put it in a Direct. Absolutely. Like Tamagotchi Life. Oh, really exciting on its own. And going to get a lot of views tomorrow. That Direct's probably going to get over 1 million views. It's going to do really well. However, in context of, say, a Direct that maybe a 3D Mario is dropped in, an Ocarina of Time remake is dropped in, a Smash Bros is dropped, no one's going to be talking about Tamagotchi Life the next day. So get all this stuff out now so you have that little time to run. Mario Wonder got his little shine for a couple of days. Tamagotchi Life's getting its shine tomorrow. You let these smaller, and I say smaller, I'm not trying to act like these are small things. Mario and Tamagotchi are big things, but they would be overshadowed in a Direct that has any sort of massive announcement in it. So you just take care of that stuff now. I kind of feel like that's one of the huge signs for it. Some of the insiders as well that have been indicating there's a Direct next week, which for just to recap on who that is, Nate the Hate. That's like the one that he says it, you know, it's happening. Right. Anyways, you got Nate the Hate, you got Switch Force saying that he knows about one next week, which is, you know, after what he did last year, after the beat 'em up stuff, really proved he does have connections. Then, you know, you have obviously Attack the Backlog, friend of the channel, coming out there, Nash Weedle as well, and others. And some of these people saying things like they're hearing about anniversary announcements happening in the Direct. Well, you're not getting any Nintendo anniversary announcements if it's not a general Nintendo Direct. So I think for all of those reasons, it has to be a general Nintendo Direct. Now, my personal perspective, if it is a partner Direct, I'll be happy because I think there's a shitload of really big games about to be announced for Switch 2 from third parties. So I'll actually be really excited. However, the internet's going to be aflame. And I'll say, selfishly, as a content creator who covers Nintendo for a living, it would be very beneficial to the channel if this is the general Nintendo Direct. The third-party game get quite the same attention. I do cover them every single day in my videos. You guys see me covering the news, but it's like, let's just be honest. The headline probably wasn't about that third-party game because that's not why people are watching the video.
Okay. Flavam, what do you think?
I think I'm going to build off of Nate's point. So if it ends up being a partner Direct, I think it'll be fine. Like I think it'll be like lots of things to go off of. But I think that if it is that, then we're going to have to, I don't know, it's not going to be a very strong first party year is what I'm worried about. I'm more worried about the direction of the first party stuff. After that, like I'll be like, okay, great, give me cool third party stuff, but what are we doing from now until at least June, you know? And we might get the Twitter Directs, but you know, I would be disappointed if there was if it was just a partner Direct. I won't lie. Of course, the rest of the internet probably would be too, but you know, that's just me. Yeah. That's where I'm at with it.
Alyssa.
I'm pretty much gonna like echo a little bit here, but I could see it going either way with general or third party Direct, because we have like all the rumors about how this year's supposedly supposed to be a big year for third parties, so I could see it being that type of Direct, but I really feel like they need to do a general because we don't know about too many games right now this year. Hold on, sorry. I didn't really think about like my reasonings why I would think that. I kind of just like made a bunch of predictions. But like we need release dates for certain games. Like they showed us Duskbloods back in April last year, so they showed it off early 2025. So I feel like it needs to be shown again soon with a release date. And if they're showing it that soon, I feel like it's probably the first half of the year. So they'd want to show that before the June Direct, the typical June summer Direct. Elden Ring got postponed, so we need an update on Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's a third party, but they still show third party stuff in generals.
Yeah.
Splatoon Raiders, they didn't give us any sort of release date or anything really about that, just a little teaser. So I could see us getting more information on that, even if we don't get a release date. Maybe they just show us another trailer for it. Expedition 33, I could see being in either a general or a partner. The developers expressed interest in bringing it to Switch 2. And now that they got their thank you update out of the way during the Game Awards, now what's next is a Switch 2 port. I think we'll see those exclusive indie game orbitals because they kind of accidentally went like, hey, we're going to be in the next direct.
So for everyone, for anyone who doesn't know, this was part of this whole topic is that they did accidentally, it appears, already announced. It was on, was it Bibly?
Yeah.
The Chinese video platform. Stating that they'll be in the next Nintendo Direct.
The official account, by the way, it came from the official account for the game, so it wasn't like a fan thing. And it was deleted like 15 minutes after they made the comment, probably because they might have got a phone call. So they basically confirmed a Direct is coming and their game is in it, and it's like, well, there you go.
Yeah, and you know what? Just to lend a little bit more credence to that too, the Disney Afternoon Collection for Switch 2, that wasn't formally announced by Atari or Digital Eclipse. A trailer was out, and then it was private at 15 minutes later. So you can't access the trailer. And I would very much presume that is for the Direct. So we'll go ahead and continue, Alyssa.
Go in the bonkers goof troop.
Do we have a release date for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, or is it still just spring?
Nope.
It's
still
just
a mystery.
Okay.
It's still a mystery.
Yeah, so we need a date for that. I feel like that would probably come out near around like the movie. The movie comes out April 1st. I feel like they want to do a lot of Mario stuff right now first. Maybe show something Zelda. Like realistically, I honestly think we could see the Ocarina of Time remake, not necessarily come out this year, but I think we could see it. This would be sad, but I would still be happy to have it. But Twilight Princess on GameCube NSO, I'd rather have a port, and I'll talk about that when we talk about our wants.
That's on my bingo card from end of the year.
Or another Zelda thing I could see for in this Direct is Triforce Heroes. It's the least Zelda game that I would want. But it makes a lot of sense to bring it now with the game chat. And I actually feel like I would enjoy the game more now that I actually have friends to play it with. Before I just played it on my own. I didn't even play it online. I'm like, this is miserable. This is not the Zelda that I love. So, but I feel like now with the Switch, the game chat, all the communities now around, I feel like it would be not as shitty of a game.
That seems like one that I could see them actually spicing up a little bit, maybe making it a little bit more content rich to make it more enticing, on the Switch. I don't know. I could see them adding to what already existed in the original. But...
Yeah, more costumes, outfits, abilities.
It would be
build
a lot
off
of
of what they've learned from Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, because like growing up, obviously like with Four Swords Adventures, if you wanted to play that on GameCube, you needed the GBAs, you needed friends that they all had the GBAs, you needed the connectors
the link cables,
the link cables for it. And I always thought that even probably two years ago, we were talking about the possibility of GameCube NSO, how cool it would be to be able to play that since the NSO has online play and they add it for old games.
Did everything?
Like, man, that'd be such a perfect candidate. So, very excited for that possibility. Triforce Heroes is obviously in the same vein as that as well.
Yeah, I would be fine with either. I'd take them all. I want all the Zelda on the Switch. Switch. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, I think we could see that again, get a release date for that potentially, because I feel like they're showing games that are going to come out relatively like soon-ish.
Yes.
Like not necessarily like in a couple months, but like in the next 6 months to a year. Like I don't think they're showing off games now that aren't coming out until like next year or like winter time. Like I think they're coming out sooner than that. We have that rumor about like a new IP similar, like sounds like it could be an ARMS sequel, potentially Punch Out. So I think we could see a new IP, whether it's that or just something different, which kind of leads into another thing I have with Monolith Soft's project that they've been working on. Could be their new thing, and if it's not that, then maybe it's Xenoblade 2 Switch 2 edition. And then I got 2 more things here. I have Amina, the Hollower release date. I don't think it's coming out in 2030. And I think that game looks beefy enough or like warranted to be in a general, not just shoved into an indie. I think we could see a new release date coming out because it sounded like they were pretty much done with it. They were just trying to work through some bugs. So
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't think that we're waiting much longer for that one. And
It's
then
not really correct, but we also can't say what it is.
Yeah. I'm like, they probably know more than what I know.
That was the public. I was
but-
saying it's correct of the public statement.
Yes, that is 100%.
That's what I was trying
You were
to.
right
That's
on
what I was
that.
saying. Right. Yeah. We could.
Or
talk
maybe
offline
there's
about
more
other
stuff they added to it and they can show us that.
Well, I'll just say it's warranted that it could be
Okay,
at a
yeah.
general direct. You're dead on about that. You guys both are.
And then the last thing I have is something Metroid. Either we get Prime 2 Echoes for GameCube NSO. That was in that little Walmart tease, but I kind of felt like we were going to get that either on NSO or remade. I'd rather it be like remade looking like Prime 1 remastered or just maybe a little bit better resolution, just a little less choppy.
Yeah.
But those are my realistic expectations. The ones
Okay.
get a little crazy.
All right. I like those.
Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
I could go.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear it. And
Cool.
just your
Just what
prediction.
kind of direct? Or am I
what
doing
kind of
prediction?
direct? Just dive into your predictions too, and then
Okay.
we'll go around and do that, and then we'll get the wish list after we've all went.
Okay, yeah, because I got to work on my wish list still. Okay, cool. Awesome. It's gonna be I firmly believe it's gonna be an indie direct on the 5th.
No.
I'm kidding.
No.
No. I could see it. I could see it going either way. Between a mainline direct and a partner showcase. And I'll be honest, like, I don't think I'd be disappointed if it was a third-party showcase, and the reason why is I think about the end of last year. Directs were stacked, man. We were getting direct announcements like every month. All that a third-party showcase tells me is that a direct is coming soon. Like, period. Like, I don't think we'd get a third-party showcase and then it'd be 4 months till the next direct. I think the main line would be around the corner. So that just means more directs and more games, which is awesome. But that being said, my gut tells me, my heart tells me that it's going to be a mainline direct for a lot of the same reasons that have already been mentioned. The fact that, like, you want to build excitement early. You want to get people excited about what's coming to your new platform. I was very both critical and anticipating what Nintendo's big holiday game was going to be. We didn't end up getting one. And I think that's more important now than ever, especially with some of the challenges that the video game industry is facing. There's potential for price increases. So how do we combat that? How about we have some killer releases? We generate hype that people want your system no matter what. I think you hit the ground running. You keep up the momentum. If it's a third party, which I'm leaning towards a mainline, announce that you've got a main direct coming shortly after, in the near future. But yeah, that's where I'm leaning with that. I just think it makes the most sense from a business side. And look at what Microsoft just put out. They, this is a console that's really struggling, but that was a great showcase of some really strong looking games. They've already built one of the most exciting lineups for the year. So I think it's time for Nintendo to step up and show what's been going on in the background. Just to go over some predictions, I'm not going to get too hardcore on this because I do have a video coming out, a collab video that's going to go over some top predictions for the Direct. But I do think we're going to see a lot of known quantities, which includes obviously the highly anticipated Dawn Bloods from Software. Dustbloods, my bad.
Yeah, I was like,
I think we might see a release date and trailer for Professor Clayton.
oh, he's doing a bit.
There's also Deca Security. That's one that got delayed. Elden Thing. I know this is one that people were complaining a lot about performance, but it seemed to be quite improved. There's Splatoon Arc Raiders. I know this is one that the community's talking a lot about. Right?
Stash's laugh. Your mic
All right,
picked
that
that up
one-
from in the background. That was great.
Splatoon Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah. Yoshi and the Really Big Book. That's one that beautiful art style.
Honestly, that's a better name than the original.
I'm kidding. These are all games that I do expect to see, but guys, if you don't know the names, come on now. What are we doing here? I think Professor Layton, this is one we've been waiting for a release date on. I think this is the year. I don't think it goes to 27. I think it makes the most sense to do the release date reveal in a Nintendo showcase, with the strong history on Nintendo platforms. Deca Police, it's level 5. I think this game looks really unique and really cool. I know there's concerns about development with some of the delays, but I actually think this one could be a sleeper hit. We'll have to wait and see. I know a lot of people are excited for Elden Ring. I might double dip on this one. I never played the DLC, so I don't know. I love FromSoft games, so I don't know. I'm there's like an internal debate on whether I go back or not. We'll see.
Double dip, baby. Get that chip in there.
Splatoon Raiders, more specifically, I think we'll get a trailer for it, like a brief trailer, and I could see them mentioning a date for a Splatoon specific Direct, or mentioning that they'll be announcing at a later date a Splatoon Direct, for more of a like deep dive overview of what the game is. Fire Emblem, I agree with Alyssa. I think Fire Emblem, I think this is going to be one of the highest, if not highest rated Nintendo games of the year. I know Three Houses didn't crack the 90s, but I really think Fire Emblem has been getting better and better. And this game looked much better than Three Houses, at least as far as like art style goes. And I think the setting's really unique and cool on this one. Yoshi, I'm excited for this one purely based on the art style. As far as the game, I don't know. I've never really gotten into any of the Yoshi games. They always do really fun stuff with art styles. I wish the gameplay matched that that level of greatness. Orbitals, regardless of that leak, this one kind of feels like a no-brainer. This was the big reveal for Nintendo at the Game Awards. The game is stunning. I like I said about Yoshi, if the gameplay matches how wonderful this game looks, we're in for a special gem. It looks like they're taking on kind of that what's it called? It Takes Two and Split Fiction style gameplay, which is already a proven formula. So this one's way on my radar. And guys, I love the 80s stuff. I love the 80s sci-fi. It almost has like a Miyazaki look to it. Not from Software Miyazaki, Studio Ghibli Miyazaki look. That I really like.
I think it's more not to like correct.
Yeah, no.
I think it's more inspired by Dragon Ball.
Is it?
Looks very,
Okay.
yeah, it looks very Dragon Ball-esque. I don't know. Not to like.
No,
it's
it's okay.
hard, right? But I think they said something about being inspired. God, I forget his name. He just recently passed. The person.
Yeah,
who
the
wrote
main
an
artist.
animated, the original Dragon Ball. Yeah, but it's got a lot of that kind of look to it, and I think
Sure.
that's part of it.
It's
regardless,
80s
but I'm with you. It's got a lot of charm.
There's like there's also like I don't know, for anyone who's like an anime fan, if you've ever watched like old animes, like it has
Right.
there's a look to old anime too,
Right.
that the game has that's just really cool. And And then I also I expect to see some Switch 2 editions, announced. I don't know how many, but I think that's a pretty safe bet. NSO announcements or a NSO announcement, whether it's new games coming to GameCube, whether it's I don't know, guys. My fingers are still crossed for themes. I think we got to do it. I think we go, and I don't know if it happens here, but I think we go beyond GameCube in Virtual Boy on NSO in the Switch 2 generation. This is a service Nintendo cares a lot about. It's a service they want to continue to grow. How do you do that? You make it more dense and feature rich. You keep growing it, expanding it, give people what you listen. You've already got the people who have the itch to play their nostalgia, the consoles and the games they grew up with. Now give people the itch to sign up for something that lets them be a little bit creative and have fun with their console through themes and stuff. So maybe it'll be themes, but I do think we're going to get some sort of announcement there. I think we're going to see some new ports that have yet to be announced. I'll go over just a couple of those. Metaphor, I think, makes a lot of sense. This is one we've all been kind of predicting since even before Switch 2 was announced. I want to add in one more. Suda 5-1 has a brand new game that drops next month. Really excited for this as a big Suda fan. Romeo is a dead man. This is a guy who's historically put, his games on Switch hardware, or not Switch hardware, sorry, Nintendo hardware. We had Killer 7 on the GameCube. We had the No More Heroes games on the Wii. And I feel like this one fits. And then the last thing I want to mention, let me see, make sure I went through all my, those games, Switch 2, NSO. Okay, perfect. I'm not going to say what these games are because maybe they will be in my video, but I think there will be 2 big new announcements, first time announcements in the Direct. And I'll leave it at that. 2 big ones.
Go watch this video, chat. Well, when it's out.
Fulvam, you want to give your picks? Circle back to you.
We're doing wish list or pick, just what we think's gonna happen.
Just your
like
picks.
Most likely. So, I'm gonna parrot everything everyone just said. Yoshi, we got, I think we'll probably get maybe they might throw a little Tomodachi in there just like for like a half second, even though we have a full direct coming about it. They might just be like, hey, remember it's happening. It'll be like a half second. Maybe it'll be in like one of their reels, right? But then I think we'll also get, man, I'm trying to think of something that you guys haven't already said. I you kind of took all my good options. I want to see more Yoshi.
Double down.
Yoshi game.
Double down, man.
Mm-hmm.
I
Double
think the
down.
Yoshi game. That's what I'm saying. The Yoshi game, I think, is what I want to see the most of. Honestly, I want to see obviously a release date, but I also want to see more things that give me concrete proof that it's not just another Yoshi's Crafted World, and it's actually like something more akin to Yoshi's Island. Because like Yoshi's Island is just a banging game, and that thing we just haven't gotten something to that caliber. And then it's been like baby Nintendo game, which is fine. But like Kirby's also a baby Nintendo game, and it's fun as hell. The Yoshi ones are just boring. I don't know. But that's just me. When I say baby game, I know it's really reductive. When I say that, I just mean like it's obviously geared that they've tried to take the Yoshi games in a direction that's like more geared to younger audiences, obviously. But I think that I don't know, you could gear them towards younger audiences, but still have the respective of a gamer, somebody who's older. So I don't know. I want more confirmation and more trailer footage of that game to understand, is this going to be something that is actually going to stand toe to toe with Yoshi's Island, or it's trying to be like Yoshi's Island and is going to have actual like fun mechanics and whatnot? Or is it going to be super gimmicky and super downplayed gameplay and you could just play that game on autopilot type stuff? What else? You think we might see more Rhythm Heaven? You think that'll be mentioned again? A little Rhythm Heaven. We got that last time. I would like to see a little bit. I don't know how much more you could really show other than like, hey, it exists. But maybe, do we have a release date? We just got an estimate, right? Yeah. So maybe we'll get a Rhythm Heaven release date. It'll be a quick little boop, hey, Brother Mevin, it exists. We're here. I'm trying to think of the other things that we saw like the last direct we haven't really gotten to yet in this one. I want to get into Splatoon. That's like one of my things this year is like I want to see what Splatoon's all about and make that my competitive game. So it's not like I'm not playing hours and hours and hours of Valorant. I think we talked about this last time with our goals, right?
Yeah.
So like I would really like to see more Splatoon, and I want to see if like, okay, are we gonna get more 3 or are we gonna get something that's more like 4, like a new Splatoon game, like Splatoon 4, if that's even existing. Yeah, that's my thoughts. That's I have some wish list stuff, of course, but
yeah. All right, cool. We'll circle back to that. Eric, what more would you like to add?
I'm gonna go big. I'm going big.
Good.
We're gonna get the general direct next week, and then the following week, we're gonna get both an indie and a partner showcase. Because we need them.
Yeah.
There's a
That's
whole
fair.
bunch of games that are ready to explode to come out, and we just need them. We need the directs. As for what I could, think could be in there, that hasn't really been said. Mario Kart DLC, I could see them, maybe starting announcing what their roadmap is.
God, I hope so. Oh my God, I hope so.
And Game Bird, when you said double down, it gave me an idea. Double dash to a GameCube NSO.
I like that.
So,
Good pick.
yeah, those are just kind of some things I'm feeling. There's just a lot of games out there right now that we're just kind of waiting to hear about coming to Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
So, God, it would just be so fantastic if we can just get these things just right in a row, bang, bang, bang. Next, Thursday the 5th, and then the following Tuesday, and then the following Thursday, even just bam, right in a row.
Right.
That makes sense. I like that.
Okay. I want to say real quick, I forgot to read a game on my list that was very important that I think is likely the Project M from Bloober Team. I forgot to mention.
Oh,
that.
yeah. Good call. That's a good call. Okay. Nate, what do you got for... We're on the games, not the...
realistic predictions.
Yeah.
First off, for realistic predictions, disagree with Eric. They're not going to go bang, bang, bang. It'd be nice. But we do have Pokemon Day next month.
That's true. Yeah.
Mario Tennis coming out next month. Virtual Boy coming out next month. We just need the one direct. That's all we need. They can do an Indie World Partner Showcase following months. Totally cool with that. And this is mostly just because there is such a thing as too much at once. And if you put too much at once out there, that's the thing that kind of happens in June. We get all these events. And the only reason for us Nintendo fans that it doesn't feel like it's too much at once is because most of the games aren't on Nintendo. I'm hoping that changes this year, by the way. Really hoping it does. But so for this direct, I do think it will be a general. And as a general, that means we're going to have a nice mix of indie, third party. Not a ton of indie games. I think less than 5. Some of them might be in a sizzle reel. Obviously, Orbitals will be there. I think that's the most realistic thing we can say at this point. Is that's going to be there. It's also a Switch 2 exclusive that was in a prior direct. But I do think we're just to get the obvious stuff out of the way. We're going to get a release date for Yoshi, right? We're going to probably get a release date, if not a release date, at least a time of the year for Fire Emblem. We might also get a release date and or time of the year for Dust Bloods and actually see that game in full multiplayer action, which we haven't seen yet. So I do fully suspect that one's there because it is listed for 2026 and we have not seen it since it was revealed. Those are like obvious ones. Like I think Indiana Jones can show up again to remind people that's coming out this year, right? I think Resident Evil 9 has a chance to show up because it literally releases next month. So, but this is all like known stuff, right? That's not what people get excited about outside of getting some release dates. Known stuff is cool, but what we really are looking forward to are the unknowns. Now we have lots of rumors out there. tons of rumors for third-party games out the ass. But I'm not going to go off the rumors for these realistic predictions. Instead, I'm going to focus in on what I think will truly happen. I think we get some Microsoft games up in here. I think Call of Duty gets announced here.
Ooh.
I think Call of Duty. I personally think it'll be Warzone. I know some people think it's going to be Black Ops 7 from last year. I think it's going to be Warzone because Warzone can release whenever. And there's already a market for that kind of game existing on Nintendo. There's plenty of games like that that are pretty popular there. So I think it'll be Warzone, but a Call of Duty announcement will happen. I think that we'll get at least one more Microsoft thing. Originally, I was going to say Fable, but I will say the rumors did say that, and I, based on who the rumor came from, I kind of believe it, that they haven't decided yet with Fable. So that wouldn't be shown here. It's going to be something that they for sure would do, and this is where I think Master Chief Collection shows up. I think this is the place for it. Yeah, they're not going to double the Halo campaign right here. They're not going to do that. That might be revealed this summer or something for Switch 2, but Master Chief Collection, get that out right here. I think it's a great way to introduce Nintendo players to Halo. And dare I say it? No, I'm going to put that in wishful. I actually don't think that that's going to happen, but I want it to happen. So I'm going to save that one. So that's it for me for Microsoft that I think they'll show here. Some people might be happy. Some people might be disappointed because Microsoft has so many more games to show. I get it. We have the rest of the year. Don't worry about it. Beyond that, I do think that we're going to see some pretty interesting announcements. I think Monster Hunter Rise gets announced here. Or Rise. Wilds. I was too many Monster Hunter games. Wilds gets announced here.
One of them Monster Hunters games.
We've seen the evidence, obviously. But I think that's going to get announced here to come out this summer or something like that. I do think that we're going to see possibly Resident Evil 2 and 4 shown off here.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
To come later this year, obviously, because next month we have the other Resident Evil games. I think this should be on wishful thinking, but I have too much stupid faith where I shouldn't. We're going to see native ports to Switch 2 of the Kingdom Hearts games.
Wow. That is a big swing. That's borderline wish list.
Should be on wishful thinking, but I think that I think there's some stuff happening behind the scenes that makes me feel like it's going to be here. I don't know that it's going to be here, guys. I want to be very clear about it. No one's told me that these games are going to be there. And then, indie wise, there's so many different games that I could get into. I'm gonna leave the indie predictions to someone like Stash, who knows a bit more about the ones that are and are not already announced. That's the thing in my head. I can't remember which ones were announced for Switch 2 or not. Because I do think this will be a Switch 2 focused direct. I forgot to say that as well. I think that's one of the reasons why they got some of the stuff out of the way. They got out of the way now. So then you get to Nintendo. And this is where things get exciting. I do think Nintendo will have two big reveals in this direct that are going to excite people. The thing is, I can't quite figure out what those reveals are. Part of me wants to say Ocarina of Time remake.
Nate,
because I really want it.
Nate, that's so funny. You were away when I was giving my predictions, but I ended on, or maybe you caught the end of it. I ended that I think there's going to be two big announcements.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's kind of Nintendo's MO. Usually it's two big announcements. And I'd like to think Ocarina of Time remake will be one of them, but as confident as I am that game exists, I'm not like 100% confident it's this year, and I don't think it's revealed in this direct if it's not this year. But the thing is, I do think they're going to do some Zelda 40th stuff. I'm on record saying this. So I think this is where like maybe that one rumor on Ancient Stone Tablets comes through. No, that's not a system selling kind of thing with that an NSO thing or whatever they decide to do with that. I think that there's a chance, and I know this feels so stupid to say this in 2026, but the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD or 4K at this point, whatever they call it.
Right.
I think there's a chance, just because I think they will have some Zelda 40th announcements here. No movie shown. No, they're going to show the movie right now too soon. They might tease that they might show it later this year, but we're not going to actually see the movie.
I'll say, I don't know. They've been filming, haven't they?
No, they've been filming, yeah, but the movie's still not out for like over a year from now. I just don't see them doing.
Oh, okay.
doing
Well, then,
trailers or
yeah, I
anything
agree with you then. Yeah, I'm with
yet.
you.
Yeah, like you might maybe at most maybe a couple extra cast reveal, like revealing who officially, even though we already know who the cast member is for like not Impa. Like we already know who it is because
Yeah, they got leaked though, right? That wasn't an official announcement.
That was not announced. No, they did not. They've only announced
so maybe,
Link and Zelda. Yeah,
so maybe they might announce
they could do some cast announcements. I think that is realistic to expect if they do go into Zelda's 40th. While they won't show the movie, they might show cast announcements. Maybe even possibly show them as an image in costume, possibly. But besides that, I think the big announcements are what people are wanting to know. And I feel like there's a handful of options for those big announcements. We're in a new gen, so there's actually a lot more than a handful of options. But just looking at Nintendo's development cycle, sure, I won't rule out 3D Mario as much as I think it's 2028. I won't rule it out as a possibility. Molds are meant to be broken, and Nintendo breaks molds all the time. I want to be wrong about my 2028 prediction. So sure, that is a possibility. Might be a big possibility, especially if they're still celebrating Mario's 40th, right? So sure, that is one of the games that could be. I think another possibility is actually Smash Bros.
Yeah,
I do think there's a shot that the new Smash Bros. Might be more ready than people think. I think Sakurai's playing a little fool's gold with Kirby. I think there was 2 games being made at the same time. And the other one was Smash, and I think it was different teams. He's just running between both at Bandai Namco. That's what I think is happening. So I think Smash is a possibility for one of those 2 slots. I do wonder about Animal Crossing as well as a possibility. The Animal Crossing update we got for free wasn't super substantial as people had hoped it would be, but again, it's a free update. It's hard to complain when they said they weren't going to update the game anymore. So you got some free content, but why would you drop something that isn't that substantial at the beginning of the year to get people playing again?
Right.
Maybe it's because a new one's coming at the end of the year. They just wanted to reactivate the fan base. The possibility there. I think that could happen. I do think there's a chance for something from Monolith Soft to be one of the games. Unfortunately, I won't be a system seller no matter what they reveal because they just can't get their games to sell super well. But it is a game that'll at least make people go, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Switch 2 can do that." It's gonna be one of those jaw-dropping games. Whether it's a new IP, whether it turns out they've been the ones working on Ocarina of Time remake, because some people think that that's what they've been working on, or it's a new Xenoblade. What it can't be is a Xenoblade 2 Definitive Edition. Please no. Please no. No. The first game from Monolith Soft needs to be new. You can come back, Definitive Edition, those games later. We need a new game from Monolith. So I think that's a possibility. And then the last game I think is possible to be one of those big 2 would be this feels so weird to say. But would be Splatoon 4. Feels weird to say because we just got the update out of nowhere for 3. We just got Splatoon Raiders teased last year. But I'm
talking about that while you're gone.
Splatoon Raiders might not be like a $70 game. That could be like a $40 game potentially. And it's actually the lead up to 4. And then 4 being like a holiday title or an early 2027 title, but they're teasing it right now. I think those are the games I kind of have as possibilities. Obviously, you guys can bring up any of the copious amounts of IP and games it could be. But like of the ones that actually would move the needle, and again, the Monolith Soft one I don't think is actually going to move units, but will move impressions of the system will change when they see it, but it's still not going to sell a lot because I don't know what it is. They just can't get their games to be super big. One other game I want to toss in that I do think is absolutely being shown is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it's being shown. I think it's coming out this summer. This is the time to show it.
Yeah.
You have all the hype right now, bestseller list with 7 remake. Remind everyone, yeah, Rebirth's coming too. Plus, it also helps that like the developer of the game pretty much said they're almost done with it on Switch 2. Like, we're just in optimization mode. I'm like, oh, so this thing's like coming soon. So yeah, so I'm pretty confident in all of that. So I'm that's what I'm gonna stick for just my what I expect. Obviously, guys, if it's a partner showcase instead, just eliminate all the first party stuff I said and toss in like a surprise big third party announcement, whether it's a GTA 6 or whether it is a brand new IP that we've never seen before. There'll be something, some sort of highlight banger. I just don't know what it would be because there's so many different options. And for me, if it's an already existing game or like an already existing IP, I already think Switch 2 should get everything, so it wouldn't even shock me. But yeah, that's the way I'm going to leave it for now. Everything else is wish list.
Okay. All right, guys. Good list. I agree with a lot of that. So I think we're going to get updates on Borderlands 4 with the release date. Elden Ring, Tarnished Edition, release date. Witchbrook, Enter the Gungeon 2, Super Meat Boy 3D. Updates on the Dustbloods, Fire Emblem. I think we'll get, obviously there's going to be sizzle reels. There's a game I'm playing right now that I think will be in the sizzle reel because it comes out on the same day. It's very similar to a Nintendo IP. Ease X Proud Nordics is coming out soon for Switch 2. Definitely think that will be in a sizzle. Monster Hunter Stories 3, of course. Lift It is a very exciting game that I expect Nintendo to showcase in one of the directs. Eterna Lucis and Volunteer the Ascension. And then Wandering Sword. These are all games that I could see in a sizzle reel. As far as Resident Evil, obviously it's coming out on the 27th, and we're getting 7, 8, and 9 on Switch 2. I think we finally see the amiibo because we haven't seen it yet. Capcom showed like a statue. Some people misinterpret it as an amiibo. It's not. So yeah, they need to show us what that's going to look like. I think that's going to be the perfect opportunity to remind everyone Resident Evil 7, 8, 9 are coming to Switch 2. Here's the amiibo. And that's not all. Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 are going to be coming over to Switch 2. It's Resident Evil's 30th anniversary. This is a big deal. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to make that announcement and make it crystal clear to everybody that, hey, we're bringing all of them over here. I think there's a good chance with Konami that we see something, whether it be Silent Hill 2 remake or Metal Gear Solid Delta. And again, said this several times, Castlevania's 40th is this year. If we're going to get anything new from Castlevania, it would make sense to do it on the 40th, especially after they have given us the anniversary, advance, and now Dominus collection. It would only make sense to now let's give us a new game. On the Xbox side, I have Halo Master Chief Collection. It is the 25th anniversary for Xbox, which obviously is the 25th anniversary for Halo. Makes a lot of sense to do it right now. Hi-Fi Rush, again, long rumored for Switch 2. Sea of Thieves also rumored. Two games that are in Microsoft's catalog that make a lot of sense is to port over Killer Instinct. I think Nintendo fans would eat that up. And to port over Battletoads. Two rare games that would work out perfect on Nintendo. I do think we get an Indiana Jones release date. I think we hear about Starfield. I think we can get a South of Midnight release date. It's already slated for spring, but it'd be a good time to give a release date. And there's other games from Microsoft. There's the Oblivion remake that I expect. There's Doom: The Dark Ages.
Ooh, I would get the Oblivion remake.
Yeah, it's
Frame
a really good
one
fit,
on
man.
Switch.
It's a really
Yeah,
good
that
fit.
actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a great fit, dude. Here's some quick hits possibilities. So, I was looking this up. Fallout 4 Season 2 season finale is on February 3rd. And I think it would be perfect timing to announce the release date for Fallout 4 as it coincides with the season finale. And again, that was the whole reason why last year I predicted the Fallout 4 would come to Switch 2 was for the TV show. And so I expect that to follow through on that prediction. Tales of Berseria Remastered comes out at the end of the month, end of February. So I expect a quick hit on that. Obviously, Pragmata as well. Quick hit on that. We all know what's going on with Ubisoft. There's a lot going on, to say the least. Mario plus Rabbids collection makes a lot of sense for both Nintendo and Ubisoft because you have the movie coming out. And that means anything Mario is going to sell better. Helps Nintendo. Helps strengthen the Mario IP, of course. Helps Ubisoft a lot. That'd be a big assist for Ubisoft to be able to get that out to coincide with the movie. And I actually think that's why it hasn't come out yet. I think it's ready. They're just waiting to release it to take advantage of that cross promotion with the movie. I do think that Monster Hunter Wilds will be shown. And I think we could probably get a few quick mentions of things like Bubsy 4D, which is going to be coming out. It's getting a full-on Switch 2 physical on cartridge. Little Nemo, that's coming to PC and Nintendo. It's not coming to the other platforms. So I could see that showing up again in a quick hit. Now for RPG, I do think Metaphor Fantasio. Obviously, that's on my bingo card as well to start the year. Kingdom Hearts Collection, again, that was on my bingo card to start the year. I think that comes. I think this is a really good opportunity for Square Enix to remind everyone that Dragon Quest VII Reimagined is coming out on the 5th. And if the Direct's on the 5th, you'd be crazy to not remind everybody. But I think this is twofold. I think they come out, show Dragon Quest briefly, and then I think Square Enix pops in to again confirm, and this is for all the people that don't pay attention, because we already know this, but this is for everybody. So everyone knows that it's crystal clear that the entire Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy is coming to Switch 2, and I do think they're going to give us a first look at Rebirth and a release date. And they have to make it crystal clear for everyone. Just because the people on the podcast tonight and everyone in chat knows about this doesn't mean other people don't know.
Right.
It's important for people to know before they buy a game if the other ones are coming too. They need to know this stuff. And again, it's also a perfect opportunity to thank everyone for supporting Final Fantasy VII Remake on the Nintendo Switch 2, and that it's doing great. Thank you. So I think that's just a good opportunity. It's a good PR move. For Switch 2 upgrades, may or may not get these. Look, I think Octopath Traveler 1 and 2 really need a Switch 2 upgrade. I booted them up when I was getting ready to work on my review for Octopath Traveler 0. And seeing the difference in resolution and frame rate, playing Octopath Traveler 1 and 2 on my Switch 2 versus 0 was like night and day. And like, dude, these need a Switch 2 upgrade so bad. And it would be perfect. Like, do exactly what you did for Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D. Square Enix, go do the same thing now for Octopath Traveler 1 and 2. Give a resolution bump and frame rate. I think we'll get I think they'd see a big increase in sales there. I expect Hollow Knight Switch 2 Edition to get a release date. That's something that's been announced that we're waiting on. The Witcher 3 Switch 2 Edition, fully expect it. I think it would be a savvy move to have Tony Hawk 1+2 get a Switch 2 Edition. And again, another one that's on my bingo card, Kingdom Come Deliverance Switch 2 Edition. I retweeted today. It just showed up in, I think, the PlayStation listings and Steam. A next-gen edition. Again, I think I talked about this beginning of 2025. Told everyone to buy Kingdom Come Deliverance, that it will come to Switch 2. It's going to be a next-gen edition. Here we go. It's coming. Same thing I mentioned about Red Dead Redemption 2 back in 2024 that will come to Switch 2. I think that's going to be coming this year. Smash Brothers Ultimate Switch 2 Edition. Again, that is on my bingo card for the beginning of the year.
Interesting.
Fully expect it.
You think a Switch 2 Edition instead of a new game entirely?
I think we're going to get Smash Brothers one way or the other. If the new one is not ready, absolutely we're going to get a Switch 2 edition of the current one. I think there's a good chance they could go the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe route. So take that template and slap it on Smash Brothers. And it makes a ton of sense for all the third parties. All the third parties, man. Look what's on. Look what's on Nintendo Switch 2 now. Final Fantasy 7. What's one of the biggest characters that was at it? What do we expect to come out? Kingdom Hearts. What was one of the biggest characters at it? Sora. The list goes on and on. A lot of these IPs are going to be making a big splash on Switch 2. And again, this is a win-win situation for everybody. The fans, the developers of those IP, and Nintendo. There's also a great opportunity, though, to add in more characters to what you have. And there are a lot of great ones. But I will say that something like adding in Master Chief makes too much sense for the 25th anniversary. And if you're having Halo Master Chief Collection come to Switch 2, it's just, that's easy money right there. Xenoblade as well. Look, that's been on my list as well. I expect that we're going to get Switch 2 upgrades. We already know about this. Xenoblade Chronicles X, it was in the code. 4K. Frame rate options. Fully expect that. Nintendo-wise, Splatoon Raiders, we should get an update on that since they showed that to us. With it being February, I don't know if we're going to see Mario Kart DLC yet, or if that's going to be hey, we're going to announce it in June when it's been 1 year. Either of them makes sense. Yeah, either of them makes sense. Really, if you want to wait a year, because maybe that's what your cadence is going to be. Every year there's an update. If you give us an update now, then people are going to expect another update in the same amount of time. So if you can do an update every 6 or 7 months, I guess do it. If you can't, I would wait until June and do it then. Announce it and release it. Otherwise, people are going to have expectations. And when you don't meet them, they're going to complain. Pokemon 30th, again, if it's mentioned, I think Nintendo tells people to look forward to the Pokemon Presents. Same thing with Zelda's anniversary. You know, look, a lot of things could happen. There's a lot of things I'd like to see. Some of that's going to go into, excuse me, the next section for the kind of the wishful stuff. But I'll kind of list off a few things here, and then we can get into the wishful predictions. But Mina the Hollower, I do expect a release date. Blueprints, I expect that to come over. Both are on my bingo card.
Good pick.
I literally said, I was like, man, Blueprints would be the best. Like you do a run right before the end of bed type game. Ugh. Yeah, that coming to Switch 2 would be sick. It'd be sick as hell.
Yeah, it's again easy money. It's a great fit.
Right.
Obviously, yeah, Yoshi, I expect a release date around the movie. All the Nintendo stuff that's been announced, guys. So like Splatoon Raiders, Dustbloods, Fire Emblem, Yoshi. Expect updates on that since they've showed it to us already. Was it Nash Weedle had mentioned in Attack the Backlog had mentioned the Zelda Ancient Stone tablets. I had talked about this again. I think it was at least a year ago that I think broadcast satellite games are going to come to NSO, and y'all thought I was smoking crack. I totally think that's going to happen because the thing is, I've played these games and they're badass and they're just sitting there. Similar to like how Nintendo showed off the Virtual Boy stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, and we have these 2 games that no one's ever told you about. They're just sitting there. You know, they have a spiritual successor on Virtual Boy to F-Zero. Now, is it going to be as good as F-Zero? No. However, they just had it sitting there. So they have stuff like that again, they're always planning, they're always scheming on when they're actually going to release this stuff to us, but there's things that are ready. Ancient Stone tablets would be really cool. I think people would love it. I've never closed the door on the Wind Waker Twilight HD. I don't think anyone should close the door on that. And I think they could both come to GameCube NSO, and that won't change anything. They can still come out. Just like Metroid Prime 2. It won't change anything. It can still come out. Prime 3, how are we going to get that? Well, we'd have to have the Wii NSO, right? We don't have that. So these things aren't off the table at all. Only thing else for third party that are, I think, good possibilities. I just don't know if it's just yet, but Expedition 33, that's on my bingo card. Final Fantasy 14 and 16. Both on my bingo card. Expect that. Starfield on my card. Expect that. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Again, on my card. Expect that. Diablo 4. Expect it this year. Doom this year. All that stuff I expect this year. It's just a matter of, is it going to be this direct or is it going to be in June? All right. Let's go with the hopes and dreams, the things we're wishing for at this direct. We'll start off right where we started. Full Vlam. Let's hear it, man.
Yeah, but I probably have to dip here in a minute. So I say it every time. You already know what I'm going to say. I say it every time. Nintendo Land 2. I need Nintendo Land 2 to come out. I need it, man. I need it's
Nintendo
such a
Land's
great
so good.
game. It's such a good game, and I need them to do basically kind of how they did with the what's it called? The tutorial game that they just did.
Welcome Tour.
Yeah, I need them to take the concepts that they kind of explored in Welcome Tour, and I need them to do that with Nintendo Land and make it fun. Like I'm sure Welcome Tour is cute, whatever, but it's not Nintendo Land. Now that's my like shooting the basketball from the moon to Earth theory or wish list. I was gonna put Smash in my wish list. I mean, I think it's likely, but I think I was with brand new Smash is a lot less likely. I think we're due something just kind of like hyper crazy. They're coming out swinging, right? That's one of my big ones. I think Nintendo first party. I know we just got Jamboree Switch 2 edition, but a new Mario Party game, I'm always game for a new Mario Party game, baby. I'm always here for it. Yeah, that would be really fun. I think maybe, or even if they do another like DLC or something that just builds upon Jamboree, they probably won't, but it would be really cool if they did. Oh man, I know there's Pokemon Day stuff coming, so nothing really Pokemon wise. I think we'll see some NSO releases. We kind of talked about that already in our what we think is going to happen. Trying to think of another Hail Mary that could be plausible, could be feasible. What if we got like a Luigi U, but for Odyssey? You think and that's like the Switch 2 edition of Odyssey.
Oh my
That'd
god.
be crazy. But Luigi,
Year of Luigi Part 2.
Right. That'd be wild. I don't think they would do that. I think that's another like wild prediction, but yeah, I know. I wish I had more. I'm trying to think of more. Oh man, I feel like I'm not delivering here today. I'm trying to think of like other really, really cool things we could get. I feel like they're not as much in their experimental era anymore. So circle back to me real quick because I think I need to cook some more. I'm like, there's more in the tank. I just gotta cook with it.
All right. That sounds good. What do you got there, Alyssa?
I got a pretty chunky list here.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Like
So
Let's go.
all right, I'll start out with I would love Twilight Princess remake, Wii U tech demo style with some good voice acting. Would love that. That is my dream. I would prefer that over Ocarina of Time personally, but I would still be happy with Ocarina of Time remake as well, which I think that's more likely.
Right.
I mentioned like I think we could see Prime 2 as like a regular prediction, but what I would want is it to be remade like 1. This is kind of like a little weird game, and not many people probably heard about it. I know I talked to Stash about this game a little bit because it's one of my like peak childhood games. But Tack and the Power of Juju. And I'm talking about the original one before they made the show, not the slop games like after that. But it's very like Mario like,
Right.
like Spyro, Crash, kind of like that style. It's very nostalgic for me, and I love that game a lot. So I'd love to see it come on GameCube NSO, but I don't know with like licensing with Nickelodeon stuff if that's even feasible. But there is actually like a community, like a Reddit community, like bring Tack back. Like they want like a remaster of it or like a remake for like modern day hardware. So I'm like, that makes me a little happy that there are other people out there that also adore this game and would like to see it. So it gives me hope. Oracle of Ages and Seasons remakes. I feel like those top-down Zelda games need it more than a lot of other ones. Like I hear Minish Cap thrown out there a lot, but personally, I think Minish Cap looks beautiful as it is still. Like I feel like that art holds up way better than the Oracle games. And I feel like the Oracle games are actually really fantastic, and the puzzles and the dungeons in them are great.
puzzles are great. Dungeons,
Yeah.
they're really good.
Yeah, and I want to see Lord Jabu Jabu 2D remade.
True. Wait. Cooking. Wait.
Yeah. I'd like Four Swords Adventure on GameCube NSO with the online co-op because Stash mentioned that earlier about how you had to have the link cables and the Game Boys and stuff. So being able to play that more modern, like online with people all around the world, that would be really fun, I think. I have like two that kind of go together. DS NSO with like a second screen as a controller option type thing.
That's a great prediction.
Yeah, like I said, I want all my Zeldas all on one spot, so you got to find a way to bring Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks over, even though they might not be the best ones. I still do adore.
I still like them too.
Yeah. Mario Baseball on GameCube NSO. That is my all-time favorite Mario sports game. I love Mario Baseball on GameCube. I know we're getting tennis, so I'm like, this is probably not going to happen for a while yet, but maybe
when baseball season starts. So
I'm not a
Maybe.
sports person, so I have no idea when that is, but I'm down for that. Is it like
Sky,
springtime?
do you what was I gonna say? Have you? I mean, I guess you played the original. Yeah, I do. You stream? As my question. Do you stream at all? Or
I do stream.
yeah. So we were. I was literally talking to my buddy. I was like, the second they put that on NSO, we got to do like a little mini league of that stuff. So I'll definitely reach out if that ends
Oh,
up
hell
coming
yeah.
to
That would be
coming to
so
fruition.
fun.
Yeah,
That sounds awesome. I only ever like played it solo. I think I played it like couch co-op with like
Mhm.
a couple of friends before, but I never played with like a group. That sounds like really fun because it's not
The,
as
the
fun with like comps, but
right. The GameCube one is surprisingly. It has a surprising amount of depth to it, like its
Yeah.
mechanics, and it's wild. So yeah, it's always fun to play with friends. But yeah, anyway, sorry, and continue.
no, that's okay. No, I love that. That's awesome. I'm glad that there's also fellow Mario baseball enjoyers here.
Oh yeah.
mhm.
I put it in my predictions, but I also want it to happen, even if it might not happen. But I still want it. I want Expedition 33 on Switch 2. I already played through it twice, but I want it again on Switch 2. I want more people to be able to play it because it is a great game. It deserves all the hype. It earned all its flowers. Oblivion. I held out on Oblivion. I want to play it on Switch 2 because it's such a beefy game. I want to be able to take it with me.
I held
So I
out on
haven't-
it too.
Yeah, I'm like there was a
For
couple
that
times I
reason.
almost caved. I'm like, oh, I really want to play it. And I'm like, nope, just wait.
I
just
know,
wait."
and it's like it's free. You know, it was free with Game Pass because my
Oh,
membership was
okay.
still good, and I'm just like, I just know it's going to come to
That
Switch
hurts
too.
more.
I can focus on other games right now to review,
Yeah.
and I'll tackle this when it comes to Switch too.
Yeah, because I feel it has to come. We have Skyrim, and it's a perfect perfect
It will.
platform for it. Splatoon Raiders, I'd love Splatoon Raiders or Splatoon 4. I'll take either or I'll take both. I don't think they would do both, but you know. Zelda Joy-Con 2s or a Pro controller. I want some Zelda hardware with my Switch too. I didn't have a Pro controller until the Tears of the Kingdom one came out, so I haven't been using a Pro controller for very long. But I would like to start my Switch 2 journey a little sooner. Age of Imprisonment DLC, like some villain quests with like Ganondorf, some more Ganondorf lore would be nice, among other things. We also were supposed to get a Minoru amiibo last year, I believe, and we haven't heard anything about that. And I saw people in the chat talking about the Minoru amiibo, and I was like, oh yeah, where is that at? I thought it was kind of weird with the Animal Crossing DLC that we were getting Tulin and Minoru, but I'm like, we have no Minoru amiibo. But they had it split, like half the amiibo did one and half did the other. So I was like, oh, all right. But it's still I'm still a little perplexed on that. 3D Mario. I'm ready for 3D Mario. I didn't think I was gonna enjoy Odyssey as much as I did, but you can ask my fiance. When I got Mario Odyssey for Christmas, I didn't do anything but like eat and sleep. I lived at home, so my room was all my stuff was like in a bedroom. I just would wake up, play Mario Odyssey, eat whatever, come back and just play, and I couldn't stop. He'd be like, "Can you like pay attention to me?" And I'm like, "No, I have moons to collect."
I did the same thing when it came out.
This is so
Obviously, I was
fun.
working at Lone Depot, crazy hours, and I just remember coming home from work, and that's immediately what I did. I would change
Yeah.
real quick in like basketball shorts and just sit there until I go to sleep. And then the weekends, I just went absolutely ham on Mario Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so good.
Like I still enjoy Mario games. Like I've played many, but I'm mostly like the Zelda person. So for me to be like really into that, I was a little surprised. So a new 3D Mario, I'd love to see what they do with that. Okami 2. And I know we haven't seen it since the Game Awards, but I'm gonna hope for that in every kind of showcase because it is Capcom. I feel like they're very buddy with Nintendo. I feel like they wouldn't mind being like, yeah, we'll show the next time we show our game, we'll do it in one of your directs. That's fine. But I'm just gonna hope for Okami 2, so you can probably expect that from me for a while until we actually get a release date. I also think I would like to see Mario Kart World DLC, whether it's just Mario stuff or they start adding things. I feel like Zelda would make sense because of the 40th anniversary, but we also have Metroid with Viola, and that would tie really well with the whole kart system. So some kind of Mario Kart World DLC would be really nice to see. A teaser for the 3D Zelda, not necessarily release date, just like how they did for previous times in like 2019 with Breath of the Wild 2. I want to see that art
me,
style because I'm with Gamebird with like the art style is one of the most like exciting parts to see. It's just like what are they
Me
going to
too.
look like and like what's the character design this time and like the music and all the atmosphere.
I just want
Were
to
you gonna
stop
say
you for a
something,
quick
Sky?
sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you said about Viola for Mario
Mhm.
Kart. Just want
Mhm.
to say that's smart.
Yeah.
I like that pick
Yeah.
because I was talking about Zelda, and obviously we have such crazy. You could be a cow, right, in the game.
Yeah.
We have such crazy characters, and I thought Epona to me made so much sense when they
Yeah.
expanded out for Epona to either be a character or literally a vehicle. And
There's
now
the
that you
dolphin and the
mentioned
dolphin cart. They
Viola,
could be both.
yeah, Viola just like, man, that makes a ton of sense too. I like
It
that. I hadn't heard that
it could
before.
help Metroid
That's a good one.
too. Like,
It
get that
could.
Metroid IP out there. Try to get more eyes
Mario
on it, more
Kart's the
interest.
driver for all of these.
I agree. I really think that they are dumb if they don't do that. If they don't integrate more of their IP into it to expand in the way Smash does. Because as a kid, there were a lot of characters I didn't know. Like I didn't know what Pikmin was or anything like that. I didn't know who Samus was. And then as I got older, I explored these IPs and I'm like, wow, Nintendo has cooler games besides Zelda. Who knew?
Well,
So
that's why Smash works so good with all these
yeah.
third-party characters is because people say, "Oh, this is coming to my favorite game, Smash Brothers. Who's Joker? What is Joker from? Who's this person from with Dragon Quest? What is this all about?" And before you know it, then they're buying the games because people think, well, it must be good if it's coming to Smash Brothers. I do like RPGs. Maybe I should check this out. And this is why I always am absolutely baffled when people mention contracts and how Nintendo would have to pay to get these characters in the game. They're not paying shit. If anything, they would be receiving payment.
Yeah. It's like a win-win type thing. Like you get
It
to be in my
is.
game. I get to
We
show
all
off your
win.
IP. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zelda movie stuff. I don't think we'd see any scenes, but I would love to hear more about the cast and get actual confirmation. Like that I forget the actress's name, but I know that people figured out who it was, but I'd like to get confirmation who that is. And maybe some screenshots of some settings would be really cool. Like what if they got like a picture of Hyrule Castle or like one of the villages that they go with, since we don't really know what. I feel like they're gonna do a mishmash. I don't think they're gonna focus on one specific game. But some Zelda movie stuff, I'd love to see that. Zelda theme park announcement. I feel like we're gonna get that eventually. I just don't know when, but I want to see it. They Miyamoto and Aonuma were spotted there, and Zelda's like one of the top like 3 IP for Nintendo. So I'm like, they gotta add it. I think new Smash Brothers. I would love new Smash Brothers, but I want like a subspace emissary type story in there.
True.
The one for the ultimate one is okay, but it doesn't hit like Subspace Emissary did, and all the cutscenes and stuff is beautiful.
Yeah.
And for my last one is Luigi's Mansion 4.
Oh my god, I cannot believe I didn't think of that. I'm so mad.
Here, you can say it. My last one is new Smash Brothers. Vlam, what else do you have?
You know what I just thought of? I think if they give us Luigi's Mansion 4 with 5 times more of the backtracking that they had in Luigi's Mansion 3. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a good call.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I have my list now,
good.
and I'll do it because I do need to dip here in a second.
Yeah.
Smash Bros said that already. I think a Splatoon 4 for sure. I would like to see Mario Party DLC or new one. Obviously Nintendo Land 2. I always gotta throw that Hail Mary out there. That's my Silk song. I just want everyone to know that. That's my Silk song. Mario Maker 3 would be really cool, and then they give us 3D elements. So it's like Mario Maker 3D or something like that. I think that'd be a really cool pull. Haven't touched Mario Maker in a very long time, and I think that would also satiate a lot of people's desire for a new 3D Mario. We wouldn't get a new 3D Mario per se, like, oh, new Odyssey, new whatever. But taking on the assets, especially from like Mario Galaxy and stuff from Mario 3D World and Land and stuff from, all those different levels, and people get to build and play and share levels in the 3D space. I think it's a great idea. I think it'd be really cool. And I think the Switch 2 specifically would have the oomph in the hardware to reliably load these levels and these assets that would be found, especially if they're Odyssey and people are making it crazy, you know, they're spawning at 1 million enemies and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So
that mouse mode will just be really nice for the creators. I won't be creating anything. I love playing the levels though, so I'd just be happy that they'll have better tools.
Right. Yeah, and even if they, and then I could even see like, okay, maybe if they don't do 3, the 3 I know is a bigger swing, but maybe doing a Switch 2 edition of Mario Maker 2 with those said mouse controls, like that could be the more realistic air quotes swing. Switch 2 edition. I don't think that exists, but I could see that being a thing. Maybe they give us a couple new sports along the way as well that involve using the mouse controls. Don't know what that would be. They just put Drag X Drive in the no. But I think a Switch 2 edition makes sense, putting a couple sports in there that utilize mouse controls and whatever new sensors, hardware that we can be seeing in Switch 2. And of course, obviously, we love the Mario Kart World DLC. I feel like I'm just shocked it just hasn't happened yet. Even like a free update with like DK Bonanza skins.
Yeah,
I'm kind of floored. Like I understand necessarily DLC, like that could be an annual thing. I did it like that point that you made, Thunderstash. Like it's the big thing with like new courses and all that kind of stuff. But I'm shocked there's not more updates. Like there has been periodical updates where they're tweaking the fine tuning of stuff, but I'm shocked there hasn't been, here's a skin update for this character, or we're going to throw the new character from DK Bonanza. I don't know her name. I'm going to call her, I don't know actually. You know, the girl Donkey Kong character who looked all fancy and stylish, or I don't know, or you could even add Void Kong, right? Anyways,
do you think they're waiting to add that?
Doing it in like one big update?
Well, the DK stuff in particular, I'm wondering if they're waiting until it's been like a year since the game's come out, because you might get into like spoiler territory for people who haven't played the game, and they're like, oh, like who are these characters? Oh, they're from Bonanza, or like. I wonder if it's that.
Maybe.
But outside of that, why aren't they there yet? You know?
Right.
Why do they want
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I agree. It is a little weird.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems like such a layup, you know? Especially for this $80 game that they kind of pitched to us, hey, it's $80 because it's going to be like a live service type thing. And then they haven't been really live servicing it other than, okay, we made some tweaks. We've made tweaks here and there, which to be fair, to their credit, the tweaks have been fantastic. They're all in the right direction. They've added, quality of life changes and made the intermission tracks way more interesting. But I digress. Anyways, that's more my piece on the DLC than anything else. Is I know that one's a pretty obvious call, but it's more of like, why have we not seen it is all. But anyways, thank you all for having me again. I'm sorry I have to cut it short. Wonderful to meet you, Sky, and everybody else is wonderful to see you as always. Speaking of Mario Kart, I have a video about not just Mario Kart, but every modern kart racer in the kart racing genre, the history of it, and how we got to where we are today, coming out this Saturday. So if you want to see that and you want to hear more from me, go subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to Flam. I would really appreciate it. I talk about that, and I talk about lots of other talk about Deltarune, talk about other games. If you like character analysis or any kind of other just analysis of games, and mostly Nintendo, I'm your guy. So anyways, thanks guys. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, I hope you all have a fantastic night, and I'll be on next week.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, we'll see you then.
Sounds good, man.
Right.
Bye guys. See you around.
Bye. All right, Bird.
All right, let me see.
Let's hear it.
Let me pull up. I made a little listy. And so we're okay to do like full on like Hopium, like wild card picks. It seems like I just want to double down. All right. It sounded like it, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, boy, where do I even start? I'm leaving out a ton of stuff too, by the way. because I feel like this is one of those things where we could make an entire podcast episode of our wishes for Switch 2 just with games, just like games by themselves. Could be a whole episode. So I just picked a handful across a few different categories that I would love to see. Let's start with some NSO. I'll get the boring one out of the way. I mentioned it multiple episodes, but themes. I feel like themes would be a really fun way to deck out your Switch, give your Switch a little bit more personality. I think especially I love the way that they hand out new avatars on Switch Online. Be really cool to have something like that. Do missions, do certain missions within a game and unlock a theme for it. I think that's really fun, really cool, and just adds to that Nintendo charm that I think all of us really appreciate and grew to know and love from the company. Outside of themes, I went pretty simple for NSO, but these are just 3 things I would really love to see, especially this year, but at least some point in Switch's life cycle. And that's the return of some GameCube classics. So one, it's been repeated on the show, but I got to mention Eternal Darkness. There's just no other, horror game like it. Really cool. I love to see that game drop on there. Have fun with the sanity system. Another one, game that got a little bit of hate when it came out. I still think it's the best way to play this version of the game. And guys, that's Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. So they went a little bit more balls to the wall, a little bit more anime with the cinematics, but the game's just so fun. It's such a big part of my teen years, however old I was when that game came out. I loved it so much. I mean, just experiencing that Psycho Mantis fight where he's like, "Oh, I see you've been playing lots of Wind Waker lately." It's just so like it's just carved into my memory. Oh, you really like Mario Sunshine, do you? Yeah, just it's carved into my memory. I love it so much. Another one, this is a twofer. Beautiful Joe. This was one of my favorite series on the GameCube. I would love to see this make a return on NSO. Both games.
I was just talking about that game yesterday.
Yeah, dude, it's so good.
Yeah,
it's
great.
so good. Very stylized, beautiful. It's one of those games where I think, like Wind Waker, would just look really nice with that slight upres that NSO gives. But yeah, that's pretty simple. I wanted to keep it simple for NSO. Just a few nostalgic games that I love very much and themes. Moving on to Switch 2 and more of the exclusive territory. Obviously, the big one I know we're all hoping for, with maybe the exception of Eric. I don't know. Maybe Eric would like to give this one another go. Ocarina of Time remake. It's the big one. It's the elephant in the room. It's the one that we all kind of believe in and are just anxiously awaiting its announcement, or anxiously awaiting our own disappointment when it doesn't get announced for Switch 2. Here's another one that I mention all the time. I add it to all of my predictions because I feel like it's time for this series to reinvent itself, to reimagine itself, and go bigger and better than it ever has before. And that's Star Fox. I don't want another play on Star Fox 64. I want a space opera. I want an epic space opera that focuses on space exploration, but maybe lets you go to some of the hubs in the space stations and talk to NPCs and pick up quests and all that fun stuff. I think Ratchet and Clank meets Freelancer, or what was it, Chorus or Corvus? I always forget the name. That was kind of a space shooter. Anyways, Star Fox is a big one. Alyssa mentioned this one. The first game is on my top 20 all-time favorite games of all time. I think it's the best to this day, the best Zelda like out there, and that's Okami. I want Okami 2 on Switch 2, period. Like, period. I need it. Astral Chain 2, guys. This is a really cool game. This is a really cool concept. I also thought when it came out, it was one of the best looking Switch 1 games at the time. I feel like there's a lot more to play around with that concept, and they could do some really cool stuff with the power of Switch 2, maybe expand upon the kind of foundation that they created with that game. I love Bayonetta, don't get me wrong, but we have 3. We only have 1 Astral Chain, so I'd like to see them do a sequel to that before Bayo 4, personally.
Do you think we get a Switch 2 edition of Astral Chain 1 in the lead up?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I do too.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of
Do
sense.
you think it will be called Astral Chain 2 Off the Chains?
That's a great name.
I'm hoping it will
Yeah.
be. Thank you.
Hell yeah,
I
dude.
should write to Nintendo.
Or Astral Chain 2 Unchained.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sharp.
Either works. They should
Either
choose
is
one,
a winner.
one or the other for sure. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I've got a made up title in this. I think you'll like the title when I get to it. I want to jump into, guys, you all know one of my favorite genres, if not my favorite of all time, is RPGs. I love them. Amazing characters, amazing music, amazing storylines. You know, it's the genre that outside of Zelda, I just get lost in. This one's hopium, but I would love to see a Xenogears remaster get announced, some sort of like a HD Xenogears HD land on Switch 2 would be so epic.
Well, what's the deal with Xenogears no longer being on the website? Like, it appears that it was purchased by
There's been
Nintendo or Monolith for use.
there's speculation going on about that. I haven't
There
read
is.
too deeply into it. You
I
know who
haven't either.
probably has a good idea of what might
Nish.
be going on with that series is Nish. Yep, Nish.
Nish,
Quick, if
yeah.
you're watching or if you listen at a later time, let us know what's going on with Xenogears, because I think we all want it.
Oh, you know what?
Here's one.
Someone in chat said it was Xenosaga. I don't
Okay.
know which one, but
That's another one out.
you know,
Xenosaga is another
the
one I would love to
Xenoverse.
see.
Same.
Xenosaga, we need so bad. I was just talking to my friend, not to get too sidetracked. I was just talking to my friend about this maybe like a month ago. We don't have enough, or we don't really have many at all, period, full sci-fi RPGs. Xenosaga is one of them. But games like Xenoblade, they're part sci-fi, part fantasy. Most Final Fantasy games lean heavily into fantasy, but still have sci-fi elements. But Xenosaga is pure sci-fi. It's like if Star Trek was a JRPG. We need more of that. I don't know. I was
Fill
thinking
that
about that.
void.
Yeah,
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect would. Yeah,
Mass Effect would fill that void. Star Ocean as well. The we got the Star Ocean remake, but the later ones it's like full on
Sure.
sci-fi. That
Sure.
and Mass Effect would be money.
yeah, we need more of that. Here's the big one. This one's like of epic proportions. Chrono Trigger, my friends.
Yeah.
HD 2D
Uh-huh.
fully orchestrated Chrono Trigger.
Yep.
Voice acting, but not the crappy kind, not the Secret of Mana voice acting that was added. I'm
No.
talking like good voice acting.
Like
that one's a dream one.
Final Fantasy Tactics was
Yep.
voice acting was phenomenal in the remake. Give us that quality.
Yeah.
It's, why not,
Absolutely.
you know? Square
That'd be
Enix.
a winner. Got a couple more RPGs that I want to throw out here for my wish list. A brand new Golden Sun.
Yeah.
Let's get more Nintendo RPGs on this. And then this one, I think I mentioned it in my predictions. But a new Monolith game. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's the Zelda route, like, speculated kind of Zelda spinoff, if it's a brand new IP from Monolith, or if it's a continuation of the Xenoblade saga. I want it. They're possibly the best storytellers on Nintendo hardware right now. And I just can't wait to see what they do with more power and more resources with Switch 2. Now we're going to go to games that I would like to see make a brand new return. And I guess I could have slotted Golden Sun in this one, but some of these are going to be a little bit more, maybe not quite as big. One of them's huge, and I'll knock that one out first. A Banjo-Kazooie remake. Now, I pick remake and not Banjo-Kazooie 3. Obviously, I actually would prefer Banjo 3, but a remake gives the series a chance to reach a new audience who's never played it before, and then builds that hype and that interest for maybe a remaster of the second game or a brand new entry in the series. I think you do what Toys for Bob did with Spyro and Crash before you add a new entry. I would love to see it. It's obviously it's my favorite 3D platformer of all time. And it's just, to me, it's devastating that it's an IP that I just don't understand why a company has an IP that they don't want anything to do with it and they just hold it. It's like, dude, sell it. Sell the IP.
Well, yeah, all the rare IP, NBA Jam, obviously NFL Blitz. It kills me too.
Just sell it. Instead of just sitting on it and not making any money on it, sell it.
And again, Banjo's in Smash. You already have the cross marketing.
Yep.
Easy money.
It's madness. Here's a few more. A new Wario Land game. Guys, we get great 2D platformers all the time. Wario Land games are so much fun. I loved Wario Land Shake It on the Wii. So much fun. Great hand-drawn art style too. Just a really great game. I'd love to see what they could do with the Wario Land Switched or whatever they call it. A brand new, this one's madness. Now we're getting crazy. A brand new Zack and Wiki game. This is Capcom. This is like a very niche game. It's on my top Wii games of all time. Cell shaded, puzzle based game that use motion controls. This, Sky Sword Alyssa, look up a trailer for this game. It was unbelievable. You're muted, but it was unbelievable. This game was like
that's what I'm doing. I'm like looking up like, what is it?
I think Alyssa would like the game. Don't you, Bird?
Oh, absolutely. It's cell shaded. It has a fun story with excellent characters, great humor. It's like puzzle solving levels with like chain reactions to how you engage with the puzzles. And then there's boss fights that utilize puzzle solving to defeat. It's awesome.
That sounds really cool. Yeah,
here's another one.
I have to look at a trailer then. Sorry.
This was a one. No, you're good. Here's another one. This was a PS3 game. This is another niche one. It was one of my favorite PS3 gems, period. From Atlas. It's a Zelda-like, guys. It's one of the best. It's called 3D Game Hero. 3D. It was all pixels. It is amazing. It's like a Link to the Past, but everyone's like pixel characters. And when you kill them, it's like an explosion of pixels. It's so great. It's so good.
I'm glad you said that. Let me just tell everyone, if you haven't played it, I had this game pre-ordered. I still have it on my shelf. In box, everything. This is a game that I was so excited for that no one knew about. What was this, 20-some years ago, Brian?
Yeah, it was a long time.
I covered this at Zelda Informer back in the day because it was so
cool.
It was such a badass.
So we were all on the same page.
Yeah.
Yes, great game. Total.
Yeah, this is one that
Zelda, play it.
This is a game that should be on a Nintendo platform. Like it would
100%.
thrive. This game is so good. Where is it? Come back. I'm begging you. Let's see. I wrote down one more. This one's kind of just for fun. This is a game that's famous with the PlayStation 1, but I think we should add a new entry. And I think it would find a great home on Switch too. And I have a name for it too, just because I think this is such a great name. Guys, I'm asking for a brand new Ape Escape. And my Ape Escape I'm calling Ape Escape Primal Panic.
Of course.
It would be bananas.
Game
there it is.
There it is.
Gotta look that one up too.
Love it.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Ape Escape would be rad. I'd like to see that.
Yep. Yeah, that's all I got.
Is that your final one?
That's my final one.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I like it.
That's not all I got. It's just all I'm bringing tonight, just because I could go on and on and on, and another one and another one. So I think I'll call it there.
That's fair. All right, Eric, what do you got, man?
Oh, I hit the wrong mute button.
You're good.
I'll keep mine short and sweet. All I want It's No More Kids.
I knew it.
That's the one. That's
All I
what
want.
that's what he's gonna say. I knew it the
all
whole
I
time.
want.
Fair.
No More Kids and Snow More Kids 2. That's all I want.
All right.
No 3D Mario, Eric.
I hope we
Just
see it.
Snowboard Kids.
Snow More Kids. I do like Game Bird's idea of a Banjo Kazooie remake, though. I do like that, but give me a Snowboard Kids, damn it.
Snowboard kids. Snowboard kids. Let's go. All right.
I think there's a good chance that could happen. I honestly do. So I think it's a matter of time. Nate, what do you got?
Look. It has to happen. This is the dream, right? This is the desire. This is what you want.
The cream dream.
The new 3D Zelda.
Damn.
Done. I have much more on my list than that, but that's the most important game on my list. Yeah. I go. I'm gonna say it's coming out this year. I get that. Zelda 40th anniversary. Give us that 2014 shot moment. Let's do it. Aonuma's Last Zelda. I'm ready to hype up Aonuma's Last Zelda for literally the next 3 years. Let's fucking go. I'm so ready. Again, this is the wish list. Okay. So get ready. There's some crazy stuff on here. Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West combo pack.
Oh,
Let's go.
Yep.
Sony, you already bought it to PC. Let's go. Get it on Switch too. Halo
You would
Combat
do
Evolved.
very well.
Come on. Halo Combat Evolved. What are we doing? Yeah, I said Master Chief Collection is my more realistic one. Nah, let's get this. That's what I want. Crimson Desert. I think it's probably going to happen anyways. We're pretty confident it's coming over, but I don't know if it's going to be in the direct. It's my direct. It's in the direct. Keeping to that, I want a Crimson Sky remake. Sticking with the Crimson theme here. You guys remember Crimson Sky back in the day?
Crimson Sky? Yeah. On Xbox.
Yeah. Dude, I'd
Yeah,
love a remake.
I remember
of
the
that game.
box art perfectly. Yep.
Yeah, that game is awesome. One of the
It was
best
a really good game.
fighter games out there like that. The Sky World War II plane fighters. Oh, it's so fucking good. Last time I played it was actually in one of those giant things that like moves all over the place at some event. Oh, it was sick. It was so cool.
Oh, yeah. One of
It
those.
makes you feel like you're actually in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. That'd be a
Those
good
are
way to
awesome.
play
I
it.
can't afford one of those things, but if I could, that'd be the only game I play in it is Crimson Sky on repeat. But remake that thing is time. It's 2026. We need that thing coming back. All right. Again, my wish list here. Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, does anything else need to be said?
That,
Elder Scrolls.
that, my friend, is hopium right there.
That's what this is. It's a wish list.
Yeah.
I know, but you took it too far, dude. You took it way too far. That's
Nah,
the
it's
craziest
feasible.
thing I've heard tonight.
There's no such thing as too far on a wish list.
That's the craziest thing I've heard all night. I've heard a lot of crazy shit.
I like it. That is crazy.
In
I
my
like it, though.
mind.
If you're not going to get crazy, what's the point of a wish list?
That's true.
Dude, we had from Lamb out here going Nintendo Land 2. So, like, I'm just saying, it's a wish list. At least it's a game that really exists, we think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you guys though then. Since you brought up Elder Scrolls 6, do you think that's like the one game that could compete with GTA 6?
I don't think
I
any
don't-
game can compete with GTA 6.
You don't think so? No.
No, I don't think
I
anything
think there
can,
was
like, it's on its own stratosphere.
Yeah.
I never
think
played
there were-
Grand Theft Auto, so I don't know.
I think
But I
there
like
was a
Skyrim.
be
time.
great.
so-
I think there was a time when an Elder Scrolls could have gotten to that point, but I think people get really upset when I say this, but I always compare Game Freak to Bethesda. I'm like, oh yeah, they're like Bethesda. People get really,
That's
really
actually
upset
really
about that.
funny.
But they're both companies that sell shit tons of copies that release broken, janky games that look like ass.
You know, you're right. You're right.
By the way,
constantly.
it's the same bugs in every game. It's like
Yeah,
the
and this is coming from
Fucking
someone who loves some Bethesda stuff. Some, I say some. there's definitely an asterisk there. No, I love Oblivion. I love Skyrim. I love the older Fallout games, but yeah, I think that the industry, as far as like open world stuff, has evolved so much beyond
It's
what
true.
made Bethesda so big, and I feel like their games feel a lot like how they've always felt, and the industry's just moved beyond that. So until that, like, I don't know, Starfield was like, that was the huge project that was supposed to really, that was their big thing for so long, and it was a lot of inventory menus and loading screens, and I don't know, it doesn't bode well for Elder Scrolls 6, but my fingers are crossed that it will be amazing, because I personally love the Elder Scrolls, and I would love to see an Elder Scrolls that goes toe to toe with Grand Theft Auto, because I'm not a Grand Theft Auto fan. I haven't liked a Grand Theft Auto since Vice City. So yeah, so Elder Scrolls, kick some ass, please.
Yeah, sorry to derail. I was just thinking about that like the other day
No.
because we were talking about Elder Scrolls 6. So we brought it up. I was like, oh, I wonder what they think about that.
Let's
Yeah,
do it.
no worries. Always I derail all the time. What's your favorite candy, by the way?
Yeah.
Reese's,
There you go.
I love it. Yeah.
Snickers, anything with peanut butter.
There you go. Reese's Pieces are the best. Fucking love those.
You know what? This is one of
I
my
saw-
favorites.
The Cadbury Dairy Milk. Yeah, Carmelo, baby.
There you go.
Yeah, I love this one.
See, Game Bird knows how to derail a topic, my friends. I got to tell you, you know what kind of chocolate I love? Listen, Prime, you'll have your turn. Just give me a minute. I know you really want to talk about your favorite candy.
Sorry,
chocolate
Nate.
candy, too. I love the dark chocolate with salted caramel and like the almond. When it has like the salted caramel, I don't know what it is, or like
Yeah,
the salted
it's a good-
dark chocolate. Oh man,
I don't like dark chocolate on its own, but when it's the salted caramel, it hits. It hits.
dude! Yes, that combination of the sea salt with the dark chocolate. Oof.
Have you had the what do you call it? They have these, forget the brand. It's at Costco though, that sells these dark chocolate salted caramel. It's like a really good deal. Someone in chat probably knows what it is because they probably buy it, because like so many people
not
buy this
sure.
at Costco.
Next
It's
time
so
you go to
good.
Costco, send me a picture so I know, because I love that. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Nate, what's your
I will.
favorite type of chocolate?
Not participating.
And that, my friends, is how you successfully derail a topic. You may continue.
Sanders is the brand.
Hell yeah.
Sanders dark chocolate salted caramel. It's the best.
Is it related to
Yummy.
Colonel?
I gotta look
Hmm?
this up.
Yeah, it's really the Colonel.
Colonel
Sanders.
Sanders. Probably. It's probably why it's so addicting.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, those look bomb. Oh my god.
It's so good, and the price is really good in
Ouch, that made my
store.
nips hard.
Yeah, I see why it would.
Nice.
You just see that my shirt just go and rip open. What were you saying, Nate?
What else you got,
So
man?
video games. Control Resonant. Come on, let's get it over.
Game does look good.
I already said this before, but it was kind of like an offshoot, like some sort of big game if it was a part of the showcase. But GTA 6 would obviously be like the biggest get, right? That's my wish list. And even though I don't really care that much about GTA 6, my God, it being on Switch 2 would just make me laugh. just laugh. That's it. I'm not going to explain why. It would just make me laugh. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
That would be a good one.
That'd be awesome to have that on Switch 2.
I really want to play that one. I'm bummed I didn't get around to it last year.
This
Don't
is
be.
one, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I think will come eventually. But this next one, I don't think is ever going to come. But this is my wish list. Wolverine. I'll say there's one shot, and that shot is it's a licensed game, and they need to make money. So maybe, probably more likely the Spider-Man games come, but this is my dream list. Wolverine. Here's one that I've been wanting pretty much since I became an adult. Even though at the time I had played it quite recently.
Panty Party 4.
No. Eternal Darkness, but a remake of Eternal Darkness.
Oh yeah.
Find that studio, Nintendo. Find the studio to do it right, and then get the sequel coming right after. Let's do it. I think it's too early, but it's my wish list. So Mario Kart World DLC, and I'd like it to be free. My wish list. It won't be free. It probably won't be this direct. I think it's probably more likely the June or September direct they announce it, and it will be charged for. But it's the wish list. My wish list is free, significant DLC for Mario Kart World. Hell, add a whole new world. Double the courses. I don't know. Do something. Something wild. Give me Hyrule in Mario Kart. Do it.
Dude.
All right.
So much.
This is one that this is clearly going to happen someday, but I want it to happen in this direct. And that is a new Hogwarts Legacy game. It's very clearly we're going to get another one. It's like the best-selling game in WB history. So very obviously we're going to get another one. If we don't, then they are, I know they're for sale and all this, but you're completely mismanaged and fumbling if you don't realize what you've done with Hogwarts Legacy. You need to make another one.
Nate,
I'd like to be in the direct.
are you I not to derail again, it's not really a derail. Are you a Lord of the Rings fan by any chance?
Yes.
Did you hear, I don't know what the rumored company is supposed to be. Did you hear that there's a company that's looking, because of the success of Hogwarts Legacy, that is looking to make a single player story-based game to compete with Hogwarts Legacy based on the Lord of the Rings world? Do you hear about this?
I have not.
I did.
Okay.
Well, that intrigues
I don't know.
me.
That's real.
Yeah. Dude, nutty. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so
I am too.
That intrigues me.
Yeah.
That intrigues me greatly, actually.
I haven't played Hogwarts Legacy. It's another one that I missed. That's on my backlog that I want to get around to playing. I've heard nothing but good stuff about it. You guys all like it? Who played
My
it?
cousin likes it, Jim, who's 43, and he only bought it because my godson Enzo is starting to get into Harry Potter. Jim's never seen any of the movies.
I've never seen the
interest in
movies.
ever seeing it.
Same. I've never seen the movies or read the books, but I love fantasy. I love fantasy worlds. So I love magic and knights and wizards and goblins and all that stuff. So
He doesn't even like that stuff. He really doesn't. But he really likes this game.
Oh yeah.
So
Nate, you liked it?
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it. Michaela loved it. She beat it.
My next
She don't beat
game.
a lot of video games.
My next game. Like, this is getting revealed next month either way, but put it in the direct. And my dream for this game,
Oh snap!
literally, is just that it's actually good. Gen 10 Pokemon. And caveat, people will like the visuals. Now, my dream is that it's like, oh my God, they went balls to the wall, but they didn't.
So you're saying no flat windows?
No flat windows. It'll be the windows can be flat, just the window sills and everything. Anyways, no, it would be basically that it is actually visually pleasing. It is not, winning awards for best looking game of 2026, but it is a leap forward for Pokemon. The leap that we thought was going to happen on Switch and never really did. Heck, maybe it's a new art direction. I don't know. Something. But that's on my dream list. And we're going to see it next month either way. Probably going to see it on Pokemon Days. I don't think it's going to reveal the direct, but this is my wish list for the direct. So it makes my wish list because I do want to like Pokemon. It just has to feel like a game from this century. Please, no falling through the world bugs and other bullshit. A new Punch-Out game. Probably will never happen. I don't want to say never,
Punch-Out.
but in today's society, it's kind of hard a little bit. A little too PC. But I don't care. This is an iconic franchise. You bring it back. Who cares? Bring it back. Lean into even more stereotypes. I don't care.
Yeah.
I
I appreciated that about Punch Out.
Dude, if you lean into every stereotype for like every major culture in the world, who's going to be mad? You're making
Every
fun
culture.
of everyone. You're making fun of everyone equally, right? So like, who cares?
Yeah, Punch Out just has so much personality, man. Like,
Yes, it does.
I still love it. Obviously, there's so much to love about it. The names, like Soda Popinski, the dude from Russia that's always drinking vodka. It's like, this is great.
I love it. Give me a new one. Lean into it. Who cares? Nintendo of America will be the reason it never happens. But I would love for it to come back, and I would love for them to go all fucking out, man. And yeah, I've always said if they brought it back, I would like if they had a new big name boxer for the final. The thing is, I don't pay attention to boxing enough to know who the big names are today. But I feel like a big name. I know for me, it's always gonna be, oh, you want Mike Tyson, but I always just go, yeah, but we're in 2026 now. I want this to hit on a new audience. A lot of people today don't even fucking know who Mike Tyson is anymore. So,
no way.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's be real. A lot of people don't know who any boxers are today.
Well, I mean, the world might know about Jake Paul, but I swear to fucking Christ, if they put him in the game, he better be the first fucking guy.
Yeah, they do know about him, but yeah, he didn't get his career in boxing. Like, he didn't start it there. That's why they know about him.
He can replace Glass Joe. We'll knock him out in the very first match. Anyways. There's another way they can go with it too. Go with like all timers, have like the last 5 fights be like all time boxing legends. That would obviously include Mike Tyson. That would be sick.
Yeah,
that would be cool. All right. Let's see here. Next up,
Butterbeam.
Why have we been waiting so long? New duck hunt. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Are we not allowed to shoot ducks anymore? They're fake ducks. We're not killing real ones.
Who would get mad? Was it PETA?
Probably. They get mad at everything, though. Do they get mad at Animal Crossing?
Nasty letter to Nintendo?
Yeah, they do it every time Animal Crossing comes out. They write like a super nasty letter as if it's going to do anything.
Yeah. And then send it out to mainstream media and be like, share this everywhere.
Hey, I cover it because I find it hilarious. I think it's one of the funniest stories.
I think it's funny, too.
Every time an Animal Crossing comes out, I'm like, where's the PETA letter? Where's the PETA? There's the PETA letter. All right.
Yeah.
There's a fun video.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
Anyways, yeah, a new duck hunt would be sick. And you know what? You know what? Make it a duck hunt / Hogan's Alley sequel. That'd be awesome. I would love that, man. And you can springboard really cool. That into Link's crossbow training too. Just keep the light guns going.
Yeah, give us like a bunch of light gun games, like Gotcha, the paintball game on NES.
Yeah, that'd be so good. Next up, new IP by Monolith Soft, but it turns out it's actually an action adventure series rather than their RPG roots. To pair next to Zelda, it's not a Zelda game. It is actually its own action adventure series. That would be sick.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. That would just be so fucking cool. This is one that I think people have been wanting for a long time. Comes up all the time. New F-Zero.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't forgot F-Zero. F-Zero 99 did pretty well for them. I think that's opened the door a smidge to the possibility of bringing back a new F-Zero. By the way, guys, cool for those just tuning in, these are not predictions. These are wish lists. I already did the predictions earlier. Okay, so these are wish lists. So if you're looking at me like
this guy's
crazy,
he's a psychopath.
This is wish list. This is if I was in control of all of gaming, this is what I would put in the direct. All right. And this one was actually cool because Gamebird brought it up. I do want a new Wario Land. Absolutely. Absolutely need one. I don't know why we haven't had one in so long. Makes no sense to me. They've all been excellent. Let's get a new one.
Do you guys remember the Wario Land Shake It skit on SNL? With Alex Baldwin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm shaking my
I've thought about
Wii.
that in years.
Yeah.
Next up, let's get a new Golden Sun. It's time. It's time for the sun to rise on a new Golden Sun. I think that just makes sense.
Yep.
This is one out there that I personally would just find hilarious because it would make certain parts of the internet shit bricks that it got revealed in a Nintendo Direct instead of a state of play. Final Fantasy VII Part 3 revealed in the Direct.
Yeah,
People would ship bricks. People would ship bricks and then also realize, hey guys, it's coming everywhere. I don't know what you're
What's
you're
the,
convinced
what,
about. You're getting the game.
Nate, what's the prescription or the treatment for that? For shitting bricks.
You know,
what do you do?
I've talked to my doctor for a while for it. You know, we tried to try to like block it up. That was a mistake.
Brick fix?
Yeah, brick fix. Anyways, that would be so cool. It probably isn't ready. This is probably realistically not being revealed till either end of the year or early next year. But this isn't about realism. This is about what I want. This is desires. This is wish list items. Speaking of one that should absolutely not be a wish list game, but it is because it's Dragon Quest 12. Like, this shouldn't be a wish list. It should literally be in the Direct. But we all know it's not going to be. But it should be. That game has been in development for so long. Dragon Quest is getting hot again with all these remakes. I know I think they're building up to showing it again and being more definitive on when it's coming. It's just not right now. But it literally shouldn't be a wish list item, but it is. Just like this one I mentioned earlier on my other list that, you know, if it wasn't for reports, I might have given it a shot in the Direct, but it doesn't have one, but it's my wish list. I want Fable. I want Fable confirmed for Switch 2.
Good one.
I know it's not going to happen right now. Does sound like it might come to Switch 2, but it won't be day and date. This one is kind of weird because I truly don't believe it's coming out next year, but hey, it's already announced. Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic. I want it confirmed for Switch 2, even though I do not believe it's coming anywhere close to 2027, like the date on the website says. I think that game is probably 4 or 5 years away, to be honest. But still would be nice to have it confirmed. Gears of War E-Day. Look, I think Microsoft should just bring everything, to be honest. I could have made this whole list nothing but Microsoft games.
Yeah.
The new Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis. I'd like to see that get confirmed. I'd love to see that one get confirmed. This one has reportedly been delayed, but probably not out of the year. And it hasn't been announced yet. And maybe now's the time. Because it's Ubisoft and they can't keep anything under wraps. We're talking about Assassin's Creed Black 4 Remake. Why not reveal it right here? I want to see it. I want to know what you're doing. I want to know if you messed up one of the better Assassin's Creed games or if you actually just left it alone and just made it look way the hell better. Which is crazy to think because I booted it up the other day. It still looks really good today. Those Assassin's Creed games, I don't know, they're aging kind of well. So, very curious what they're going to do with that game from a visual perspective to really make it stand out beyond just higher resolution. This should be the final game on my list, but it's not because according to the people that be, it still exists. Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Mm-hmm.
This should be the final wish list item because it's such a pipe dream. But they keep saying it exists. That there was recent comments on this game about how
this
excited
is the game.
It's
The game that ends Ubisoft. This is going to be the game that ends the company.
Yeah, this game's going to come out. Watch it just be absolutely incredible. Then we find out they spent $1 billion to make it. It never makes the money back. And then
Needs to sell 100 million copies.
Yeah,
Break even.
Ubisoft's out of business. They're charging $100+ for that game. They've sunk so much money into it.
The sad thing is that game is gonna, if that game actually releases, I think it's like a guaranteed games of service at this point because they need to find some way to monetize beyond just like a
There
standard
has to be like a multiplayer aspect to it that is like forever monetizable
with a cash shop and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Hey, GTA does it, so yeah. Just saying. But I couldn't make that the final game because this is wishlist territory, and technically the game exists, so it's not wishlist item enough. At least they tell us it exists. This is a game that's never happening. But if I ever had a say in anything, dude, I actually think this should be the goal of me as a YouTuber to get large enough to have the influence to force this to happen. Conker's Bad Fur Day 2. The sequel. Bring all the crude humor. Oh, I know there's jokes in that game that people won't be okay with today. Gives a fuck. I think you lean into that shit. It's a joke. You lean into it. Get into the inappropriateness of Conker, the drunk squirrel. I would be so fucking hyped. I would be so high. Oh my God. And I know this game will never, ever exist. But I should make that a goal. How many millions, Phil Spencer? How many millions of subs do I need to make this happen? I will take my life savings when I have one day and try to get a hold of Mr. Beast to help me promote it. It's the biggest audience I think I can find. Help promote getting this thing out there. Granted, he probably won't want to promote Conker's Bad Fur Day 2. I don't care. This needs to exist. So Phil, just give me a goal. Where do I have to get to before we have a serious conversation? I'm making this happen. That's what I got. I'm gonna end there. I can keep going forever. I had to stop at some point, and the list just kept growing and growing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like that could be a full episode between all of us.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. Well, you know, good news. I don't have a ton. I kept it. I actually kept this kind of, yeah.
Tame. Going last, you feel tame after my list.
Yeah, you know, there's some stuff you guys said that I want to see as well. That's on my list, but yeah, it's not as long. Dragon Quest 12 again. You know, if it happens on the 5th, we have Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined coming out the same day.
Wait, time out. I got to throw this in. We need a new NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, NHL Hits. New ones.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Just throw that out there.
For sure. So I don't know if it would happen, you know, on that day. Obviously, there's Dragon Quest Day, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes more
sense. But again,
sense.
this is just a dream, right? You know,
yep.
It's dream predictions.
Dude,
Chrono Trigger remake.
True, that would be fucking great.
I know. But I do think we're gonna get Chrono Trigger HD 2D. I do.
There we go.
That one I really believe. Here's one I don't believe, but I want to see happen. That's the Earthbound HD 2D remake. I just think it perfect candidate for it. Castlevania 40th. I want to see him do something for it. Obviously, it was on my list of predictions, but it could just as well be a dream as well. I do want to see that. I think we need to get through Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy before they show Final Fantasy IX Remake. However, that's going to be on my dream list. I want to see Mike Tyson punches out of prison. I want that to be the subtitle of the game. And I want it to be about, again, all of the people that he faced in prison. Like all the people that he met. And I want it to start off like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out game, right? But I also want it to be a side scroller, like a beat 'em up, where you're fighting in prison and you got to like trick the guard to get the prison key to like unlock the jail cell. And I want there to be like riots. I want it to be like the show on HBO, Oz. Did you ever watch Oz back in the day? J.K. Simmons was in it.
Yep.
I want a Mike Tyson side-scrolling like beat 'em up game that is basically like the TV show Oz, and it just focuses on like prison riots and stuff. And I want there to be like mini games in it, like where you could play like basketball at lunch, and like working out, see how many like bench presses you can do, stuff like that. I want there to be like opportunities to get like shanks in the game and like stab people and stuff like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. What do you guys think? Would you guys be down with Mike Tyson
I like that.
punches out of
Yeah.
prison?
I actually love that idea.
I was just waiting for you guys to cut me off.
No, I
loved
actually love
Look,
it.
oh, you
And
keep going.
it needs some actual like Mike Tyson voiceover too.
Yes.
That would bring everything full circle.
Oh man, that'd be sick. All right, so I really want to see Nintendo bring back Captain N. I think it's time to bring back the Game Master himself. And I want his dog to be in it too. That's in the intro to the game that gets sucked into video game world. I really want to see that. Been wanting to see that since the 80s. So that obviously has to make my list. Here's one that I honestly I do think could happen. I really do. And that's Super Mario RPG 2. Nintendo and Square are very close. We obviously got the remake. There's great characters in that game. Gino and Mallow are beloved. Why not carry this on? Why not do another one?
I can't believe I forgot.
And I know Square's working with everybody now. They're releasing their games on all platforms. I don't think that just because of that, you can't make a game together like Super Mario RPG 2 and have it only on Nintendo. They make the rules. If it makes sense for them, they're going to do it.
Yep.
Just like
Absolutely.
with Wind Waker on GameCube NSO. Nintendo makes the rules. They can release the HD one too. It's whatever they want to do, man. It's their world. We're just living in it. Ocarina of Time remake. Obviously, I want to see that. I also want to see A Link to the Past HD 2D. Really want to see that. The Oracle series, again. I think all of the 2D Zeldas are going to have their time to shine again with remakes. I think it makes a lot of sense. What would the next one be for 2D if there was a remake? Would it be A Link to the Past? Would it be the original? Would it be the Oracle games? These are the questions I ask. I don't know which one they'd go with, but I'm down for all of that. Obviously, Kid Icarus. Do something with them, please. For GameCube NSO, Gamebird, you mentioned a lot of great ones that were on my list, like Eternal Darkness, Twin Snakes, and Beautiful Joe. So I'll throw a few more on there. Obviously, I want Wave Race Blue Storm. No surprise there. I want Star Fox Adventures. I would like to revisit that on GameCube NSO.
Hell yeah.
It is Sonic's anniversary as well. It's Sonic's 35th anniversary. So Sonic Adventure DX for GameCube makes a lot of sense. Really does. It's a great game. Yeah. another one from Sega that, again, I've said this before. I really want to see Phantasy Star Online on GameCube NSO because we could actually play online. We don't need the broadband adapter to do this anymore.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's just such a
Man.
great game to bring back that actually had online support back in the day.
Can you imagine if that
On
just
GameCube.
breathed completely new life into that game and it had a full-on community behind it? How
it
cool that
could.
would be.
It could, because on Dreamcast, they still have a server. They have a private server up still
Oh, wow.
for Phantasy Star that fans are running with that is an active community still. So like
They'd
I'd be
all go
curious to
over.
see if any of those folks migrate over, but that game's really fun. I would like to see that. That'd be a fun one to revisit. And then Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. Really love Mario Golf on GameCube. That one's my favorite console Mario Golf. Nate, you mentioned some Sony titles like Horizon, Zero Dawn, and Forbidden West. And I think I've told you guys I platinum both games. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again for anyone who hasn't heard it. I never go into a game with that intention. I only decide if I'm going to do that probably like halfway through because I'm enjoying it so much that I'm like, you know what? I want to see and do everything. This is worth it. I'm bought in. I believe in this game. And so I'll do that. And so I did it with both of those games. And I think it would do very, very well on Nintendo. I think Nintendo fans would appreciate it. And Zelda fans would love it. It's a really good game. So I'd like to see that.
I bought a PS4 just because of Horizon Zero Dawn when it first came out. I was like, this looks
So
like a
good.
game I would like. It is really good. So
I
I
think it would
agree.
do
I
really
think
well on
Zelda
Nintendo.
fans and Nintendo would do great. I agree.
The Uncharted collection. Another Sony one. Uncharted is excellent. Again, I think it would do well. You know, it's obviously there's some similarities with Tomb Raider and with Indiana Jones when it comes to Uncharted. God of War as well. The God of War games. If we can get some Sony games over there, I think that would do very well. Nate, you mentioned Wolverine and Spider-Man. Absolutely. Those are very expensive IPs. The amount of money, obviously, like Sony owns that, but the amount of money they spend on marketing and development is insane. Like the marketing campaigns for it are insane. And I think getting that out on other platforms, you make way more money. If you're doing it on PC, and if you got all these PC handhelds out there now, what's the difference? Why don't you release it over on Nintendo too and collect the money over there? Yeah, I think it's definitely something for them to consider. And then you mentioned Crimson Desert again. I think we expect that. I really do. That's all I got. I tried to keep pretty. You know what? I did save one for last that I wanted to mention last, because this one is a dream, and that would be Mother 3 on the NSO. That's also on my bingo card. Mother 3 coming to the GBA NSO. It's the 20th anniversary. Came out in 2006. Let's make it happen.
All right. It's pretty good. One game I wanted to throw out there quick, and this should actually be on predictions for the show, not wish list. After all, Nate the Hate said it. Expedition 33. He said it's coming this year to Switch 2. Shit. Let's see it. That'd be nice. All right. I think that does it for that topic then, eh? We can do the bonus topic here. Shouldn't take too long on this one. But you guys remember how mad supposedly everyone is about game key cards? Big deal, right? Everyone's mad about not true physical. I've been mad about it. Well, Have you guys heard of a website called Deku Deals?
Yep.
They compiled some data. And it turns out maybe people don't give a shit about game key cards as much as the internet likes to pretend they do. Literally right off their website. Are Switch 2 owners buying third-party game key card releases? So, got a chart here. You can obviously see 75.8%. So, according to our data, most users seem willing to purchase game key cards. Of the 1,070 Deku Deal users who have had one or more third-party physical releases to their collection, so clicked on links to their website, right? 735 of those people own game key card titles, at least one or more. That is massive. To the point that, like, I know the internet has made a big kerfuffle over game key cards. And I understand that this is a very, very, very limited data set, right? We're talking about 1,070, consumers. It's not, you can't make entire market determinations off of that. But they are a website, obviously, for usually the more savvy consumers, realizing you can go there and find all the digital and physical deals right on their website for all platforms, not just Switch 2. And the fact that those savvy consumers seem to not give a fuck if it's a game key card or not. If it's a game they want to play, they're going to buy it anyways. I find that to be fascinating. So do we think that this is a greater trend and that game key cards are actually selling better than people think they are? And, we've all kind of given our feelings on game key cards before, but now we're in 2026. They're clearly not going anywhere, right? I certainly like seeing them over Code in a Box. Just had another game confirmed for Switch 2 yesterday or the day before. That's Code in the Box, WWE 2K. Yes. It's Code in the Box last year. It's Code in the Box again this year. I'd way rather that be a game key card than a Code in the Box. And I own game key card games. I think I have 2. So I'll probably have more in the future at some point. So what do you guys think? Does this data sway you that maybe game key cards really aren't as big of a deal as the internet made them out to be?
I mean,
No.
I never thought key cards were a big deal because I've been pretty clear. Listen, the people who are up in arms who truly there's two types of people who are really upset about game key cards. People who love physical media, which I'm one of those people who loves physical media, but the fact of the matter is, love it or hate it, we're a dying breed. We are the few. The vast majority of consumers could give a rat's ass about physical media. Talk to any kid today. They don't like it. They don't like having to worry about their discs getting scratched or even having the act of removing a disc, putting it in a case and adding a new disc or cartridge. They like their whole library on their device. So there's that sector, and I get it. I've accepted the inevitable because if this isn't the last physical media gen, surely the next one is. That's how I view it. And the other group of people who are up in arms about it is a very loud minority that's, making content for engagement. Does that mean I think game key cards are good or awesome? No, I don't own any. I've never thought about buying any before. I buy physical games for the games that come traditional physical. I stick to how I've been as a collector. And when a game doesn't, I buy it digitally. And next gen, I'm probably going full digital because I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be left with a bunch of games that don't carry over to the next gen hardware that doesn't come with some sort of a disk drive or a cartridge slot, because it's going to happen. Eventually, we're getting that all digital system that doesn't offer even a add-on for a disk drive or a cartridge device reader. So yeah, this isn't surprising at all. The trend is going to continue to be majority digital. That number is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger with time. The trend of traditional physical media is going to get smaller, smaller, and smaller. It's already super small. So yeah, I just I don't find it surprising at all. I love physical media, but unfortunately we're going extinct. We're dinosaurs, and we will be forgotten. And at the very least, those of us who have been collecting our whole lives, at least we have all these wonderful memories that we've gotten to collect over the years. And I don't know about you guys. I'm not planning on selling mine. I hope to pass mine down. Hopefully, if my kids care about this, I hope they care about it, or grandkids care about it. I'll be passing it down to them. But yeah, enjoy it while you have it, because the fact of the matter is it's going to be gone. And no matter how much you fight it, at the end of the day, there's not really anything you could do there. And guys, there's still companies like Limited Run and what's the other one? I just
Boston Colt.
Yeah,
that's a new one.
There's another one
there's a lot premium edition games. There's so many little.
Those companies are going to pop out because there always will be, for us oldies, for us dinosaurs. There's always going to be a market for physical games. And so I imagine it's not going to be day and date, but how we get some of those limited run pre-orders, you'll see more of that. So there's that to look forward to. But yeah.
And someday when modern devices don't have the cartridge or disk drive even as an option, some of that physical will still exist, just like vinyl still exists. It's just going to be specialized probably to PC, where there will always be an ability to use a disk drive with a PC. Always.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I'll give you my thoughts real quick. I was going to say it's very similar to what you just said, Bird. No, it doesn't surprise me because I never thought the sales were bad. I never bought into everyone's feelings. And when I say everyone, it's not everyone. It's the people who are just loud on the internet and don't even play video games because they're on the internet talking about them. It's true. So look, I never thought they sold bad. The casual does not care about that. I think it's interesting. I've seen so many people on X, though, like a game will be shown, like an account will post about a game, and they'll be like, but it's a key card, so I'm not buying it, and I won't buy it digitally. And I was excited for this game, but now I'm not going to play it. I'm like, bullshit, bro. If that's how you live your life, first off, that's sad. And again, I don't know how you function day to day if that's how you're living your life. If something doesn't go your way, you're just going to quit and walk away and say, I no longer have any interest in this. It's just weird. It's weird behavior to me. And it's not that this has been just such an interesting experiment, I guess. Social experiment to like watch from my point of view. Because I've done physical my whole life. I love physical games, of course. But again, we are a dying breed. We're almost the newspaper. That's where we're at. We're going away.
It's true.
And
I mean, I still buy physical. I still buy physical movies all the time. I buy like 4K releases. I love physical media in all its forms. I buy physical books. I don't do the ebooks. I rarely do the audiobooks unless I'm on the road.
It feels soulless.
I buy comic books. They do feel soulless. They do. Not touching the paper is like
it's weird. Sterile. I don't like it.
Very sterile. Yeah. So
yeah, if I'm gonna do any digital form of a book, it's audiobooks.
Yeah. Audiobooks are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of it. Michaela listens to them all the time. I'll give you an example, though. So my cousin Jim, he is 43. He loves Cobra Kai, loves it. And they just announced today that it's coming to Blu-ray. You can pre-order it now, the whole set. So I sent it to my cousin, the link. He replies, "Can I just buy the empty box?" LOL. I said, "You don't watch physical media anymore?" He said, "No." End of conversation. I'm just like, we can't count on someone like you. Who can we count on? You're 43 years old, man. Like, this is done. It's over. It's over. The physical media stuff's gonna go away. But look, I still think with Nintendo, and we've talked about this before a lot on the podcast, and I have the same stance in that Xbox is leaving, Sony's teetering. I forget what Sony's physical to digital split is, but I believe it's at least 80% digital. I think it's went up too since I last looked at these numbers, but there is a scenario where Nintendo says, hold on. Everyone's doing this. When they zig, we zag. Let's keep doing physical, and now we get to own the store. Now we own the electronics section. It's Nintendo. We are synonymous with video games. We are the brand. We are the company that has physical games. Because we have no competition now at Walmart or Target or Best Buy. Wherever it may be, there's no competition. If someone wants to buy someone a video game, if parents, grandparents, you want to buy someone a video game, the only way you can do it is on Nintendo, because there are no physical games on Xbox. There are no physical games on PlayStation. Like there might be a future where Nintendo says, you know what, maybe we keep doing this. Look at our numbers, guys. We're like 50-50. We can't abandon 50% of the market. Our customers dictate this. We can't abandon them. So what if we actually sell more physical games now because Sony and Nintendo are no longer there, or Sony and Microsoft? It's just us now. I think there's a real scenario where that could play out. I'd be interested in that, but probably getting a little off topic here. But as far as these key cards, man, I'm not surprised at all, because I never once thought that they wouldn't sell good, because the casual consumer knows no different. And the real gamers, like people who really want that game, they're going to buy it regardless, because they want to play it and because they like that IP. They're going to buy Final Fantasy VII Remake on Switch 2 as a key card because that game means something to them and they want that game up on their shelf because they know the history between Nintendo and Square and Final Fantasy. It has more meaning to them. And so you will buy it just to have that case and that box art up on the shelf. If it's the same price digitally, you'll buy the key card just for that. So there's scenarios like that too, commemorative things. I just don't think this is the end all be all, man. Life's bigger and deeper than if it's a key card or not. People got to step outside and some fresh air.
Yeah, to kind of add to it a bit. I mean, if you want an example that key cards aren't like this huge deterrent, we have a recent one here in Final Fantasy VII, still sold out on Best Buy.
Love to see it.
It's very obvious.
Sold out everywhere.
Yeah, it's not just Best Buy. This is the one I pulled up. Might still have some on Amazon. I can't remember. There was some yesterday, but the point is that, like, obviously, what helps with the price point with that, right? For $40, people might be more willing to dive into a key card at 40 than at 70. But I do think it's interesting because all a key card is, like, when I see people say, fuck that shit, I ain't buying key cards, I'm gonna go get it digital. What's the difference? One you can resell, one you can't. You're just choosing not to be able to resell, which is fine, by the way. It's fine, by the way, if you're choosing not to resell. Like, that's okay. Not everyone resells their games. That's one reason why I like digital, because I'm not even tempted to resell if my money gets really tight. So I get it. But also, if you're getting digital anyways, then you're just, it's on principle. If you just fuck key cards, yeah, you're really making them go back to full physical by buying that digital copy of the game.
Well, let's be real for a second. Who here thinks that the general consumer even knows what a game key card is? Because
So I'm saying they don't
when
know.
Switch 2 when Switch 2 came out and we got like the reveal of game key cards, people who are in the know and following the news very closely were debating what a game key card even means. So the general public has no idea. They see a game on the shelf that they want or they're interested in and they buy it. End of story.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because for multiple generations now, PlayStation and Xbox, and PC's been doing this for decades, has conditioned everyone that when you put your disc in, you don't get to play it right away. You have to install the game. So when you put a key card in, it kind of just feels like that.
Yeah.
To most consumers.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel like that big of a difference. I know the literal differences. I'm not arguing about the literal differences. The servers go away one day, you're fucked. I get that. But to the general consumer base, it probably feels very similar to what they've been conditioned to for decades now. So I find it interesting. Obviously, you know, this isn't like concrete numbers, and probably only the Nintendo or these third-party companies truly know how well key cards are selling for them. But they're not going to go anywhere. And there's multiple reasons for that. Obviously, games are massive, so not everything can fit on a 64 gig card. Anyways, you're going to have to download regardless, unless you think they're going to go back to putting multiple cartridges like they used to do, multiple discs in a box. I don't think that's ever happening again, especially with how expensive the cartridges are. To see multiple cartridges in a box would be fucking wild. Maybe on like some ultra premium $400 collector's edition, there's some like 300 gig game with like 6 cartridges in there or some shit. But like, yeah, it's just not something that, you know, is feasible. Like, even when you look at like PlayStation and Xbox, like PlayStation 5 still has some physical games. There's a lot of their library is still fully available on disc, doesn't need downloads to play. But then you go look at their financials and the split's like 80-20 digital physical. So like, even though the option's there, it's not necessarily being bought by more. Now I know there are certain games, Sony first party games do tend to have a bit of a higher rate of physical buyers to digital, but I believe it's under 50%. It's not like Nintendo where it's like straight 50-50 across the board. I believe it's under 50%. I'd have to go double check the last financial report to see if they said anything about the first party games and the split. I'm not sure if they report it every single time. I know they report the overall split, which is 80-20, but so I do find it quite interesting that like I'm not a huge fan of game key cards. On this very podcast, I've ranted against the stupidity of them at times. But in the end, I'm here to play games. I don't think the general consumer cares. I will never decide I'm not going, like, let's say a game key card is the only option I have to play a game. If I want to play the fucking game, I'm going to play the fucking game. You can get on my ass about ownership and how I'm being anti-consumer. You know what's anti-consumer to me? Purposely choosing to not enjoy something because I think me choosing not to enjoy it is suddenly going to make it available in a format I want later. It's not going to happen. If I don't buy Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade because it's a key card, does that suddenly mean Rebirth is not going to also be a key card? Like, come on. It's not going to make a difference. And I understand, if enough people band together, I get it. Enough people aren't banding together. That's reality. Deku Deals just showed it. Enough people aren't banding together. It's not going to make a difference. At some point, you can't deny the inevitable. You can keep choosing not to participate, but you can't deny it's coming. Example, there will be an all digital future at some point. I'm not going as far to say everything's going to be game streaming. I think that's actually much further away than people think it is. But all digital, where there is no physical copies available, I think that is much closer than people realize. Could be as soon as PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox. I think the next Xbox is a shoo-in. They keep saying they're making one. So I think it's a shoo-in that will not have a disk drive. And I think, and this is why I think PlayStation 6 might not really either, even though I think it will support a disk drive. That disk drive it supports will be solely for backwards compatibility. And that'll be it. It won't be because they're actually releasing PS6 games on disc. And there's a lot of reasons corporations are leaning this way. We all know the reasons, right? It's all about the corporate greed and all that. Also, it's not just about that, but that plays a role, right? They make more money off digital sales than physical sales by a landslide. But also the consumers are the ones that kind of drove the change in the first place. It's not like physical media on PC vanished overnight. Consumers decided they would rather download their games than buy a disc and install it. Physical didn't vanish on PlayStation overnight. Consumers decided convenience matters a little bit more. It's not like they just decided physical is going away. We didn't get to the Switch 2 generation and they just decided, you know what? We're going to slowly phase out physical and do game key cards. No. Nintendo's statistics over the last 8 years, going from 70-30 physical to digital to 50-50 by the end of the generation, tells them things are trending towards digital being more dominant than physical. So why make super, super expensive cartridges? They're going to cost like $40-50 to these AAA studios making 100 gigabyte plus games. Where they're going to have to take that game, charge you the $70, throw a $40 premium on. Now you're at $110. Are consumers going to buy that? No, let's be realistic here, guys. If Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate was on a 128 gigabyte cartridge, it wouldn't be $40. You're probably looking at a $70, $80, $90 game. Are you buying that just because it's physical? Some of you would, absolutely. But do you think it's sold out like it is now, if that was the case? Like, there's a lot of these metrics that people go into when they make these products and make these transitionary products. And I don't even know if it's a transitionary product, but if nothing else, game key cards might be a way to make physical stay around longer for Nintendo. Because it is the only way between the home console makers to have an ability to sell a digital good. Resale value. Nintendo found a way to make you able to resell digital products. You just got to buy it as a key card. No one else has that as an option in the console space but Nintendo. Now, I say no one. I realize that on PlayStation, thanks to Microsoft especially, there's a lot of the discs are just key cards. You download the game, but you need the disc to play, just like a key card. I get that it technically exists. They just don't have a name for it. But Nintendo's putting a name to it. And obviously, I don't think the general consumer cares that much. I think people, you know, I have children. I can tell you right now, they don't really care that much about physical. They obviously have physical games for their Switches and all that. They have their little portable carrying case and they put their physical games in it. But they would rather not have to switch out cartridges. They would trade that cartridge for the game that just be available all the time with a menu switch. Because that's the generation they're growing up in. Because it's really been this way since 2007 when smartphones started getting popular. The moment this became the go-to thing, where the thing in your pocket has access to everything all the time, your smart TV has access to everything all the time, your computer has access to everything all the time, without having to swap mediums. That's what people want. They want convenience. So, in the end, I'm not in denial that all digital is the future. I know this. I'm not going to stop gaming because of it. Because in the end, I play for the games. I don't play for game ownership and all this other bullshit. Yeah, it's nice to own my games. You guys know I don't really replay. I don't really replay my games. I know for some of you guys, replay value is a really big thing. And you buy a game today, you want to be able to play it 15 years from now. I get it. I don't care because I'm gonna be too busy playing whatever game comes out 15 years from now. There's too many great good games coming out all the time for me to keep replaying old ones. And I know some people are of the opinion that, you know, the video game industry was better back in the old days. And yeah, maybe. That doesn't change it. There's a shit ton of new games coming out I want to play. And if you're like, example, like, oh, well, I hate having to have broken games come out, need all this DLC. Dude, have you paid attention to the indie scene where like they release complete video games? Like you're used to? Sorry that maybe it's not EA anymore. But games that are just as good as what you played back in the day are coming out in the indie world all the time and are way more affordable to boot. Yeah, you can get crazy. You can get almost, I don't want to say it quite at the level, but you can get RPGs from indie devs that are almost as good as Chrono Trigger for like $20 when that was $70 back in the day. Complete. No DLC, no updates needed. Complete day fucking one. You just got to expand your horizons away from the companies you grew up with and start to realize there's a lot out there. And once you realize that, you start to realize gaming's not really in that bad of a place. There's a lot going on. There's just some of the big companies are fucking up. But there's a lot of other companies that aren't. So I think that game key cards are clearly a non-issue at this point. I'm not going to say non-issue for everyone. Obviously, there's people in literally commenting right now that, you know, fuck game key cards. I get it. But I think on a general sense, on a mass consumer sense, I actually don't think it's ultimately that big of a problem. And I think it's possible that Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate could have shown other companies the way. And the way is when we release our games on key cards, we don't charge $70. We drop the price a bit. And then it'll move. Release them at 50, release them at 60. People will buy them then. They won't give a fuck. Especially if the digital version is more expensive, which is insane, but you know. Just throwing that out there, guys. Like, and I understand all the companies want to push to all digital faster because it's better for them. And consumers seem to be wanting it to go that way, besides the old heads like us that like physical. But that's the future. And Deku deals is just kind of the first little drop in the bucket because like everything we've talked about with game key cards up to this point has been purely hypothetical. We had no data supporting whether or not game key cards were selling or not. It was all just, well, I went to my store and they had a bunch of copies of this game key card. So clearly it's not selling. So you have no sales data. You went to a store and saw some games on a shelf. All right. It's all been purely hypothetical until this point with Deku deals where we have literal factual evidence. People are buying game key cards, sometimes multiple of them so far. So yeah, I think that this is much more prevalent than just at Deku deals. And I think this is a classic case, as we're seeing with Switch 2 in general. The internet is very loud. Very, very loud. And I'm not saying the internet can't be so loud that it makes a difference and sells products. We've seen this. We've seen PewDiePie back in the day playing indie games on live streams. And all of a sudden those indie games blow up and get millions of sales. Absolutely, there's influence. You can do stuff like that. But we're talking about mega $100 billion corporations. They're not measuring in millions for their sales. They're measuring in tens of millions. And for them, yeah, we might lose a few sales, but we're making way more profit on the sales we do get. And people will come around. They'll want to play our games because they believe in their games. So key cards suck. I don't like them, but I understand why they're here. They're not going anywhere, and they will never prevent me from playing the game. Because that's why I'm here. I'm here to play games. I'm here to talk about games. I'm not here to bitch about how the game gets delivered to me. Control what you can control. And for me, it's about the games. And I don't blame anyone that when physical dies, if you want to dip out of gaming, that's like your last straw. That's fine. That's your own personal choice. I will never judge you harshly for it. I will merely say, why were you playing games in the first place? Was it for the game? Or was it for the thing you held in your hand?
You know what? I've had several comments on some of my reviews, and will ask if said game is available physically. And especially if it's an indie game, I'll explain no, and I'll explain that this is an indie game. That's not how it works. They first have to have some success, make some money to help fund a physical game. And a lot of the replies I get, oh, well, I was interested until you said there's no physical. I guess I won't be playing this. It's like, what? And then listen to this one.
Deprive yourself of fun because you want something to rot on your shelf.
All right, I got one more. I pulled this comment up so I could read it to you guys. Okay. So this was on my Final Fantasy VII Remake review. Someone commented, "Don't buy it. It's only available as a game key card on Nintendo Switch 2." He said, "Buy it on another device." I replied, "Yes, it is a game key card. That said, most Switch 2 games are being handled this way. And in this case, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is a very large game, so a full cartridge isn't even possible. Digital or keycard both get you the same great experience on Switch 2. Here's the rebuttal. Yes, the game runs well, but since both the digital version and the game keycard require full download, I would recommend going digital if you really want to play it. Imagine traveling and forgetting the empty card. You wouldn't be able to even play."
That's the same true with physical.
Yeah.
You literally can't play if you
and
like
also,
digital.
and also that's your problem, bro. If you, imagine you forgot your home, or imagine you forgot your phone at the house.
His original argument: don't buy it here because it's not a true physical copy. Then his excuse is the downfall of the physical copies is you have to remember to bring it with you.
I know. I was just like, imagine you leave anything at your house and you forget it. If I leave my iPhone at my house, is it Apple's fault? Because they didn't make a phone that's literally connected to your hip?
He made a really good anti-physical media argument.
Without even realizing it. Like, I don't think he even realized what he just did. He just advocated for the ultimate future.
We went back and forth a little bit, just obviously politely, and he ended it with, "I'll always choose physical as long as it's real physical, not an empty key card." I said, "Hey, no arguments, man. To each their own. Whatever makes you happy, man."
Here's my question: Are these?
I love this.
Are these people? And I mean this sincerely. Are these people boycotting shows that are coming to streaming, like streaming shows? Because they're not.
Yeah, that's it. That's a great question.
Because if not,
are you not watching the new Fallout season because you have to watch?
Because it's digital. You can't just go and buy the show.
Yeah. What if you forgot your internet connection at home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could.
What if you forgot your password? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whose fault is it now?
It's funny because it's so.
You're gonna blame Todd Howard because
you
forgot your password?
Like, if anyone wants to get upset about the death of physical media, there's no one ending it faster than these streaming services. I mean, look at Netflix. They just made a winning bid to purchase WB, one of the best grossing for movie theaters, a company that's keeping movie theaters relevant. Netflix has no interest in that. Netflix has no interest in putting their stuff in theaters. Yeah, they did a special quick thing for Stranger Things, but they have no interest in normal theatrical releases, theatrical times, physical media releases, owning DC, releasing comic books. You want to be upset with a company, be upset at the streaming services because they're killing it faster than anything.
But man, I'm only paying $20 a month. Look how much content I get.
Yeah, to never own it.
Yeah, to never own it.
That
no
yeah,
control.
That's why I
They can
thought my
remove it
cousin would
anytime.
want to buy Cobra
Forever
Kai because
pay.
it's like you love it.
And you better believe that once that whole merger goes through, if it passes and goes through, you better believe Netflix is going up to $30 a month.
Dude,
There's no way that they're doing a multi-billion-dollar deal like that and not upping. They're like, oh well, we're worth a lot more because we've got.
you know what I
these
find
now,
ironic?
we've got-
Thinking of physical media in my house, and now we're talking about movies and stuff. I have a single Blu-ray player in my whole house. It's my Xbox Series X. And I watched a movie on it last week, and I realized while I was watching it, I'm watching a physical Blu-ray on an Xbox that has no physical games. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Guys, I know it's not literal. There are obviously some actual physical games that aren't download on Xbox, just not from Microsoft themselves. I just find it hilarious. And I'm like, this is my Blu-ray player. it's the one device that really doesn't give a fuck about physical. This is great. This is great.
Switch 2 should add a disk drive for media for movies, but not add any streaming services, and then see if people complain. Like, oh, you don't like physical media? What's wrong? You don't
People
like
already
physical
bitch.
media?
Dude, one of my favorite arguments is when people bitch about not having streaming services or
physical
YouTube
media.
and stuff on Twitch too. And I sat there and I'm like, did you buy your device to watch TV? Or did you buy it to play games? You know how many devices I can watch YouTube and all these streaming services on that are within like arm's reach? I don't need literally every device to do it. I just don't. And if you're like, well, my kid, what about your kid? He can't watch on the TV? Well, when we're on the go, please, you know you bought him a cell phone. What are we doing?
Listen, I like to goof off and give funny examples, but here's my honest opinion. Here's my advice for anyone who loves physical media. Buy physical media when you can for the properties that you like that offer it. Whenever you can. Whether it's a game, whether it's a movie, a book, whatever it is, buy it when you can. When that's no longer an option, don't deprive yourself of awesome experiences.
This is something. Hold on. There's a comment in my chat right now. Someone said, they should have just had a better medium in the first place. Here's the fun fact about Nintendo's medium. There is no portable medium for physical games in existence outside of Switch 2. Like, I don't know if this person realized it doesn't exist. Nintendo had to invent it because it doesn't exist. The reason it's so expensive is because nobody else is doing it. That's it. It's not a matter of, oh, they should have made a better medium. There is no better medium. It doesn't exist. They're the only ones making physical that can go on a portable device. Everyone else is all digital. Look at the space Switch 2 exists in. Every other portable gaming machine is nothing but digital. There is no physical option. Why? You have to consider the market Nintendo is in. They are inventing a medium that doesn't exist. It's going to be expensive because nobody else is doing it. And when no one else is doing it, the prices can't come down. The reason prices come down on things are because lots of people are doing it. The reason discs are so cheap, one, they're just cheap to make in general. But two, there's multiple companies still making them and using them. Nintendo's
why discs are so cheap is because discs are cheap.
Yeah, discs are just cheap. They've always been cheap, to be fair.
I thought there was going to be some very profound reasoning.
This prices might have actually gone up a little bit last I checked, but it's not that much. It's still pennies to make discs. But that's my point. Like, you can't, like, whenever I see people get mad at Nintendo for how expensive the cartridges are, I'm like, and what the fuck were they supposed to do? It's this or there is no physical. Like, do you understand they're inventing a way to have physical on a device that shouldn't have it? Because nobody else is doing it. Because it's too expensive.
They should just make digital cheaper, man. I think
We've all thought that for a while.
Yeah, that would just solve a lot of the discourse.
But that'll never
I
happen.
really don't think it's about the physical thing for again, we're a small population of people. We're a dying breed. And you see a lot of discourse. People who hate game key cards also really love Steam Deck for some reason. So I think the solution is just make digital games cheaper, and people won't give a shit
I love
anymore.
what Cold the Blue just put out there. They're storing data in living mushrooms now. We should use that for physical games.
That is true.
It's true. They actually are doing that, but yeah, imagine you gotta walk around with a plate of mushrooms growing.
The mushroom kingdom for nothing.
Yeah, right. We're making the Mushroom Kingdom real, except this is how you store your games. Micro SD Express, take a seat. It's mushroom time. Oh man. All right.
A weird thought. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's cool. We all thought digital games probably be cheaper, but we all know why that's just not what happens. And it doesn't happen with indie games either, usually. Outside of when there's like a Switch tax, which we all know. So the games are like $10 more expensive physically. Or was it? There were 3 recent indie games that are like $70, but are $50 digital.
The Binding of Isaac.
Yeah.
Played Up, and one other game, all from I think Nicholas.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they are true physical. Like, this is the test. Are you willing to pony up? Because this is the only way indie games are going to be full physicals are going to be more expensive than digital. It is what it is. Yeah. There's no way to get around that. So,
well, like, look at Mio, Memories in Orbit. You can get it on Switch 2, full cartridge, $29.99. Same price.
Yeah.
Or it's $10 more than the digital. But that game's worth $30 for sure.
I feel like they're losing money.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's retail cuts and shit too. So like they're probably only making a few bucks off that physical sale. But to be fair though, it's a way to go because as we said, what are physical sales? 50-50 on Nintendo.
Yeah.
You want to get in there.
You do.
All right. Let's go ahead and get to the Q&A section because we have a bunch of super chats and stuff that came in. So let's obviously we talked about this earlier in predicting some stuff or wanting stuff to come back, but it's a tradition. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL Hits. Demonic Brawler going in hot.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
You're going to see him quite a bit. He loves the podcast. I think it's his favorite night of the week. Because he gifted 5 members over to Thunderstash.
Thank you again.
And then are these tomatoes?
Yeah.
Throwing tomatoes at us?
It's Cody's
Those are the tomatoes from Smash Bros.
Oh yeah, the heel.
I don't mind off stage with tomatoes. He not only bought the tomatoes, he bought the super chat to show him off.
I find it highly offensive because it's like my most hated food is raw tomato.
I also hate tomato.
So
really,
I don't like tomato if it's not in the sauce.
I like it in the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind sun dried, but just dude, when people eat it like an apple, ugh.
I see it happens. A lot of people do that. Or the fresh cut slices and not put it on the sandwich. Just eat the slice.
I mean, I can do that with onion.
Dude, that scene. I mean, we were talking about Lord of the Rings earlier. That scene when he's just biting into the cherry tomatoes and all the juice is running down his chin. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Pippin is singing that song and stuff, and you just see cherries exploding in his mouth. Or not cherries, cherry tomatoes exploding in his mouth. Ugh.
Demonic Brawler continued to make his rounds. Gifted a member.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you.
Oh, we're not done though. Also gifted a member.
Damn.
Me.
Triple wham.
Now, technically, someday he might make the rounds 4-way once we get members and super chats working properly on the Clips channel. We don't have them working properly right now, but technically we're live on the Clips channel right now. All right. And Steak also wanted to give a member over to Gamebird's community.
Thank you, man.
Dealer's Choice, we obviously went over it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that Dealer's Choice. I don't know. Something kind of come up last minute. I thought it would be an interesting conversation. Hope you guys liked it. Not something we talk about that often. Demonic Brawler. It's to prevent controversy in Japan. They need to preserve that market, and different cultures have different opinions, especially from the parents. Probably has to do with the censorship topic. Also in Japan, you can marry AI robots. So, the more you know. Donald Roller, with Nintendo's censorship of Dispatch, do you think that Switch 2 will get a port of GTA 6? We went over that before. We're not even sure if Nintendo's causing it, but it shouldn't affect that. Spoiler alert, Nate knows that if you buy a hentai game from the eShop, they actually show nudity. But how? All you got to do is go watch any review of those hentai games on YouTube, because you can show nudity.
No,
on
I know
YouTube.
how. I know how you know. The way you know is that you own it, and if someone on your friends list buys it, you'll get notified. It'll say, "This friend plays this game too," and that's how you know if someone buys it, because you already own it.
I have a bunch of people on my friends list. Have you ever seen me boot up a hentai game?
Yes.
Well, oddly enough, I don't think I have Thundersnatch Gaming
I have
Gamer
too.
Classic on my friends list.
I'm
Oddly
on
enough.
your friends list. I am.
Oh, you are? Have you ever
Yeah.
seen me boot up a hentai game? Ever?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Multiple
fuck,
times.
I did at PAX. At PAX, we saw you in person.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I don't even think you saw me play my Switch 2 at PAX. I don't think I did.
No, you did.
I
though.
wouldn't
We
call
were
it
at that-
playing, but
Yeah, we were at that
Yeah,
developer's
like
booth.
Different kind of play.
Game, yeah.
You remember that?
What?
Like, you ran up to that booth, Nate, that developer's booth that does the hentai games. I'm like, what are you doing? You're like, I'm trying to see if I can get a review code or something. I was like, are you going to review it? And you're like, no, I just want it.
Yeah, I do
You
just
remember
want things.
this?
Yes. I didn't know it was a hentai game. How would I know it's a hentai game? I haven't played it. Not every anime game is a hentai game.
The booth had the art. It had the promotional art for the game. It was a hentai
was a
game.
big sign
And
that-
we were like,
Have
oh,
you
we got to go
played-
to this booth. I'm like, are you for real?
Have you played a bunch of
the
anime
booth-
games? Do you realize that style, the whole over sexualization, is in like every single
Yeah,
game like that? It doesn't have to be hentai.
pretty much.
Meanwhile, the booth was a giant train with big
Here we go.
tatas, and it said the
we
Hentai Express.
No, it did not.
Yeah.
He's so full of shit. He's so full of shit.
I was like, I'm not going to that booth with you.
It
And
did not
Gamebird's like,
say
yeah,
that.
I don't think the wife would approve either.
You're so full of shit.
Michaela was like, you can go over there if you want. I'm like, I don't want to go over there.
They're
Like,
so
that's
full
all
of
Nate. I'm not touching the game like that.
so full of shit. Funny thing is, I didn't go up to a single booth by myself the entire time. So, except gamer
Well,
subs, I did do gamer subs on my own one time. God, fuck you guys. God damn. Just to be clear, guys, I've never even watched hentai, let alone played a hentai game. I find cartoon bits and bobbles to not be attractive at all. Like when I see people even like sexualize like Nintendo characters, like we joke around on, oh yeah, look at Zelda's ass. Is Link's clearly, yeah, Link's clearly looking at it. Link clearly wants a piece. Dude, I got real ass upstairs. I don't need this fake shit. I always figure that like sometimes the hentai games, they're meant for the single males that don't know what a real woman feels like. Probably single females as well. And hentai goes both ways. It's not just for them. It's not just for the men. That's what I've always figured. Maybe I'm way off. I've never actually. You know what's funny? I've never met anyone that watches or plays hentai. Have you guys ever met anyone? Legit question.
No comment.
No, I don't not. No one that I know is just like offered that information. Other
Yeah.
than Axe when you ran up to the Hentai Express
Okay,
booth.
fuck off. So full of shit. All right, moving on. Cyberpunk was censored in Japan, case by case. Was it censored in Japan? I have no idea. I don't live in Japan,
That's the
so I
funny
wasn't sure.
thing.
Wasn't sure.
Like growing up with the JRPGs and stuff, we wouldn't know if they were censored or not. We wouldn't find out till like later in life when the internet's come about that, oh, there were differences in these games. So nothing's really changed though. Again, like how would we know if Cyberpunk's different over there? Unless someone's covering it.
I'm so confused. Well, I mean, I trust Carcon. Carcon I know lives there. They got to do another
No,
shot.
I totally trust Carcon. I'm saying, how would we know if it's not publicized? Like if a journalist isn't covering it, if there's not a YouTube video, if there's not an article,
the journalists out here
unbeknownst to us.
Yeah, the journalists out here don't
Yeah.
tend to cover that, the Japanese censorship stuff. I'm sure it's a thing. It's a thing probably in every country. You know, different types of censorship on different products.
Yep.
I don't like it. But like I don't know what the laws are like there. It's weird because like doesn't Japan have like brothels like just literally like right downtown? You can just go get a rub and tug if you want. I could be way off on this, by the way. It's just something I read in the news.
No, I've been to Japan.
I don't know. Did they talk about that in the hentai game or something?
I don't know. Nintendo bought a love hotel. That was a thing.
No,
I know that. That was a long time ago.
Yeah,
I have been to Japan multiple times. I didn't see any brothels. So
I don't know that they would just be right out in like.
They do have maid cafes though.
I'm asking Karkun because Karkun's the one. It's still in the chat. If that's like a thing in Japan or not. I only heard about it and read about it, but I've never been to Japan. Let's see here. It was in the news, by the way. Karkun is calling you out. It was in the news. You just didn't see it.
Well,
right.
none of us did.
Yeah, I literally had no idea that it got censored.
I don't know what's censored. I'll have to look it up. But again, it's unbeknownst to us. It didn't change our experience with the game. We didn't even know.
Karkun is saying, by the way, that what I said does exist in Japan. So
yeah, love hotels, but it's not like a brothel.
What do you think?
And
A
I
love
was just
hotel
asking
is?
if you learned that from your hentai game.
What do you think a love hotel is? I'm just curious.
It's where you go and love. You got the heart-shaped beds.
Well, but if that's the case, then every hotel I've been in the last
15
years has become a love hotel because my wife with me.
You see H1's comment. Is that where they serve broth? Like chicken broth? That's a good one.
Right. Wanted Brawler says, I don't think the Nintendo version is any more censored than the others. It's my understanding they just refused the uncensor version on their console. Yeah, well, that was the thing. Like the toggle is you can't change the toggle, you can't turn it off, which means it is forced censorship regardless of who it is, because it's optional censorship everywhere else. The thing is, we know that the company who made the game is saying Nintendo made us do it. But then people are reporting that, oh, maybe it wasn't. Now, the one thing I did see since that topic came up was I saw a tweet. Someone had a screenshot from the Discord server, but I would say it's pretty weak evidence. And it was basically a Nintendo customer service rep who would, by the way, literally have no fucking clue, claiming that, well, you'd have to talk to the publisher about that. Well, they won't have any idea. Like they're very low on the totem pole, and Nintendo outsources their customer service. So they literally wouldn't have any fucking clue. So like that's not very good evidence.
That's probably the answer they're given.
Yeah, that's the answer they probably have to give for any, it's copy paste answer on censorship probably for any game. Talk to the publisher about it. So that to me wasn't very good evidence. If that's the evidence the Discord server's talking about, that's weak as shit. But there's probably better evidence than that. So I'm hoping so anyways, because that's what they're going off of. Okay, yeah, I'm leaning towards it. Nintendo made them do it. But it is weird though, because Nintendo hasn't censored a lot of shit. All right. Next up, we have Demonic Brawler again. What a shocker. If Nintendo didn't do it, that changes everything. Yeah, it does. But we don't know. Demonic Brawler, I wouldn't lie to them. Have they ever heard of the Nintendo Ninja? Real, by the way. The Nintendo Ninjas are very real. I may or may not have been contacted by them before in years past. They are very real.
Now the question is are they as good as the Boeing ninjas?
Probably better. I don't know. The Boeing ones are pretty good too.
The Boeing ones, the people end up dead.
They do end up dead.
What about the Harlem Globetrotters?
At least the Nintendo ninjas aren't killing anyone.
That we're aware of. That's the thing. You wouldn't know. If you're really good at your job, you don't know what happened.
That's true. But you'd think a family member would speak out.
Well, maybe they make sure to not target people that would have family members to speak out.
Well, they probably don't target people.
What?
People
They're
target
targeting
themselves
specific
with their
people. Example, if
actions.
you're a nasty pirate,
Yeah,
and they do some
people
research
like
on
that.
you, and they find out, oh, you don't have any immediate family. No one will miss you.
Yeah, I think they're
Do that.
targeting the people who speak out, like that guy who was like,
The
come,
Bowser?
like bring it on,
Bowser?
yeah, bring it on, Nintendo. Like
Dude, so much.
that
That one
kid
guy
was so
that's
funny.
fucking cocky. You can't do shit to me. Are you fucking stupid? Do you still live
That
in the
was
US?
so
Yeah, you're
funny.
fucked. Like, look, if you live in like China, you might be right. Are you in the US right now? You're fucked. You're fucked. They're gonna find out everything. You're done. Do you not understand? Like, distribution of ROMs is 1000% illegal in the US. The government will help them find you. Like, you're so done. So stupid. So wait, people, that's a whole generation where people just think they're above the fucking law, man. Just do whatever the fuck I want. No one's gonna do anything. I'm like, dude, fuck. This is not how this works. From the ad hoc Discord, seems like NOA service rep is implying there was a decision by ad hoc. Yeah, that's the thing. We can't rely on customer service for this. They wouldn't have any idea how any of that worked. They just have cut, copy, and paste stuff. And then when you have like a real issue, like as an example, you need a refund on a game, which is not typical. Nintendo does often refund games. Actually, it happens quite a bit. They kind of escalate you up the chain a bit to get it done, but they will refund games. Like I say, my son, I forgot to lock down the eShop and he bought something with my credit card. They will actually refund that if you talk to the customer service rep. They'll initially say, "Oh, we normally can't do this." They do it all the time. And if you have like a system repair, again, gets escalated up the chain. So yeah, the base level customer service, people don't know what's going on. Even the ones up the chain don't necessarily know either, because none of them have anything to do with localization. None of them have anything to do with game approval for release on the system. So they don't know.
Yeah,
they just know
that's the last place I would check.
Yeah, the customer service isn't going to know. Yeah,
that's a waste of time.
The only time I went to customer service for anything that was related to a report was like last year, when they were trying to, I can't remember what it was at this point, but someone was claiming customer service told them something from the UK. And then I went to the UK customer service and asked them the same question and got a completely different answer. And then I screenshotted the whole fucking thing and put it up on X. You're like, oh, you're so full of shit. I'm like, dude, this is literally the exact place that person claimed they heard it from, but they provided no proof.
Yeah.
I have the proof. So whatever they were talking about, they were full of shit. At least according to this customer service rep, they're full of shit. That's fine. I was fact checking a claim that customer service said. A little different than like customer service being like, oh, well, implying that it's no, they're just telling you what they tell everyone. You have a problem with a specific game that's not Nintendo, go to the publisher of the game. That's what they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to be solving problems for third-party games. That's not what Nintendo's customer service exists for. All right. Steak, streak and feature parody. Yeah, I already did the beer, but thank you so much, man. The feature parody, sure. Look, I don't care about achievements, but it would be really neat if we had achievements on Switch 2. I think a lot of people would be really excited about it. I know that there's been some reports and some like what is it? Not trademarks. Oh my god, why am I drawing a blank on what they're called? Patents. There were some patents that suggested they were working on an achievement system at some point. Whether it ever comes out, who knows? True dude, Luigi's Mansion 4. I think we all want that.
Yeah.
If you don't want that, you just don't like Mario and Luigi. It's fine. You don't have to. Dodie Coos says Mario Galaxy 3, fight me. Dude, you're not the only person that wants. A lot of people want a Galaxy 3. And if there's ever going to be one, the movie's coming. If you don't, it's now or never. They better reveal it next week. It's now or never. Take advantage of the movie hype. Dude, wouldn't that be insane? What if the new one was Galaxy 3?
Yeah.
That would be so fucking crazy. I don't think they'd use the number. I don't think they'd use a number. It'd be Mario Galaxy something, some sort of subtitle. I think because it would because that way you have the movie, you might think, oh, I got to play 1 and 2. No, you don't got to play 1 and 2. Play this one.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Galaxy. We get Galaxy 3.
I don't think
But
so either. But if
Yeah.
it was to exist,
I
this is
could
the-
see a Super Mario universe. Go bigger. Go
I
broader.
think universe.
you and
makes
H-Mon are on the
sense.
same wavelength. He just said in the chat, Mario Universe,
There you go.
or
I
you
think
know,
but
Nintendo Land pushing the Mario Journey. He
right.
puts that in a lot of his thumbnails.
I know Stash has mentioned before, like kind of like I don't know if you mentioned it as like multiverse, but like
Multiverse. Yeah.
incorporating. Yeah. That works with the universe, Incorporate.
It would
the
help
entire history
sell
of the series.
all these other Nintendo IP too. It would work in the same sense like how Mario Kart can be a driver for other IP.
Mhm.
Now you could actually have Mario visit other IPs, and then people would be like, "What is this game? Let me look this up. I want to play this." It
There you
it,
go.
it would be crazy cross promotion, but would actually work.
There you go. Wink the Man coming out here says, I predict the direct will end with additional details about the Mario Galaxy movie, but then we have one more thing to show you. Click 3D Mario. Okay, that would be kind of sick. That would be an insane way to end. Oh, here's our next $1 billion movie. Also, click. We have something even bigger. Have a good day.
What if they have a trailer for the next 3D Mario at the end of the credits? If you stay to the
That'd
end
be
of the
pretty
movie,
cool.
That's the
Oh,
bonus.
dude.
That'd be pretty cool.
Instead of being a Yoshi egg this time, it's the literal fucking new game.
that would be
sick.
wild.
That'd be insane. Demonic Brawler. What third-party games do y'all think could have been held back from getting announced until the direct? All of them.
All of them. Yeah.
A lot.
Like even if it's not this
Concord,
direct,
probably.
future direct. Concord would probably one. All the Microsoft ones, I think, will be held for directs at this point. At least I would say until 2027. Then I think Xbox Directs will finally start to have Switch 2 logos, but then they'll have the dev kits long enough. Like we heard the stories, guys, about how like like a lot of companies didn't get dev kits till like the system came out. So, Sonic AD. First off, it's an absolute joy listening to this podcast. Thank you. It's all Sky Sword Alyssa's doing.
What?
She made the whole show. Is what it is. Sorry for Blam. You don't count anymore. You're gone. Just kidding. He's gonna give me hell for that comment next week. All right, I deserve it. Him and Rogers Base will make sure that I don't survive the episode. I'm sure. All I gotta do is burp while Stash is talking, and Rogers Base won't let me live it down. Anyways, so thankful to be here. I want to like and comment on everything, like Apple Music, but how? Not tech savvy in any way. Sorry to sound dumb. So I don't know how it works exactly on Apple Music. I know on Spotify, you can like each episode and leave a comment on it. I know that because I can read them. I don't know if you can leave a comment on the Apple one or like it. What you can do is leave a review, though. We always want more reviews because the more reviews we get, the higher up the list we start to go on the charts. And that gets us new viewership of the audio version. And the audio version does fine. It gets 300 to 500 views every episode. Sometimes more. But like the way the audio grows is by people going and reviewing it on their favorite platforms, be it Amazon, because we're on Amazon Podcast, we're on Google Podcast. Wait, no, Google doesn't have one anymore. Forgot they got rid of that fucking shit. Anyways, Amazon Podcast, Apple Podcast, we're on iHeartRadio. We're obviously on Spotify. So pretty much you can find us on most of the big podcast platforms. You just got to look up the show and leave a review. The review is like the biggest way, even if it's just a star rating, but written reviews are wonderful. Again, the more of those we get, the higher up the charts we go. And that leads to us having new discovered viewership. Right now, it's actually been kind of interesting. Most of our new viewership comes from Spotify. Spotify has a very good discovery system with pushing podcasts to people that might be interested. Apple doesn't have as good of discovery, but again, it's all about just pushing the reviews. Like whenever you see a podcast advertised on social media, hey, we'd appreciate if you go over to Apple Podcasts and drop a review. It's because the reviews bring you up the ranks and then get you new viewership on Apple Podcasts specifically. So, well, we're on everything. So the reviews are the biggest way to help the audio version find a new audience.
Oh yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's always good to know. We don't talk about the audio version as much besides right at the end when I say, oh, you can find us on everywhere podcasts are heard. It's like, yeah, but actually, if you want to help the show grow, that is one thing that can, like, we get thousands, we get like anywhere from 7,000 to 10,000 views an episode on YouTube. It'd be great to start seeing 1,000+ views in audio. That'd be sick. So, or listens, I suppose, not views. Andrew Redwell, Yoshi's story on N64 was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it was for 45 minutes.
Yeah,
and I beat it.
One of the shortest games I think I've ever played. Like super short. Maybe okay, look. All right. I beat Solitaire once in like 5 minutes. All right. So I guess I played games that are shorter, but it was free. It came with my computer. Now it doesn't even come installed with Windows. So you can still get it for free, by the way. Wait, can you still get it for free? Is Solitaire still free on Windows?
I don't know.
I'm gonna type it in right now. I'm on a Windows computer. Hold on. Solitaire. Hold on.
Blue asked how long was the hentai game, Nate.
It is still free. Okay. Thank
that
God.
question's for you, I think.
Thank God it's still free. Oh my God. What one? Huh? What just happened?
Cult of Blue in chat asked how long was, I think that was for you. Did you see it?
No, I did not.
It's only like 5 chats up.
5 chats up is Solidus. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me look at the other chat. Hold on. It might be in someone else's chat.
It's a question for only you can answer,
Oh.
obviously.
Here's the thing. Are you sure that question's for me? Because that
couldn't
question's
be
not
bring
on
on
my
us.
that's not on my YouTube channel.
It's not on mine.
It is on my YouTube channel. I had to switch.
Yeah, I was like, it's your
It's yours.
Well, because YouTube hides comments unless I'm on like a specific view of the chat. It's so stupid. How long was the hentai game? I wouldn't know. Eric?
Did
So
you
I was
borrow
going-
it from Nate?
I was going
Yeah.
to the only single male on the show, The game lasted all night.
That's good.
Steak gifted another one over to Thunderstash.
Thank you.
Mr. Plucky, how many replay games are okay? What do you mean, how many replay games are okay?
Instead of new, Plucky was going off about only having games to replay instead of new games.
There's no such thing as how many are okay. If you're someone that loves replaying games, enjoy it. Yeah, you're muted, Birdman.
I know. No, he mentioned in my chat earlier when I was talking about Banjo, how like on my wish list would be a Banjo-Kazooie remake. And he was saying like, no more remakes. We want sequels or new entries. I hear you, man. I want sequels and new entries too. The reason why I specifically chose a remake for Banjo, it's the only one on my list I chose a remake for. All the others were new entries in the series, was because I feel like just randomly dropping Banjo-Kazooie 3 today would be a death sentence for it.
They wouldn't call it 3 though.
Right, whatever they call it. I feel like it would be a death sentence. I feel like you gotta I don't know. You've got to take a classic that's already fantastic, rebuild it for a modern audience, and let people understand the magic that is Banjo, and then build up. Give it the strongest fighting chance to succeed.
See, I've always felt like when it comes to like remakes, remasters, etc. I mean, how many are okay? I think an unlimited amount. And I say this because as long as the game's old enough, you're hitting a new audience. And that audience, it's not just about the nostalgia and getting people to rebuy. It's about hitting on the new fan base. Like an Ocarina of Time remake. What excites me the most about that is the idea that there's now a 30 million install base for Zelda that might get to play that game for the very first fucking time. Because it deserves to be played by every gamer. That's what excites me, not my experience with it. The people that are going to play it who have never played Ocarina of Time. So I think an unlimited amount. It just has to be. It has to be worthwhile, and I think sometimes we see a lot of them where it's very clearly a cash grab and was not worthwhile. And that's where I draw the line. Like Crystal Chronicles. cash grab bullshit that broke the game. Like it needs to be a worthwhile one. But when it's worthwhile, like say Final Fantasy VII Remake, unlimited. Do as many of those as you want. Because there's no, I'll say this again, there is no shortage of new games. There's actually more new games coming out every single day than ever in gaming history. Now, most of them are going to be trash. But there's a lot of good ones too. You don't believe me? Go watch Thunderstash's video for the games to look up coming in 2026. There's probably already been new announcements since then that didn't even make it on that list. So like there's tons of new games coming. We have no shortage of new games. Andrew Bright with the 20. That was to give you to do a shot. Thank you so much. I already did it. Generic Crust 7367. I definitely don't think it's this year, but do you guys think the next 3D Kirby will release? And none of us brought up 3D Kirby. When did Forgotten Land come out?
Remember, we just got the expansion for that.
Well, it was last year we got the expansion.
And the Switch 2 edition.
Kirby's been kind of an annualized franchise, but that was with the side scrolling. I would say 2027 because that the original game came out in 2022. So you give them 5 years. That seems to be the typical cycle for making 3D AAA style games. And whether you consider Kirby AAA or not, I don't really give a fuck. I feel like that just feels like the right time.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to be $70 and it's going to be fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
At least I have faith it will be fantastic. I should say that before it comes out, but based on Forgotten Land,
I would say next year.
Yeah, next year feels right.
Mm-hmm.
It could tease it in September, but Broccoli Brock, I love that name. 3890. How realistic do you guys think a new and improved Star Fox movie/series and a game to follow it up is? What does that even look like to everyone? I'll just get myself out of the way quick. I don't think they're ever going to do a movie or series for Star Fox. I don't think it's popular enough for them to do that. It's a big investment to do that kind of stuff, and I don't think the series is popular enough. A new game, I do think is possible. I don't think they're completely done with Star Fox, but the question is, when's the right time to drop it? Right now is not the right time. They need a huge install base before they drop it. So I'm thinking maybe the same year Zelda comes out even. You know, if I think Zelda's in 2028, then why not like summer of 28? Something like that. When you have, 60, 70, 80 million people playing Switch 2. I don't know. That's my thought though. What do you guys think?
I think a series is possible. I think it's going to be interesting to see how, like, we know that Nintendo has shifted from strictly being a video game company to an entertainment company with the theme parks and the movies. I imagine the shows to come. We already have Mario. We've already got Zelda. I'm sure we're going to be getting Donkey Kong, but there's so much more IP. And listen, if they do a season of Star Fox, like a 10-episode, 8-episode season, maybe that brings more attention to the game. We've seen this happen a million times. Look at how awful the reception of Cyberpunk was when that game came out. Then the anime Edgerunners dropped, and then sales exploded for the game. So we see this all the time. Huge increase in player population on the worst Fallout game, 76. That was like hated. That had a rip-off duffel bag that screwed everyone over. Exploded because of the Fallout show. So I wouldn't hold. I do agree with Nate. I don't think Star Fox is big enough to justify like $100 million, $200 million movie, but I could see them doing an animated series and maybe drawing interest in that, just like this really cool space opera, action-packed space opera, space adventure, and maybe test to see how that pushes the games, creates new Star Fox fans outside of the games that we all grew up with and love, the small number of Star Fox fans. But yeah, I think a show's possible.
Anyone else want to comment?
I don't know
A
enough
show-
about Star Fox.
I would say it's more possible to get one of the Nintendo shorts that they have recently done
from like
with the
Nintendo
puppets.
Pictures. Sure.
Yeah, with the puppets. I mean, the show would be cool, but yeah, I also don't think it's popular enough, and I don't know that it would catch on with the younglings today. As far as a game, I don't know what the market looks like for an on rails shooter. Yeah, I think they're gonna have to expand on it if they want to bring back Star Fox.
It can't be
You
on
can't
rails.
keep doing the same thing.
Needs to be
Yeah,
like
we can't keep
adventure.
doing that. It's
It
got
needs to be a full
expand.
adventure.
Yeah, I really do think that's what you need to do. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, let's
So-
see like a Star Fox Adventure style game that just has small on rail segments.
Yeah, or maybe like you fly to go to other planets, and that serves as like another world in the game.
Sure.
You know, if there's 6, 7, 8 dungeons in the game, each one's on a different world, and you got to fly there, and that's your flying segment. I'd like that.
All right. A new Sam and Max. AJ Rax would like to see.
I'd like to see that too. I love Sam and Max.
Boo Mini showing some love. It's a game bird. Then doing it again.
Thank you, Boo.
Ash. Then again to Nintendo Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, boo. Shit. I just hit a comment. I did not mean to hide. My bad. See if I can find it. I don't know if I can, but I will try to find it. Yeah. An all new Clay Fighter. What? Says Demonic Brawler. That's the one I accidentally hid.
That'd be cool.
Demonic Brawler. Could February Direct answer the WTF game from Kiwi Talks?
Sure.
Yeah,
Should we,
it will.
should we throw the riddle? Should we throw the riddle out to the crowd? The riddle he dropped today.
I'm not even
Yeah.
familiar with the riddle.
Yeah, I missed it.
But
Let's go.
Did you see earlier? Kiwi Talks was in your chat, and
Yeah,
he
I
was
did.
talking to me, and he said, "Do you see what he said?"
No, I didn't see what he said.
He said at Thunder Stash that the game, the WTF game,
Was
might
mentioned
be
today?
at the direct. Like we might find out about it next week.
Oh shit!
That's why Demonic Brawler. That's why he posted that comment right after. I saw him do the
Wow.
super chat right after.
He dropped a hint today of what the game is. This is the hint. If I can make this bigger for you guys. So, a riddle. I sit beside legends, though none are my kin. I'm sold their same keys to let players in. I share the same screen and I share the same light. Yet my bloodline says I don't belong to the fight. Who am I? Now he lists 7 games in a photo. Monster Hunter Wilds, Death Stranding 2, Pal World, Black Myth Wukong, Halo Campaign Evolved, Horizon Zero Dawn Complete Edition, and Bloodborne. Then he follows up so that people are so fixated on the image, they're not analyzing the riddle. Now, that doesn't mean the game's not in the image, but it means the riddle is that what actually gives you the answer, not the image. Now, I have no idea what this riddle is. Now, I see the word blood, it makes me go Bloodborne, but like that doesn't mean it's Bloodborne. That'd be too simple because that's ignoring the rest of the riddle. And you guys all know when we had Kiwi Talks on a couple weeks back, I threw out Horizon Zero Dawn. And I don't know. You guys can go look at Kiwi Talks live reaction if you think I nailed it. Because I feel like I nailed it with Zero Dawn, but I don't know. And the funny thing is, I think, okay, by the way, guys, the WTF game is not Pal World. Can tell you this definitively because I brought it up on the show. And he's like, you fucking kidding me. He's like, I can't believe you even said that game. And it's like, oh, and then he put it here. I guarantee he fucking put Pal World there just because I said it on the podcast. Because it would be a WTF game. Nintendo's actively suing them. Now come to our platform and make us money. But So I think we can safely eliminate that one just based on the podcast reaction where he's like, dude, are you fucking stupid? That's what he basically acted like when I brought it up.
To me, the riddle sounds like Horizon.
Yeah, see? I feel like I kind of backs my Horizon when he was on. But I don't know.
What's chat saying?
Chat? Let's see here. In chat, we're seeing nobody really guessing, honestly. I don't see anyone guessing in any of our chats right now. Is it Panty Party 7? I don't know if that's a WTF.
That would be a WTF.
The Panty Party
that would
already
be.
on Switch. That would not be a WTF game when it's already on Nintendo. I mean, the 7th game isn't.
I was gonna say, and how do you know?
We talked about it on the prior show and I Googled it. It's on the eShop. Anyways. Ironically, it's like not a game that's sexualized. It's weird.
It's Bloodborne 3.
Yeah, watch it.
It just skips 2. That's why it's WTF.
Skip right over 2 and 3. And they advertise that we do what Valve doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't have the second game. Shut up. Doesn't matter. Anyways, yeah, I think it's Horizon personally, but I made that guess a couple weeks back, and now if he's saying it might be there next week, that's awesome. Because that would be sick. Seeing a Sony published game pop up in a direct, that's sick. Especially if there's like Halo in the direct as well. It's gonna be like, dude.
You know, it would be really crazy, but I gotta be honest. My hope for a WTF game would not be a port. It would be like something like just really unexpected, like a new Chrono Trigger remake or Mother 3 finally coming. Like it's something that like I don't know, just no one saw coming.
Yeah,
but
and yet everyone would totally believe it's happening. See, for me, WTF is always going to be something that until they said it, you wouldn't believe it. Sony publishing games on Nintendo is something that you just wouldn't believe it till it happens. Outside of MLB The Show, which we know they were forced to do that. Lego, okay, but Lego Company probably had a sway on that. An actual legit first party IP by Sony, a new Dylan game. Dylan Rolling Western, let's go.
Hell yeah. Dylan's back, baby.
Yeah, so like I'm going to stick with my Horizon prediction because that's what I had a couple weeks ago when he was on. And his reaction to it made me feel like I might have nailed it, so he shut up. But I don't know, and then it appeared in the image. Of course, he could be doing that to throw me off because it was never that game. I don't know. We'll see. He says it might be revealed next week, so that's exciting. It's going to be something big. Whatever it is.
Did you see his reply in the chat?
No, I didn't see him even in the chat.
No, not in chat. I'm sorry. In the Twitter post, he said, LOL, people are so fixated on the image that they're not analyzing the riddle.
Yeah, I read that off. Yeah.
So is it even pictured?
Yeah, it might not be.
It might not be. The
picture might have been to throw you off.
Which Horizon was in the picture?
It could literally be Ghostwire Tokyo for all we know.
Well, it's a game we would be excited about.
Yeah.
Okay.
That we won't be excited about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fable would be a huge WTF. Right? Grand Theft Auto obviously would be massive.
Yeah, but we know it's not that because he's on record saying he doesn't think that game's even coming to Switch.
Okay. That's right. I remember that now.
Yeah. So we know it's not that. I don't know. I have no idea. We tried to figure this out weeks ago. We thought we might have got close, but we still don't know 100%. And he has not told me privately what it is. So whatever. More reason to be excited for next week's Direct. That's all I'm thinking right now. And yes, it's not Nintendo first party because first party isn't WTF. It's something third party. So we'll see. So we got Jorge here saying, with titles that go beyond 64 gigabyte, do you think 2x 64 gigabyte cards would be feasible if 128 gigabyte appears too daunting? Feasible, sure. Realistic, no. because we know it's like, $12 to $15 a card. You're adding $30 to the cost of the game. It's just not going to work. They'll just go with a key card, as we've already seen. Yeah, I don't think it's would happen. Love to be wrong. Andrew Brightwell, that last shot I did was for that one. Thank you so much. Andrew Brightwell gifted 10 members as well to Thunderstash Gaming.
Damn.
And then did it again to Gamer.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, Andrew.
The membership's rolling in tonight. Love to see it. There's rumors and leaks of Smash 64 on NSO. Man, yeah, it was always going to get added eventually. I don't think they're worried about Super Smash Bros. 64 interrupting a new Smash game.
Smash is on NSO.
Is it? I don't play NSO games, so I don't have no idea. Is it already on there?
Yeah, it has been for. Yeah.
All right, cool. See, the more you know. I literally, if you guys want just further proof that I don't play NSO games, there you go. I had no idea. I probably reported on it at some point, but I just don't literally play NSO games. For the most part. I know guys you saw on live stream, I beat Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask over NSO, but that was just for the stream. I don't actually play it normally.
We know what type of games you play.
Jesus. If you listen to mine, look, here's the thing. The Nintendo recap, right? We all have it for last year. I only played 201 hours worth of games on Switch and Switch 2. So you're just saying that was all hentai? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not saying anything, man. Not saying anything. Slurp.
It's not on NSO.
Okay. Okay. I was like, man, that's kind of insulting to that person to suggest something that isn't there. And he's right. There you go.
Yeah, it's
Stash
not
had to
bad.
fact check himself. That's right. You just own Stash.
I always do.
Stash is usually right. I just assumed he was. I got to stop making that assumption. I got to start fact
But
checking.
it's coming
Stash.
soon, right?
I have
Was that
no
one
idea.
of the leaked ones? That was in that leaked image?
Yeah. The only one I remember from that leaked image was Glover. Did that one already come out though?
DK was in there too, and Forsaken.
Yeah, DK was, yeah. Oh, the hentai talk's not going to go anywhere, Barhash. This is going to be like every episode. If you ever wonder why Nintendo doesn't work directly with me, you're just getting more and more evidence.
It's because of his played.
Yeah, Danny Glover's out. Danny Glover, 64.
Yeah, yeah. TARDIS just tuned in. My 3D Mario or Animal Crossing predictions. Oh, any 3D Mario or Animal Crossing. I brought them up, both of those up as a possibility. How y'all doing? You're at Taco Truck chomping down on tacos? Fuck you. I'd like to go outside my house right now and have a taco truck just waiting out there. They'd fucking probably get $50 for me right now. I'd fucking plow some fucking tacos right now. Jesus, I want them. You're making me hungry.
Is that the name of the next game you're playing? Plowing tacos?
I was talking about eating tacos. I don't know if that's any better though. Plowing them as well. Not so sure that's good as a video game.
Sometimes you guys take it way too far, man.
This is my everyday. This is how my mind works every fucking day.
It's supposed to be a balancing act.
No, there's no balancing that with me. It's just a raw dog style.
I like to
Dude,
wave.
you met me in person. You saw what we talked about going down the street. There was no censor.
I like
no
to wave at
balancing
the
act.
line as they go running
I
past
am
it.
who I am, and you either like it or you don't.
I know. I got to do uncensored for like members or something like
Members
that.
only, dude. Yeah,
members
they
only.
would fucking lose their shit if they heard the whole conversation. It was pretty fucking wild, and your wife was definitely enjoying it. She turned the
You should.
camera.
I know that, dude. That's the best part.
She knew.
What do you think?
He
And then
wasn't
just
liking it.
awkward
She knew-
stare. Yeah.
She knew he wasn't liking it and had to make sure you fixated
He wanted zero part of the conversation. You should put on your members. You should release your Backstreet Boys karaoke because it's so good. Like that's the shitty thing is obviously I didn't put the audio there for obvious reasons.
Copyright.
Yeah, but it's so great. And Nate actually kills it. That's the best part. He puts on such a, I only show like 15 seconds, but you put on a killer show.
I've always been a performer. Probably why I have a following on YouTube. I'm great at putting on performances. I was in school musicals and karaoke contests back in the day when I used to actually sing. I love putting on a show, and it's only going to look better as my weight goes down and I get rid of the hernia. Just wait till potentially this PAX West if I try to do a 2.0. We'll see. Don't know if we're going to hit a karaoke place this time, but if we do, we'll see.
We have to do a makeup because I
resist.
fell under the weather.
Yeah, Gamer wasn't there, and it would be good to get to the karaoke bar sooner, so there's more chances to sing and do more songs.
Yeah,
because we got there like right at the end towards bar close, and I had to pay the guy to allow me to sing because they were done with karaoke. So it would be nice to actually get there when it's happening, so we can actually go up there and do a few songs.
Didn't that dude work for Atari?
Yeah, he did.
DJ?
Yeah, he did.
That's so cool.
Found that out right as I'm offering him money to let me sing. He's like, "Hey, dude, Nintendo. Yeah, I work at Atari. You work at Nintendo? No, I don't work at Nintendo." It's the first question I get every time people see Nintendo Prime. No, I don't work. I don't work at Nintendo.
Am I not remembering the story correctly? Didn't someone try to light you on fire at the bar or something like that? Am I misremembering? Did you have like an altercation and someone like?
I don't think I had an altercation.
No, okay.
I don't think so.
Like
you said somebody held a knife.
Oh yeah,
held a knife.
The knife. Yeah. That was. Thanks. I wasn't trying to talk about that story publicly much, but thanks. Yes, that happened.
We'll just leave it at that.
That was a thing. That was a thing for a brief moment.
That's better than trying to light you on fire, I guess.
Thatcher's wishing he would have saw it, so he would have buried the guy into the ground. Because that's what Stash was doing half the time. They were just watching out to see people fuck with me.
I could totally picture like Stash screaming Shoryuken and just like knocking the guy out.
My performance made Stash smile. He was clearly having a good time. Everything I do is about making sure people have a good time. We're out at the bar. We're supposed to be having fun. Watching people be glum. Dude, all those tables I walked up to and started thrusting, the entire point was because they looked like they were fucking bored. I'm like, dude,
they weren't after that.
Dude, fucking Nintendo Prime's performing. Let me show you how we have a good time around here.
Dude,
it wouldn't shock Yulia at all. She's seen me do so many crazy things at karaoke.
The power thrust was definitely an epic moment. I love that you hear Stash in the background go, "Oh my god!" Dude,
next time I'll plan ahead. I'll have like, I got a whole little thing I can do. Anyways, Fire Emblem Switch 2 Edition possibility. Anything's possible with the Switch 2 editions for sure. There's a new one coming, so I kind of think they're just kind of moving on, but never say never.
I don't think so. Sadly, I don't think so. I'd love to see Fire Emblem get more love. Hey, maybe a Pro Controller's in the realm of possibility. Maybe they do a cool Fortune's Weave Pro Controller.
Cult of Blue just wants to throw this out in the universe, trying to manifest it. A Lego Mortal Kombat game.
That would be so wild. If they do it Shaolin Monks style, that'd be really cool.
That would be actually. I might actually pick that up, and I don't even like fighting games. Mario Golf for Switch 2. Any thoughts, everyone? There was another commercial for it that dropped today. Look. Oh, not golf. Sorry, that was tennis. Yeah, Mario Golf. I have no hopes for Mario Golf. I was so let down by the last one because they did this thing leading up to the game's release where they talked about how the single player is an RPG. If that's what they think an RPG is, a glorified tutorial of cleaning up courses for 3 hours. How? Like, so I have no hope. But right now, I'm focused on tennis because tennis is what's coming. And Fever, I don't know, guys. Every time they show it, it keeps looking better. I know I'm getting my hopes too high for that game. I know it. I know I am. God, it looks good. It looks good. I can't apologize for being excited because they're selling me based on the marketing. But I will say I'm going to hold off at least till the reviews. I'm not pre-ordering it. We'll see if the reviews hold up to the hype that I'm feeling. The reviews should be before the game comes out.
I really would like a Mario basketball game that plays like a modern NBA Jam. I think that would be so cool with like just Nintendo characters.
Yeah.
All right, then we got Aaron Gobert for our last one here. Does agree with Stash, bring back Toadstool Tour. There you go.
And play that online.
That would be sick. That would be sick.
It would be online because it's on GameCube NSO. So I really like that game. It's very good.
Yeah. All right, we'll go around the room and wrap up the show here, guys. A reminder, if you're listening live, we do have a direct tomorrow for Tomodachi Life. You guys should be checking out either whether it's my live stream or Nintendo's or whatever. I will be live about half hour, 45 minutes before the show starts. Can't go any sooner because I am solo parenting in the morning. So I got to get my kids to school. But that being said, let's go ahead and go around the room. First off, shout out to Flavlam. Sure to check him out. He's doing crazy content all the time, crazy live streams, lots of collabs. That guy is a beast. And then Sky Sword Alyssa. What do you got going on? Where can they find you?
You can find me here on YouTube at Skyswords Alyssa. I stream games on Tuesdays and Thursdays, occasionally some bonus ones when I have the time. Right now I'm working through Skyrim, but I'm waiting to see what the direct holds, to see what else inspires me, because I'm going to do one day Skyrim and then one day the other game. But I've been in a Mario mood, and I never did get around to Bowser's Fury, so might be checking that one out soon.
Very cool.
It's really good.
Yeah, I hear it's really good, and I have it, so I'm like, I don't know why I don't just play it.
Eric.
It's Mario with kaiju battles.
Yeah, you can find me here, and you can find me on the Glips channel. And then also now doing the audio version too.
Oh, yeah. He's the one uploading the audio version now.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Which is all good. It just means it should go up more consistently. He's had a little more free time than me. I got 3 kids. It is what it is. Oh, man. I wish I could go back. I don't even remember what it's like to not have kids anymore. It's been so long. Well, my daughter's 15. A long time out of life without kids. I remember having a lot of free time. Like, I played a lot of video games, like a lot of video games, and played way more basketball. Holy shit. I was basically Thunderstash. You just gotta go way back. Gamebird.
Yeah, you guys can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. My next video, I've got what I hope to be, it will be a collab at least between me and Thunderstash at the very least. No one else has submitted anything yet, but
mine's coming tomorrow.
I have had a number of people tell me that they were going to. A couple people messaged me tonight. One of them was confusing. It sounded like they sent it, but I wasn't sent anything, so I'm not sure. I hope to hear from them before the due date. But it will be a collab video, and then 2 reviews should be dropping very, very soon. I've been at the tail end of a couple games, but I've been very busy, so it's been hard to wrap those up. But I should have them wrapped up by the weekend at the very least. So looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm here every Wednesday. So get used to me.
Get used to
if you're not yet.
If you're not creamy, watch more of his content. You might feel different after. Thunderstash.
You guys know where to find me, Thunderstash Gaming here on YouTube. And as far as what I got coming and what I've done since I last saw you, I posted my review for Escape from Ever After. If you're a Paper Mario fan, you'll want to check that review out. Also posted my review for Code Vein 2 on PS5. And I should have my review out tomorrow or Friday morning at the latest for I Hate This Place on Twitch 2. And then things I got coming up between, well, let's see. Today's the 29th. So between now and next week, a lot of game reviews. I can't talk about most of these. There's going to
That's
be a
okay.
lot coming. Just keep.
The only thing I want you to talk about is
Keep an
why
eye.
did you drop Code Vein 2, buddy?
Oh, you know why?
I know why he
I
dropped
reviewed
it.
the
He
game.
dropped it because he was playing it and he was like, never mind.
Yeah, I was playing the game. I reviewed it on my channel. I didn't recommend it. So obviously, I'm like,
Is that your first
I got
review? You didn't recommend the game?
no, I reviewed coincidentally Code Violet. I reviewed that earlier this month. I also didn't recommend that. So the two games that start off with Code,
All right.
neither of them got
In the future, if you
recommendations.
start out with Code, Stash has no more expectations for the quality
Yeah,
of the game.
I'm out of codes, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's the one thing I was like, Stash kind of has a competitive advantage that he's playing the games before the reviews drop. Some of them, so he knows that, like, hey, I'm gonna drop this one. This is fucking bullshit. And by the way, good drop. It was a 74, so not a very good point.
We do have limited drops though, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, how many can you drop?
So I think of games that are coming. I think of games that are coming out. I think it's 2, and then games that get delayed. I think it's 2. I forget.
Yeah, that'd be good to clarify. I don't know how many games you can drop. I haven't dropped one yet, but
there's 4 games total, but it's 2 of each condition. So, like, for example, if you wanted to drop another game that, I don't know, what's your next game that's coming out, Stash?
Oh, it says it on there.
Speaking of, create an account and follow our fantasy league.
Fantasy Critic. Seriously, we're trying to get on the page 1. We're trying to get up there next to Kind of Funny Games if we can.
Hmon said Code Violet was a Code Brown.
So the next game coming out is Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined.
Okay, say
yeah.
If that
All
keeps
in on
its
that,
release
baby.
date, if that keeps its release date and you dropped it, I know you
It
won't.
is. I'm playing it right now.
Right, but let's just say you're like, I'm not convinced this game is gonna do well, and you dropped it. That would be all of your games that are coming out, like that have a release date that you could drop. You dropped your 2 for the year, but there's another 2.
But you made a good choice because that would have only got you 4 points if you would have kept it.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a good drop.
Yeah, when I was playing it, I was talking with a couple other guys that were playing it too. And we're all kind of like having the same issues, and I'm like, I'm thinking this is gonna get somewhere around a 70 to 75, and I think Metacritic's lower, right?
Which is it's 2 points lower. It's a 72 the last I checked on Meta, and that's very unusual. Usually Meta's a couple points higher than OpenCritic.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting, and I thought that was the case. So yeah, that was dead on with 70 to 75. I'm like, I'm not. Yeah.
We're really. I didn't realize you dropped it until Eric told me the other day. I was all excited like the whole last day that I'm like,
I was hoping you wouldn't know I dropped it.
He's got a 74. I'm not going to say anything. And then all of a sudden, Eric's like, "You dropped Code Vein 2." I'm like, "Fuck, God damn it!"
I was hoping you would have falsely celebrated. That's why I didn't say anything to you guys.
I was shocked, but not because it wasn't like, oh man. So the last couple years when Colin and I played, we had a rule. I forgot that it wasn't like the standard, but it was a rule that we had made where you can't drop a game within a week of its release date.
Oh.
So we had that. That's not in this year's rules, and obviously it was a made up rule. I thought it was just part of it. So I would always be like paranoid. It's because we made that rule so we couldn't see any of like the final previews and stuff like that. So we had to kind of commit. But I was
might
like,
have
5
to rule
days.
for next year.
It's 5 days. That's the rule. I looked it up. I looked up our league
oh, it's
rules,
5.
and I
Okay,
I
5
dropped
days.
it on day
The
6.
days up. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, when you finally
crazy.
realize
7, yeah, 'cause I had it early, obviously.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, I'm
I
like,
saw it and I was like, how did he
thank
do
God I
that?
have time.
I'm like, what the hell? How did he do that? That was my thought at first. And then I was like, oh, it's the 7 days is we made that.
I'm glad that it's only 2 games because otherwise he'd had such a big advantage with some of his picks because he just knows I'm playing the game. I know it's going to be good. Oh shit, this one's not going to be good. Oh, is this the one I want to drop though? Because I only get one more drop.
Well, I got to look up what the other 2 drops we get. I got to ask Colin. He knows the.
I guess it will
rules
help
and
me though
that
with
kind of thing.
picking up games. 'Cause
Yeah, it will help you.
I get games,
Yeah.
Weeks
If you're playing a
early.
game before the Saturday cutoff to add it.
Yeah, I think what it is you get 2 with guaranteed release dates. You get 2 drops like that, and then you get up to 2 drops for games that get delayed into the next year. I think
And
that's what it is.
And nothing if it's games that aren't.
Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Colin just he's talking in my chat. So it's 2 games that have release dates. So you've gotten rid of 1. So you get 1 more that has a release date stash, but you still have 2 drops for games with no release dates.
Yeah. So as an example, I've got Rebirth and Expedition for Switch 2. They're not even announced. There's no release date. So if those don't even come, I can just drop them.
Infinite drops for games that get delayed.
Infinite for delays. Well, that makes sense though.
Yeah.
Don't punish someone.
'Cause that's out of control.
Yeah, you can't control if a game's delayed out of the year. Okay.
Thank you, Colin.
Thanks. I appreciate
Thank
that
you.
clarification. We're getting pretty serious about this league, Con. I don't know if you know.
Are you guys having fun yet with it?
I will have fun as soon as
I love it.
I haven't had a
I
game
love
get
it.
reviewed yet.
Great.
But I can't complain because I got 3 games coming up in February? No, sorry, 1 in February, 2 in very early March. So I'll be pointing soon. Because all 3 of the games I have coming up, I'm very confident in the reviews for. So
I'm very
I can't wait to see how
confident
Dragon
in
Quest
my-
7 reviews.
I'm excited to see that too. I mean,
that
I think
should review well. That should review
I think
very
it's
well.
going to review well. I'm feeling very good about. I don't know if you've already played this one yet, Stash. So you'll have a better idea than me. But I feel very confident in Neo 3 with everything that I've seen. I'm actually a demo just dropped. I'm
Oh, yeah.
excited to try it out. But I loved the
It's
first
installed.
2 Neos, and I think this one looks really, really good.
I got it 2 days ago. I can't play it
Okay.
yet because I have embargoes coming up that are sooner than that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
But
something like
I know 2 people playing it right now as well, and
Mm.
they're really liking it. I think it's going to review really good too, based on what I'm hearing.
Come on, Kiwami 3. Do what I
Kiwami
think
looks
you're gonna
really
do.
good.
Didn't some
Do what I
people
think
play
you're gonna
that?
do.
How was the demo?
I have not played the demo for it.
I think everyone by March will have pointed it with something.
Yeah.
I believe everyone has at least one game coming up here in the next month.
Wait,
Because you
when-
remember how the fantasy league works, it's all years. Like you don't have to have all your points coming early. Like that might not even be the way to go.
Oh yeah. Whoever has
Yeah.
the most games early is just going to look like they have a massive head start, but then it's going to
But
change
doesn't mean
throughout the
jack
year as
shit.
other
Yeah.
games.
Yeah. I mean,
Because Eric, you have the last first game. Or wait, or actually, is it Prime? Who has the last first game? No, it is Eric.
it's
Yeah,
Eric.
Eric, you have the last first game, but like you have like a banger. It's Resident Evil 9.
Yeah, it's Requiem.
Yeah.
Like that's going to be mid high 80s, possibly in the 90s. Like,
Yeah.
that's a huge one. So, yeah, and you've got some other good ones too, you know?
No, technically, I think my first game is
Did I skip one?
no, Jimmy and the Pulsating Mask. I think comes out the 5th.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
right.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. I totally forgot because I was manually added in.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing that sucks is that like
gonna do
my
well.
first game to come out, and this is true for Colin's first game as well, is that it's likely that over the course of like the next month, those scores are going to change for us because he only has like 5 posted reviews for it, and I only have like 9 posted for mine. But Cult of Lamb will for sure get more than 9 reviews. When I had Sports Story, my worst reviewed game ever, my score changed for like 3 months as reviews were added to Open Critic. So,
Sports Story, one of the biggest disappointments.
dude, Golf Story was fantastic. That was a
dude.
shocking.
But this is the same
letdown.
team that made Golf Story. How the fuck? Like, damn, dude. Anyways, all right. Stash, did you go yet? I think you went. You were talking about your reviews.
Yeah. So yeah, I got a lot of reviews coming up. I'm going to be very, very busy. Again, I think on the 4th, I have to look at the calendar again. Actually, got it right here. On the 4th, I have an embargo at 7 a.m., 5 p.m., and then midnight.
That's insane.
Dude, so messed up. I'm like, kidding me?
So I've got a 3 review day
Gross.
coming up, guys. 3 review day coming up.
And there's other games before that too. There's 2 games before that as well. It's like 5 games between now and next week.
That's insane. All right, guys. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. I cover the latest news and all that, rumors, leaks, all that stuff. I'll be live streaming, tiredly so, the Tamagotchi Life Direct tomorrow. Not really my cup of tea for the game. I played the original, really wasn't that into it, but we'll see if they can sell me on it. That's what I'm hoping happens. I want to be sold on it because I want to play games that I like. And so if they can convince me that I'm going to like this one, maybe I'll give it a try. We'll see. That being said, yeah, we'll be on same time next week, 8 p.m. Probably doing a pre-direct podcast because we're hoping there's a direct happening next week Thursday, if not sooner. It'd be cool if it happened on Wednesday. That'd be awesome. Otherwise, guys, you can hear our podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. I would appreciate if you guys would go to all of those audio versions and drop your reviews to help us reach a new audience, because I believe we have a massively untapped audio audience that they just haven't heard the show before. They don't know until they listen. And then you can obviously check out our clips on our clips channel, NintenByte Podcast Clips. It's linked down below. It's also on my channel. I have it featured as well. You just want to find a quick way to find it. Yeah, it's got a couple thousand subscribers or so. We're growing over there. We're getting the clips up.
We're shrinking.
Well, okay. Don't count. Okay. Eric's new to the YouTube game. He doesn't realize like daily fluctuations. You can lose 15 subs. It's not that big a deal. Like today, I'm probably going to be like -3 subscribers. Who cares? I'll get like 40 more tomorrow when I drop a video. It's whatever, right? That's just how YouTube goes. That said, go check out the Clips channel. It lets you enjoy this podcast in much shorter chunks. When I say much shorter chunks, what I mean is not 4 to 5 hours, but it might be 2 hours. It depends on the topic, but it does let you listen to it in smaller chunks. Yeah, so you guys can go check that out. We also do stream if you're interested. On that channel in particular, we only stream in the shorts format. I know Stash over there streams in both. Bird, are you streaming in both formats?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was gonna say, I was looking at the other day. You're getting pretty good views on both, so it's awesome.
Yeah, not bad.
I'm the only one not streaming in both, but hey, we have it. We have it if you want it over on the Clips channel. Otherwise, we got our standard format here every single week. All right, guys, that's gonna do it. Thank you so much for tuning in. What a blast! Stash has got to probably go play some games. On him. I say he's gonna go to bed, but I don't know.
I'm so tired, so I can start in the
Get an
morning.
early start. Yeah. To be fair, when I say he's gonna get an early start, he gets an early start every day. So,
Yeah.
all right, guys. See you later. Catch you in the next episode.
Good night.